circles, can't find my feet, stumbling round in a world so sweet. The world's a carnival, a funny parade. I'm laughing through tears in a bright masquerade. Strange colors blur, but I'm still in the game, juggling dreams, but none feel the same. Bouncing on clouds, caught in the whim, I slip through the cracks with a twisted grin. I'm a puzzle, a mess, but that's just my style. I wear my madness and I wear it with pride. Spin me round, let the music play. I'm dancing in circles and I'm here to stay. I'm the king of the odd, the queen of the strange. I've learned to love every little change. Tangled in my threads, but I'm feeling fine. Chasing the lightning as it zigzags the line. Bouncing off ceilings, I don't care where I go. Life's a funny show and I'm stealing the glow. I'm wrapped up in ribbons, but they're mine to keep. I'm laughing at shadows while they're sound asleep. Every step's a skip, every move's a surprise. I'm just a jester with stars in my eyes. Wrap me in tinfoil, call me a comet. I'm spinning in circles, can't ever stop it. I'm the storm in the teacup, the fire in the rain. I'm just out here playing my own game. Twist it, turn it, I'll take the leap. I'm swimming in chaos, but it's all so sweet. With a wink and a nod, I'm out the door. I'm tangled in threads, but I'll always want more.
And we're live. And I'm on top chat. There we go. Hi, Starwin. Hi, Hitagata. Hi, John. Hi, Motoki. Hi, Chris. Hi, Jack. Hi, Mike. How are you guys doing today? Everyone having a good day? You guys having a good day? Hi, Moose. How you doing? Why am I reading MFW as motherfucker work? My ocean goes live. What the fuck? What does it mean? I don't know what it means. Hi, Red Cloud. How you doing? Watching while fixing beef and buttered noodles. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds good. Guys, I think Marvel Rivals actually rotted my brain, like fully through and through. I was showing Zen the new song I'm working on, and even he's like, After showcasing it to him, I realized it's a very like Daredevil. Oh no. Hi, Rice Shower. How you doing? The best way of brain rot, bro. I ranked up. I ranked up again there. Hi, Kenryu. How you doing? My face went. Oh, Booze. I think I like my headcanon more. I'm sorry. I had the most cracked game of Ninja Gaiden earlier today. The third. What? The whole chat. The third boss went crazy, bro. Don't tell me I haven't reached. I haven't done the third boss yet. But as much Marvel Rivals as you play, Lifu, I'm amazed you still have more than a single brain cell. Fuck off. who we watching tonight? No. We're learning about Warhammer fantasy lore today. Like the good scholars we are. But yeah, I thought I'm gonna showcase you guys a little bit of the song. You can tell me if my brain is cooked or not. Is Daredevil living rent free in my head, like like a stock support, or am I going crazy? Hi, Guardian. How you doing?
Let the devil in.
Stop right there! Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Ninja Gaiden 4 is on Game Pass.
Shadows
Are you going to
whisper.
give it a try?
Can you hear
Jason? Jason, stop trolling. Stop testing me, boy.
with smoke and sin?
Thank you so much for the support.
I hear it calling. Let the devil in.
Does this remind you guys of Daredevil?
I've walked through fire. I've kissed the flame. The devil knows me and calls my name. I've tasted darkness.
Hi, Matt. How you doing?
Sweet and cold. Oh, hunger grows. It can't be controlled. I feel it crawling. It's in my veins. I hear it laughing, driving me insane. Come to me. It's time to set. It's too late now. Let the devil in. Let the devil in. Take control. I'll sell my soul. I lose it all in the dark.
It reminds you more of Punisher. That's a good point, actually. Old comic version, yeah. I'm so brain rotted. Lifu secretly wants to be a Daredevil maid. Now the cloak and dagger was ruined for her. Bro, on God! What the fuck did I see today? So, okay, hear me out. I fucking find out about Marvel Rivals, right? I'm like, oh, what is this? Cloak and dagger, 2 characters and 1 character? That is fucking nutty. That is so cool, right? The dagger is the healer and the cloak is the damage. Okay, I'm with you. Then I get into the lore comic book. Okay, I'm with you with the lore. Okay, I see you. Then I fucking find the show. Fuck the show. What? What the fuck is that show? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? My whole... You cannot imagine how I felt when I found out the show. It honestly did feel like the end of the world to me. I hated it so much. I literally couldn't get past episode 1. Hi, Kyrian. How you doing? Hi, no, I said hi to Lucian. Hi, Blast. How you doing? Hi, Matoki. How you doing? Staying alive in this hell world. Ghost Rider? Okay, so we have Punisher, we have Daredevil, the old Daredevil, and we have Ghost Rider in the song. Okay. Well, Lifu, I cannot see her main the same again. Bro, that shit kind of broke me, not gonna lie. I fucking hate the show. Why would they do that to me? Hi, Wyatt. How you doing? Hi, Mechanical Mac. How you doing? Hi, Crimson King. How you doing? Like, why would you do that to me? Why? And that my curiosity was like, okay, I cannot be the only one who feels that way about the show. So I'm gonna go on Twitter and see what people were saying about the show when it came out. Oh dear God, there were so many shows. Not so many. It was like 5 people in particular kept on posting that it's better than the comic book. Or like, and the second one kept posting that the show is the reason why there are Cloak and Dagger main and Marvel Rivals. Not gonna lie, that broke me a little more inside. Which show are you talking about? Cloak and Dagger. I froze today? What do you mean? Sally Ghost Rider is the biggest jobber in all the Marvel. His powers work on no one. I don't get why so much hero shows fail when they have all the source. The reason is because the new directors and the new actors that step in, they think they know better than the original source. That's the reason. No, I'm not talking about Daredevil, Lucia. I'm talking about Cloak and Dagger. And hi, Ivan. How you doing? But yeah, like that shit ruined it all for me. Like I am so fucking over Cloak and Dagger. I rather go fucking D rank than play. Like I cannot even look at them anymore. Like my whole existence is ruined. Just look at the Witcher show. Yikes, bro! I didn't even like the Witcher show. Like wow, what's his name? Uh, what's his name? Henry Cavill. Is that his name? Okay, I I didn't even like the show before they replaced him because the show was trash. After him, bro, I saw how Gerald looks like now. Kind of looks like he rides a short bus. Cold weather plus moisture. Ooh, stay warm. Don't get sick. Guilty of never watching the Witcher show. Yeah, you're not missing much. You're absolutely not missing much. You want to watch Witcher show? Go play Witcher 3 and put it on story mode. Enjoy. Yeah, they nerfed Ghost Rider in the comics big time. When did that happen? Coming up next on Fox News, One Show destroys Marvel Rivals' career. Film at 11. Shut the fuck up. Henry needed a beard. He would have looked better. Ivan, shut the fuck up. My chat is pissing me off. Henry was the lifeline for them. They should have kept. Oh yeah. I remember the whole drama. I'm just saying, even before he left, the show already was pissing me off. I've got my small blanket wrapped around the front of while watching you guys. Oh, so you're doing the Pepe comfy thing. Read the books. Do you really think people are gonna read the books? Henry is cursed. Every IP he's a fan of and gets a role and gets ruined. Yeah. That's what happens when you're a fan of something. Imagine being a fan of something and wanting to share that with your audience because you really love the franchise. And then you see your acquaintances wearing it as a skin, like skinwalkers to grift. That shit also breaks you.
People who play League.
Okay. The writers were the poison. Oh yeah, I'm aware. Yeah, you won't see me disagree with that. The Witcher showrunner refused to let the author give suggestions. She thought her vision was better than the author. Yeah, but they also talked a lot of shit about him to make him look bad. It was fun watching Henry build his PC. Oh yeah, I remember people talking about it. Yeah. Uh What did I? Oh, okay. We should probably move on to Warhammer, huh? Yeah, I have a lot of stuff prepared for the Warhammer stuff. I tried. Oh wait, I tried keeping it like kinda like having like a theme of continuation. So we have like is Warhammer 40K connected to Warhammer Fantasy Age of Sigmar? Um then Skaven Great Clans. little cute rat here. Then Skaven Weapons. Then the Empire summoned the Elector Counts by Adeptus Ridiculous. Then I have I don't think we'll be able to go through everything, but you know, one can dream. Warhammer Fantasy Explorer, the ultimate guide to monsters and creatures. So I don't know if we'll be able to get through everything. But by golly, I'll try. It used to, but the writer decided to. No, I'm more talking about the Henry Cavill and Witcher, like literal burn down to the ground. The faster Hollywood burns to the ground, the better. And I don't mean fucking literal. I mean businesses being shut down. The faster it disappears, the better. Hollywood is a plague. Why Warhammer Fantasy? I thought you were doing 40K. Because I don't really know much about fantasy. I know somewhat. It's hard to say you know a sizable amount about like normal 40K, but I know a lot more about 40K than fantasy. I don't know shit about fantasy. So after Halloween, we'll be back to doing 40K lore. But today, I want to do fantasy.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch!
You could do Marvel Rival character lore next.
No. So what I'm gonna do is upcoming lore like lore thing is gonna be like really like horrifying horror stuff. Then it's gonna be 40K and then Marvel Rivals. Thank you so much for the support, Jason. And hi Slade, how are you doing?
Thank you for the support. And also, honey, I sent you a link.
Okay, I'm gonna go talk to the. I'm actually getting ridiculous. I'm putting my legs up on the ottoman,
Yeah.
and the ottoman is literally vibrating off the place. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna. I'll be right back.
Honey. Okay. You want me to go with you? Okay. Yeah. So I did, guys. We will put a goal up. Just that Lifu did tell me what to put the goal. I just kind of forgot because I ended up eating. I'll show. I don't want to ruin things. Ricky from Adept is ridiculous. His definition. Okay. Hey Slay, how you doing? Is Lifu okay? Yeah, she's gonna talk with the neighbors. No, she doesn't have anything to poke with. Did you eat the goal again? Yeah, I forgot about the goal. I have to ask her. Really? Okay. Whoa. Okay. Ooh, things about to get crazy.
I'm back. 1 second. I need to switch on my face tracking because I had to
Get your phone.
take my phone to record something. Ugh.
Honey, do
Yeah.
you want the goal to be how you got your name?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't think people give a shit though.
I feel like it's a good backstory.
Okay. So I have to grab a breath. I ran like up and down. The neighbors are going to get an earful. You got them, Lifu? Oh no. I cannot risk face-to-face stuff.
Yeah.
Immune deficiency. But basically, let's just put it this way: there's a tiny toddler and 2 chihuahuas there. They're blasting music in the middle of the night and day, and there's constant weed smell.
Really?
Yep.
I never smell it when I walk past the door.
It's when the music is blasting. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah, Lucian. Tomorrow I'll be calling. Yeah. Hi, Vinny. How you doing?
Hey, Vinny, how you doing?
I feel really bad for the kid
Yeah.
and the dogs.
Oh, also, I
Mhm.
realized something.
Yeah.
They're the one with the Jeep. The Wrangler that's outside.
Mhm.
It was like months ago. The first time, I think it was the first month that I parked, that we lived here.
Mhm.
I parked behind them.
Dude, it's the same neighbors where like the dude showed up, left his girlfriend, and then like a week later came back.
Okay.
See, this is why I vape, no smell, or at least not one that smells like that. Yeah. Also, hi Daw, how you doing? Hi Mike,
Hey,
how
Ben.
you doing?
Yeah, Lifu is probably gonna be Wutali. I'll be a probably a red wizard.
Well,
At,
so I based it on the characters, okay? I based it on these characters. Because, like I said, I don't know about fantasy. I only know the game. This is why I want to watch the lore because I only know the game.
yeah.
Now, this is bad, right?
Yeah, they've never blasted it this long before.
They have. Dang, I would hate that kind of neighbor. I just feel bad for the kid. Like,
Yeah.
this is concerning. If they're blasting this music when like a child is there and 2 tiny chihuahuas and the weed smoke around a toddler and 2 tiny chihuahuas, that is not good.
Secondhand smoking at that point.
I'm a little bit like frazzled right now over it.
Yeah. Diving to 40K is going to be a rabbit hole? Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah.
Blue Fire Bright Wizard Zen. Yes, sir.
Plus,
Loud music at this time. I had neighbors like that. It's like 7:20.
is weed
But
legal in New Jersey? Yes,
yes.
but constantly smoking up and making the whole apartment complex smell like weed when you have a toddler in a tiny apartment, that's highly illegal.
Yeah, and also in this apartment, the rules is no loud noise and no smoking. So someone's gonna get kicked out.
Getting kicked out is like the least of their problem.
I know.
That's why I'm like on the fence of like calling the police because I don't want anything happening to their kid. That's like a nightmare.
Honey.
Hmm?
they gotta take accountabilities for their actions, and their actions is speaking loud as hell right now. No matter where they go, they're gonna do the same thing.
Oh, that's true. I just feel bad for the kid. I don't give a fuck about the adults. Okay. Well, we should probably start with the lore. Is it leaking through the microphone?
No, I don't hear it.
Okay.
Like that noise never leaks through at all.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
I feel like I told you this a couple times, but you, I think you're just over.
No, it's
Uh,
actually really loud. Like it's literally moving my chair and my ottoman thing where I rest my legs on.
yeah, it got louder today, and I felt it through.
Please try other people other than the approved people when it comes to lore. I'm in favor of Zen's perspective. No. It's different. It's different channels. I don't know what is worth Game Workshop approved.
No, he was saying what I said about the name. They're gonna do it no matter where they are.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so calling CPS is a good step.
Like I said, the only thing that's holding me up is like I feel bad for the kid. That's all. Anyway. I'm really mind fucked over it. So I just wanna listen to lore and like art. Like
Okay.
this is actually mind fucking me. Hi,
Okay.
Inspired. How you doing? Hi, Soulblade. How you doing?
How y'all doing today?
Oh, Inspired, you weren't here yesterday, and I was talking about that I couldn't find the British candy you asked for, so I picked up two British candy instead of one. Uh, after like chilling in the British subreddit, so it's called Humbugs and Curly Whirly. So me and Zen are gonna try that on Halloween.
Let me in. Sorry, I'm trying to get into my classes.
Alright. But yeah. Hi, Ruse. How you doing?
Hey, Rules, how you doing?
But yeah, I didn't have time to sketch everything out off stream. I kind of ran low on time since I had to upload a watch along on Patreon. I had to edit a video for tomorrow. I had to run some like IRL errands as well. So I possible way I will finish it this stream. Like not even close. Because I still need to do the whole sketch. Like it's half, and that's okay. If you don't like Curly Whirly, we cannot be friends anymore. So I picked. Hi, Garbage. How are you doing? Is YouTube causing it? It was showing that connection lost.
Yeah, it's buffering.
Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Well, let me know when the sub's buffering when it works. And it's not just YouTube, it's Twitch as well. I think it's Streamlabs. I think it's Streamlabs.
Okay.
It's fucking every stream these days. Like actually fucking stupid. I'm gonna be cursing us up a storm today. Sorry guys. If there's buffering, it's not the internet.
Slate says he refreshed. It seems fine now. Seems stable again.
Fucking stupid. That's what it is. Anyway,
True.
I guess I'm gonna get going on the sketching, huh?
Yeah.
I still have a lot of sketching to do. Okay, let's start with the first video. If Warhammer 40k is Warhammer 40k connected to Warhammer Fantasy Age of Sigmar? So Warhammer Fantasy is called Age of Sigmar?
No, that's the second part. It's part 2.
Oh,
It's a universe reset.
so I opened the wrong thing.
Not exactly.
Okay, I'm just
G'day,
waiting.
guys and gal. I get this question a lot. Major Kill, is Warhammer Fantasy connected to 40k? Does 40k take 40,000 years after Fantasy? If they aren't connected, why are their gods called the same thing? It's time to silence the autists and shine some light on the truth.
I don't want to be silenced.
I've been thinking about this
I like
topic
my
for a while,
autism.
hence through a lot of research and me sadly purchasing Tinder Gold after the love of my life friend zoned
Wait,
me,
what?
I figured it all out.
Is he
I've seen a
sponsored
few
by
other law
Tinder?
YouTubers try and explain it, but while they present some base level
What?
connections and arguments
Ew.
for and against the theory, they
Ew.
fail to go deeper and really show the connection, which is why I'm way better than them. Warhammer Fantasy, 40k, and yes, even Age of Sigmar are all connected, a bit subtly, and it is physically possible for someone from 40k to get to Fantasy or Age of Sigmar, how it is stupidly difficult, with Games Workshop themselves not really committing much hard evidence that they are connected still. There are a few plot holes that can be explained by the term warp spaghetti, which is just an advertiser friendly way of saying warp. Fuck. Today we'll go over how the universes are connected and why the gods share the same names despite being different entities. I'll also explain how it's possible that one being could transverse between each setting. And because
Oh my
I'm
God,
fair,
these lines are
I'll
gonna
also
drive
go
me
over the plot
crazy.
holes that are present in order for the connection to be legitimate. Spoilers ahead, it seems like different Games Workshop writers have different opinions on the matter and have seemingly changed their mind multiple times if they actually want them to be connected or not. Let's get into it. Firstly,
Bro,
let's
it's
talk
called
about
Make
why
Up
the
Your
gods share
Fucking
the same
Mind.
name despite being different entities.
What?
The main 4 Chaos Gods, Khorne, Titsnitch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh, all
Did he say tit snitch?
Yeah.
Wait, who's called tit snitch? Is that her? Is she tit snitch? Who's tit snitch?
It's Zeech. It's the same gods in 40k.
Oh,
represent
It's
different
there.
key aspects of emotion, especially human emotion. Khorne is war and anger, yes,
the
but
blue
he is
one.
also
Oh,
bravery
okay,
and honor.
okay, okay.
Titsnitch is scheming and betrayal, but he is also knowledge and progress.
Tit snitch.
Nurgle is nature and disease, and Slaanesh is pleasure and joy. Due to the presence of the warp in Warhammer, if there are mortals such as humans, there will be these 4 gods, no matter what, as they are fundamentally a part of everyone. The gods also name themselves, so the aspect of war and rage will always call itself Khorne. Hence, the Chaos Gods from 40k and Fantasy are different gods, however they represent the same
I've
thing.
never heard it pronounced
This
that
also
way
explains
before.
their difference
Amazing.
in power. The 4 Chaos Gods and their greater in them or where they came from. This is because the old ones did not want their new planet to know it was just a testing ground to create new weapons in the war against the Necrons and other threats from the warp. The old ones filled a world with volatile specimens and introduced it to magic simply to see what would happen and if they would gain new knowledge and warriors. We know this eventually would work out exceptionally well, as the magic would evolve and create the setting of Age of Sigmar, a setting full of gods and powerful warriors, the exact thing the old ones wanted to use as weapons. Where do the orcs come into this? Well, it's not hard to assume that either some of their spores were accidentally tucked away on the old ones' ships, or the old ones deliberately seeded the world with greenskins as a way to toughen up the other races. Either way, they were also brought by the old ones. The greenskins get their innate knowledge and strength from the Wah! Which they were cut off from due to
Holy.
You
Fuck.
son of a bitch! Absolutely fuck you, little. Now what? That jump here really needed. I
This is
pissed
five
my pants.
5 years ago, honey.
I don't care. I'm not actually leaving a dislike, but that I almost did piss my pants. Gotta be honest. That got me same. Same. I was like zoning into drawing, and that almost made me piss myself. Fuck.
Jeez.
Absolutely not okay. Hi DBZ, hi Sarah, hi Bully, hi Engine. Oh my god. Oh, okay, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. My hands are a little sweaty, but I'm fine.
Been in the new Pocket universe. Hence, they had to create their own new WAH energy
Son
from
of a bitch! Knock it off.
scratch, explaining why they were weaker and less intelligent than their 40k counterparts. The slan are also present in 40k, so it's likely the old ones recreated some new slan in Warhammer Fantasy due to them being proven to be useful servants. As we know, the old ones mysteriously disappeared, and the polar warp gates on the fantasy world collapsed without explanation. Within Fantasy, 40k actually explains why this happened quite well. The war against the Necrons had created a shitload of negative emotion, which had slowly turned the warp from a fun cuddly place into a little angry ADHD emo kid. The realms of chaos were created, and the old ones either fled or were killed by the new evil warp entities, hence why they vanished from Fantasy as well. The collapsed warp gates were either a result of the warp destabilizing and damaging the gates, or a deliberate sacrifice by the old ones to ensure that nothing outside the Pocket universe could enter into the world. Mystery solved there in terms of origins of the Warhammer Fantasy universe and why it was created. There are also some clues scattered around during the end times, which show even more connection between the two settings. Firstly, whilst the Skavens are single-handedly raping the entire planet, they uncover an ancient artifact of the old ones. They activate it and they hear an alien voice that sounds elvish play from it, so they panic and destroy it. This was clearly the voice of an Eldar transmitting through a very powerful device created by the Old Ones, likely some kind of ancient crosswalk communication the Old Ones once used. Another hint is during the trip to the Realms of Chaos, Araloth stumbles upon a very large silver knight who is quite a menace to Chaos and could shoot blue fire from his hands. This sounds very much like Kaldor Drago, a Grey Knight from 40k. The issue with this is that, as we've established, the realms from 40k are separate from the realms of Chaos in Warhammer Fantasy. However, with Kaldor Drago getting thrown around the warp like a choir boy in a priest's office, we can explain his cameo in Warhammer Fantasy with Warp Spaghetti. Now on to Sigma, an exceptionally strong, intelligent, charismatic leader who seemingly popped out of nowhere and united his people. Seems very much like one of the lost Primarchs from 40k, which could have been Games Workshop original plan with him. However, it has been hard confirmed that Sigma was born in the fantasy world and is not a Primarch, hence that theory is dead and adds no weight to our current discussion. Now with this theory of the settings being connected, you can just say that they used to be connected, but it was reconned out of existence by the writers, and that nods to Warhammer 40k are just Easter eggs. But that would make you a boring cunt, so let's not do that. Now love it or hate it, Age of Sigma has become a very distinct juggernaut that seemingly shares no connection to Warhammer 40k. However, as it is directly connected to Warhammer Fantasy, it is also by extension connected to Warhammer 40k. As we said before, the creation of godlike beings populating Warhammer Fantasy and the increased power of the warp via the realms and winds of magic was the Old One's main goal, to create legendary weapons. They just aren't around to use them. Now you might be, how does one transverse between the settings? While I can't say 100% for sure, it's likely a character would have to achieve a level of understanding of the warp that would even surpass the Old Ones. Either that or due to an insane level of warp spaghetti. Either way, it's very unlikely we'll see any crossover in the near future. Also for time frames, you might be like, bruh, the Old Ones existed 65 million years ago, surely Warhammer Fantasy is not 65 million years before 40k. And it's not. Time moves differently in the warp, so I can imagine it moving even more differently when you're separated by a pocket universe. And that does us for today, guys. I wanted to make this video for a while now, but just never really got around to it, so I'm glad it's here. If you guys have any other details to add, or if you disagree with this theory, then let me know in the comments below.
With everything.
I read all comments, despite how many of them I get these days. If you want to support the channel further and get access to a boatload of custom Warhammer hentai, then consider jumping on my Patreon.
I demand new pants now. Okay, hopefully there's gonna be no jump scare here. Skaven Great Clan, the many kinds of rat. Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Warhammer has a lot of rats. There's plenty of normal rats to go around in any of the settings, because be it the 41st millennium or the magical mortal realms, these little critters are hard to get rid of. It's so far only Alberta that has managed to remain free of them in real life. In 40k, there's ratlings, which are granted actually hobbits, but rats in the name and they're little fellas, so they still kinda count. And of course, there's the Skaven, the premier ratman of Warhammer Fantasy and Age of Sigmar, and one of the more unique things GW has ever created. God bless the people that decided to give rats machine guns, because that's very fun. But even these despicable morons have to have some form of organization. Their main idea for things may be throwing rats at a problem until it's solved, but they have to all have some vague agreement that a certain thing is a problem to do that. Thus, we come to the various clans of Skavendom. A few of them are different flavors of mad scientists, wielding either technology beyond the realm of sanity or creating the most horrific abominations that would make Frankenstein look tame. Others are sneaky ninjas, darting in and out of the shadows to achieve what they want. And more still subscribe to the time-tested method of outnumbering the enemy 100 to 1 and drowning them with pure weight of rats more than anything else. The clans of Skavendom are beautiful to behold in the way only absolutely horrid things can be. So let's take a look at the different clans of them you can expect to find in the Warhammer world. But before we start, a quick shout out to Minimaker, this video's sponsor. What's Minimaker make? They make minis, dude. It's in the name. 3D printed minis for playing tabletop RPGs or war games with that you could drop off the table and they'll be fine. Minis for displaying nice and pretty on your shelf. Minis that are on a budget but still look phenomenal. They've got a quality option for each of those choices, and you have plenty of options of minis to purchase. Just as good as their quality is how they get it to you. All of it's made to order, which means there's no need to worry about either a mini being out of stock or a scalper buying all the stock and then hoarding it like a dragon. You will get what you want, and it'll ship worldwide within 2 to 10 business days. I have waited longer for medical supplies than I did for the minis they sent me. That is not a joke. That is how good their shipping is. And if you have any questions or suggestions, you can reach out to them no problem and tell them what's on your mind. Is something missing from the store? They'll add it as a mini. You can make suggestions for minis to be added, and they will add them. If that isn't grade A customer service, I don't know what is. To get in on these phenomenal minis, it's nice and easy. Go to minimaker.com and start shopping. If you buy enough minis, you can even get points to buy more minis with, and if you use code Pancreas at checkout, you get yourself a 10% discount. Head on over to minimaker.com now, use code Pancreas, and get yourself some phenomenal minis today. Now then, time to invest in rat poison. To start off, I should say that there are untold thousands of Skaven clans even before we get to Age of Sigmar, where their numbers started reaching the singularity. Some of them are truly massive, numbering in the hundreds of thousands of rats. Others are just a few isolated vermin with maybe a single good thing going for them. Most of them, however, take influence from one of the great clans, which is what we'll be talking about today. It's not a hard-set rule that the Skaven clans are all copies of a greater one. There's one clan, Clan Rictus, that has its claim to fame in the form of tolls they force on anyone entering or leaving the Darklands. Another, Clan Scurvy, are exactly what you think they are, pirate rats. There are as many things for a Skaven clan to be about as there are Skaven clans out there, because while the rats love to steal things from everyone else, they also get up to plenty of wacky nonsense when left to their own devices. But the great clans, as you can expect from the name, have such massive amounts of influence that their cultures and more leak into the rest of Skavendom. So for the sake of simplicity, we'll focus today on those great clans, as well as one other particular highlight. Starting us off, we have... Welcome to Rat Raytheon, young engineering major. Say goodbye to your moral code and say hello to making new and exciting ways to detonate dwarfs. Fair's fair, though. The words Skaven and moral code were never together to begin with. Clan Scryer is the wealthiest Skaven clan out of all of them, and one of the 4 reigning great clans. Their power lays in both the realm of mundane technology as well as arcane might, and given how prevalent warpstone is in Skaven society, those things frequently overlap. To give you an idea as to how prolific they are, pretty much every Skaven weapon out there was created by these guys.
Why is your
Rattling
arm
guns,
like the size of my head?
Mortars, warp fire throwers, doom wheels that run down the enemy, artillery cannons that can destroy the moon. If it's anything more than a rusty spear, it probably came from a Scryer workshop. Don't take that to mean that Clan Scryer only makes weapons, though, because there's plenty of non-violent things they make as well, as much as a shocker as it may sound for a Skaven to make non-lethal creations. The warp lights that allow the rats to see in their tunnels are another invention of theirs, as is the warp rail that connects the entire
And
Under
hi,
Empire.
Wicked. How you
That's
doing?
right,
Hi,
the
Laws of
Skaven have
Anarchy. How you
subways.
doing?
It was Clan Scryer
Yeah,
digging
doing.
machines that excavated those rail networks as well. Clan Scryer is so powerful and rich because they make the things the lore doesn't focus on, those little things that you logically know need to exist, but they're boring, so they aren't really talked about. Their influence runs deep because of how widespread their stuff is, and though no Skaven clan has ever quite taken down all the others, Clan Scryer's in a position to cause perhaps the most damage if they went rogue, only matched by one other. Really, they could just stop selling stuff to everyone. The only people that might have the power to force them are the Grey Seers, given that they're the mouth of the Horned Rat and all that. Everyone else has to
Horned
pay
Rat?
top dollar for Scryer weaponry, because for all that it is still Skaven equipment and therefore prone to exploding, Scryer does good work. Would you rather be a Skaven clan with access to Rattling guns, or one banned from ever touching one of the things? That's how Scryer stays in business. I was tempted to say that Clan Scryer is one of the more dangerous Skaven clans to be a part of, but then I thought about it and that's an almost meaningless statement. All Skaven clans churn through rats like popcorn. That doesn't mean anything to say one is particularly dangerous. Instead, here's their specific way of getting themselves killed.
I was about to
Because Clan
ask, so
Scryer's all
are Skaven clans like just like number fodder? That's all they are?
on engineering projects, they naturally spend a lot of time researching. Now, even in the real world, sometimes things go wrong. Just look at the Demon Core. A slip of a screwdriver and everyone in that room became a dead man walking. Clan Scryer is that, but not only do the rats not care if you blow up, sometimes you blowing up is either the point or a happy accident they're going to put more research into. Health and safety protocols do not exist, for such things are not the Skaven way. Clan Scryer's research, even for the most mundane of things, involves a body count of the dozens, if not hundreds, and for some of this stuff, it's absolutely reaching the thousands. I would guarantee you that Rattling guns were tested on thousands of Skaven slaves before they were ever deployed to the field. And Skaven engineering being what it is, even the non-weapon things they create are probably rickety pieces of garbage that only work just well enough to be sellable to other rats. The life of a warlock engineer and his acolytes are one fraught with peril, not even from other rats necessarily, but from their own deranged experiments. Other rats...
Is it true what I heard that like Warhammer Fantasy is kind of like pretty much abandoned by Games Workshop?
That I don't really know.
When I was like picking out videos, that's where I saw like the videos being recommended to me. How Games Workshop has abandoned Warhammer Fantasy.
Really?
Yeah. But like Games Workshop, they don't, what exactly do they do besides like selling licenses? They don't really do much. They just sell licenses. That's it.
Yep.
It's a glorified license production company. They're not even the ones writing shit. It's like the writers are licensing to write it.
will, of course, also try to kill them the moment they look like their research is going to succeed, though. Why do all that troublesome research yourself when you can kill the guy who did, copy his notes roughly accurately, and take credit? But all of this is irrelevant. If a warplock engineer can make one moderately successful project, be it a weapon or something like those warp lights to assist the Skaven in day-to-day life with, he will be rich beyond his beliefs as he milks it for everything it's worth. More importantly for the whole, Clan Scryer will be able to profit from his inventions as they sell it to the rest of the Under Empire. 10,000 dead slaves and a few dozen dead warlocks.
40k is infinitely more popular, but like Vermintide, like out of fantasy, Vermintide is very popular too. It's just not being utilized though. Like, am I misunderstanding something? Yes, was supposed to destroy the setting, but Orc players held this line, so Games Workshop threw a fit and said Chaos won. Wait, what? Books and figures? They tried to move on to Age of Sigmar, but it wasn't as popular. I see.
Warlocks is nothing compared to the amount of warp tokens that can be raked in as a result of a new invention, and every Warlock wants to be the one to invent it and take credit for it, more importantly. And Scryer technology, for how unreliable it is genuinely more advanced than anyone else's. The dwarfs will occasionally use oil in some projects like their gyrocopters and the Spirit of Grungni, and they do have some
Sparkle Moon,
trains.
how you
The
doing?
Skaven,
How you
meanwhile, have
doing?
invented Skype, underground rail networks, and energy weapons. Even from their point of view, Scryer tech can be unreliable, but that's where the difference between people and Skaven comes in. A human army outfitting their soldiers with weapons that have a 1/3 chance of exploding would be seen as cruel and evil, as well as just wasteful. To the Skaven, who cares if they explode? As long as Scryer stuff kills at least a few enemies before it takes out your gunners, and it's almost certainly reliable enough to do at least that, it did the job it needed to. Of course, the likelihood of something going wrong tends to scale with how grand a piece of tech it is, but that just means you have to be farther away from it when it's deployed. And really, did you want to be next to the Warpstone
Ashley
nuclear
doesn't
bomb
have
when it
Tau?
went off anyways? Clan
Good.
Scryer is in fantasy ruled by Morse guitar.
Fantasy
There's not
doesn't
much
have
known
Tau.
about this rat, but as a member
gotta
of the
be
Council
honest,
of
I don't really
13, you can
fucking
safely
care
assume
about
he's
Tau.
incredibly smart, dangerous, and cunning.
Okay, question to everyone. Should I make Zen's hair blue like his character, or red like the people from Warhammer Fantasy? Because I'm kind of basing his character on her, on this class from Vermintide. I don't know. Only weebs care about Tau. Yes. Any kills are good kills to Skavens. Okay. Mm. I would say blue, but why not combo like red highlights? Blue fire hair would be badass. I'm gonna try it. I don't know if I can pull it off though. I'll try making blue flame hair. I just don't know if I'll be able to pull it off.
In fact, he's over 400 years old and once was able to declare himself the Emperor of Skavenblight during their second civil war. Scryer technology may be the only thing keeping him around, but at the end of the day it is keeping him around, proving his capability as an engineer. And by virtue of being a Skaven 400 years old, you can assume he knows how to handle any upstart underling acolytes that might try and take credit from him, or as it were, keep him from taking their credit. For one last thing, I would theorize that Clan Scryer interacts with non-Skaven non-violently more often than most other clans do, because the thing about Skaven research and development is that it as often as not it involves stealing stuff from the other races. If they can get their hands on a dwarf cannon, they don't have to go through the rigmarole of designing a whole cannon. They just have to jam it full of warpstone and see what happens when they fire it. So it benefits them to be, if not sneaky, then much more directed with their assaults. Non-violently interacting is definitely not the best way to put it, but essentially they aren't attacking you because it's part of a glorious scheme to bring about Skavendom's rise to power. Not just because of that anyways. They probably just want your stuff and are more than happy to kill you to get to it. The other mad scientist clan, this one being for the Frankenstein Fellows. An ancient clan, their origins date back as far as -1450 in the imperial calendar, when one of the surviving Skaven, after they accidentally blew up most of the Under Empire, marched northwards and founded the city of Hellpit. With the area being right on the border of Norska and therefore close to the Chaos Waste,
Wait,
all
so-
sorts of lovely abominations.
This might sound like a stupid question. So there are, like, obviously Skavens are mutated, right?
Yeah.
But like there are like Skavens that have mutated to a point of having multiple arms.
Uh,
I don't remember seeing a single Skaven with multiple arms.
not in the game, no. They have to buy it.
Yeah, so like my only knowledge of Skavens is from the game. That's it.
Right.
That's why I'm asking. Are you playing Ninja Gaiden?
No, I am playing Marvel, like I said I was.
Oh, you're trying to catch up my rank?
No, I'm doing my dailies.
Oh,
I'm not gonna
okay.
play rank solo.
Oh, okay. More or less, Clan Molder's weird. Oh, so there's like a whole, there's a specific clan that's like more or less mutated or something that, or more like mostly mutated compared to others.
Combinations can already be found here. The forebears of Clan Molder took one look at all these monsters and thought to themselves, how can we make them even worse? The capital of Hell Pit is rich with warpstone as well, further allowing them to do their grisly work. Clan Molder has sure enough become a great clan by virtue of how many different kinds of beasties they create in their lab to sell. Their packmasters will scoop up any suitably interesting creature they find and take it back to a Master Molder's lair to experiment on. An experiment is only the word I'm
It's 50-50 whether or not multi-arm in Clan Molder is a mutation or literally just getting stitched together with other rats. Ew!
Yep.
Most likely they grafted them on. Oh. Have you guys heard of like how like rats, like their tails get tangled? So they create like this mega rat ball. So is that basically molders? Mega rat balls?
Yes.
using because I can't really think of a better one. Torture is a good way to describe it in all honesty. They'll just poke and prod in a creature's insides, adding and removing bits to see what happens, and then when it almost inevitably dies, they'll round up another one and start over again. This is one of the more horrific of Skaven clans because of their focus on biological experiments. When Clan Scryer experiments with a new piece of tech, the danger is that it'll blow up in their face. When Clan Molder has a new formula for warp steroids to test, they're kidnapping animals and people to experiment on with. Though any clans can do it, Clan Molder is one that especially likes to go up and kidnap entire villages Dark Eldar style. One second everyone is going about their day, the next the village is a ghost town. The buildings are untouched, food can still be found half-eaten on plates, but all the people are gone, spirited away to Hell Pit to be turned into something horrific. Hell Pit itself is layered like a cake, or more accurately layered like hell in Dante's Inferno. 9 different levels of atrocities await anyone coming to this place, naturally getting worse and worse as you go down further. Just to get in, there's a river of lava you have to pass, guarded by a rat guardian who glows bright green with warpstone. After that, you start running into all sorts of nasties created by the smartest of master molders. To be quite frank, if you're here, you're either going to become one of those nasties or become food for one of those nasties. Though if you're real unlucky, you might get molded into the walls of Hell Pit. They can do that apparently, and yes, you are still alive and in agony when it happens. For what practical purpose this serves, I don't know, because Skaven aren't like the Dark Eldar in that they get physical and spiritual nourishment from suffering like that. I think they genuinely just like doing that to people. All of this is supported by Clan Molder selling their creations to other races. Everyone wants a kaiju on their side in a war, and Clan Molder is making, if not Godzilla, then at least a decent approximation of him with a
Is me learning about Skavens just gonna be me sitting and going, ew? With every single picture I see. It's like a more and more ew. The most riveting reaction to Skavens. Ew. Sounds like a Halloween candy mega rad.
ratty theme for flavor. The least impressive thing they export are just hungry rat swarms, likely slightly mutated at least by warpstone exposure and general experimentation. Though most Skaven can't actually control rats, some Molder Packmasters can and will send them scurrying towards the enemies of Skavendom for an appropriate price. Others are far more obvious in their value. Rat ogres are aptly named and can tear apart the enemies of the Skaven, as well as other Skaven, and Clan Molder charges a high price because of this. They know everyone wants one. Hell Pit abominations are the cream of the crop, costing the highest price but also being one of the most powerful weapons a Skaven warlord could hope to command. If you'll excuse some more theory crafting, I would have to assume that part of Clan Molder's marketability is that once you buy a creature, it's pretty low maintenance. Just throw it in a big enough cage or hole and feed it some Skaven slaves every now and again. Easy peasy. Whoever has to let it out when it's time for war is also probably getting eaten, but such is the life of the humble clan rat. Clan Molder is also perfectly happy to do custom jobs if you ask them politely and bribe them enough. Master molders are nothing if not artistic with the liberties they take when experimenting on living creatures. Maybe you want your monsters to be especially armored. Thicker skin and metal can be bolted onto it for just a measly few dozen more extra warp tokens. Maybe you want your monsters to also have guns. Well, that's gonna run you the big bucks since that was a clan scry or collaboration project, but Stormfeeds are wanted perhaps more than even rat ogres, so that can be done too. But maybe you're also a free-spirited rat and want your clan molder contact to do whatever he wants and show you the result. He's gonna happily march back to his workshop, spin a wheel a few times, and add whatever it lands on to his monstrous creation. You're either gonna get upcharged to high hell because he'll lie to you about the work that went in, or you may get a special discount for letting an aspiring artist work on his magnum opus. Either way, it's guaranteed to be horrific, and it'll probably be lethal to at least the first person you sick it on. The Skaven of Clan Molder themselves are an odd bunch, especially mutated by Chaos Waste energy as well as constant warpstone exposure, even by Skaven standards. Rampant hunger, extra limbs, and more are not uncommon to see, and sometimes the line between Clan Molder mutant and Clan Molder creation is functionally irrelevant. Throt the Unclean has 3 arms, warpstone jammed in his eye, and in his own words, endless hunger. The Pack Lord of Molder's Verminkin, who sits on
After the stream is gonna be, hey Lifu, what did you learn about Skavens? My response is gonna be, ew. No, I am not happy, Insanity. Thank you so much for the membership, Insanity.
Thank you for the 12 months, brother. 1 year.
How you doing today?
Yeah, how you doing?
the
Bless
Council
this
of
ravaged
13 is
body.
typically 2 rats sharing one lumpy, misshapen, mutated body. They frequently argue with each other and would no doubt try to kill each other if it weren't for the fact that aside from the 2 different heads, they've all got the same organs. Fratricide is a lot harder to pull off when it's also suicide. One last thing of note is that Clan Molder is the best place to be a physically frail Skaven. If you have brains, they'll support your endeavors, not because they actually care about you, but because a smart, if physically weak, Master Molder can still create profitable monsters. To be absolutely clear, this is not charity. If you can't immediately prove you're smart enough or capable enough in some way to make up for being a runt, you are now food for someone's monsters. But if you can quickly prove your brain is worth the lack of brawn, they'll probably keep you around. Master Splinter hasn't been the same since he took a trip to the Chaos Wastes and started smoking crack. Clan Eshin is the stealthy branch of the Skaven Under Empire, specializing in everything from hit-and-run tactics and war to high-stakes espionage and assassination. Calling any one Skaven clan the most feared is tricky because they can all do horrid things to you when crossed, but the threat of a Clan Eshin assassination is something that always hangs over any properly paranoid Skaven warlord's head. Founded by Lord Visktrin, who never got to see the heights his clan would reach on account of running into a dragon, Clan Eshin's forebears traveled far to the east to Cathay
for the support, Lucian.
there
Thank you so much for the support, Lucian. Oh my god. I feel like I was snoozing on the fantasy side lore.
A little bit.
Yeah. I kind of wish I would have like dove into it when I dove into 40k. I'm having so much fun with this. But yeah, thank you so much for the support, Lucian. We really, really appreciate it.
For reasons that I simply cannot fathom, some of them decided it was a good idea to teach these mangy, rabid, evil rats how to be ninja assassins. There was even lore that at one point a Clan Eshin member was an advisor to Cathay. The Dragon Emperor must have been on a bender when that was allowed. For a while they were thought lost to Skaven kind, but after a few hundred years they slunk back into Skaven Blight, set up a den, and became the chief spies and assassins of Skavendom. Clan Eshin, much like the rest of the Skaven, have 2 modes, but they're particularly pronounced with these guys. They have comedy mode and utter horror mode. For the former, where else but Gotrek and Felix displays it the best. When some Clan Eshin gutter runners tried to assassinate Gotrek and Felix, they barely made it to Gotrek. And this was in the early books, so it was before Felix was properly terrifying in his own way. Even in spite of that, the entire assassination attempt reads like a Three Stooges bit. Rats tripped over each other, tripped over furniture, tripped over Felix, tripped onto their weapons. The entire event probably only took about 20 seconds, and by the end of it,
orcs?
almost all of the rats were dead. Their leader escaped
never
only
mind,
to
not like
later be
orcs.
obliterated by Thanquol for the crime of being vaguely annoying to Thanquol. On the other hand, enter Deathmaster
Watch, like, all the
Snitch.
orcs fans
Deathmaster
get
Snitch
mad
is
at
like
me
a
for
rat
this.
version of the alien from Alien. He wields 3 swords of warpstone to super kill enemies dead. He can supposedly teleport using shadows and come out of them at will. He supposedly once assassinated an Empire official, yet the guy's door was locked the whole time and that was the only entrance, so how the hell did he get in? He supposedly
Don't worry
can be
about it.
anywhere at any time, and you'll never know. All of this supposedly talk is intentionally cultivated by Clan Eshin's higher-ups, because it adds to his terrifying reputation. Clan Eshin assassins completely unrelated to Snitch will carve his mark on the bodies of their targets just to further his legend. Presumably they don't complain about this because they're worried Snitch might pay them a visit for trying to rise above their station. For all that they are assassins, they do still have units to play as large groups on tabletop. Nightrunners are skirmishers that have been given the barest amount of stealth training and taught how to throw shurikens and pointy rocks at people. This training, mind you, includes stealing money from blind homeless people, and it has been noted that sometimes these homeless are apparently not only not blind, but proficient in martial arts. Clan Eshin is either rampantly incompetent on most levels or exclusively trains against out-of-work D&D adventurers. Feel free to assume whichever is funnier to you is true. Gutter
Both.
Runners, meanwhile,
Both
are when
is
a Clan
funny.
Eshin rat can just about
Yes.
grasp concepts like actually sneaking, and are therefore much more dangerous. They can be armed with more than just weapons. Poison is a common thing for them to carry, as well as nets to trip enemies up on the battlefield or in their rooms to make the kill all the easier. And of course, a full-blown Eshin assassin is where the jump from goofy rat person to Michael Myers if he was a rat occurs. In day-to-day life, Clan Eshin deals in information gathering as much as killing people. Information is a valuable commodity, especially in the treachery-ridden Skaven world, and Clan Eshin will sell out their services to spy on rival Skaven warlords to anyone who can meet their price. Of course, they also may be on the payroll of the guy you're trying to spy on, so caution is always warranted. The Council of 13 makes frequent usage of Eshin services, spying on those near and far for their interests. Their den in Skavenblight is a fairly humble thing, but no one knows what goes on inside of it. Any Skaven that wanders too close tends to disappear, and you can assume all sorts of Home Alone-style traps with a lot more lethality in mind absolutely litter the place. They appear incredibly unified by Skaven standards, but that might just be because we rarely see the inner machinations of the clan. When a Clan Eshin character makes an appearance in a book, they're just as cowardly as other Skavens, so they'll certainly still sell out their fellows to save their own skin. It might just be we don't see the dissent in infighting common in other Skaven clans because they hide it very well. It's a lot harder to be horror movie villains when everyone knows your group is just as full of bumbling morons as theirs is. Clan Eshin overall is a fairly mysterious clan with only so much to be discussed, but I want to make it clear that they are to the rest of the Skaven an utterly terrifying force. When the Second Skaven Civil War broke out, they were able to not only remain neutral in the conflict as a whole, but hired themselves out to all sides and make a profit without getting retaliated on en masse. In the first book of Thanquol's omnibus, he regarded the local ruler of Clan Eshin in Underaltorf as the greatest single threat he had to face, at least in terms of combatants. That is how terrifying the Skaven of Clan Eshin are to the rest of the Under Empire. And though it was end times nonsense, it was Deathmaster Snitch who snuck into Thorgrim's escape chamber and killed him because he left the door open. They really can be anywhere, and you may only know you've been targeted by Eshin when an assassin comes to snuff out your life. Oh, and they also really love poison. There's a rat named Ricketick that's compiled a way to kill almost everything in the Warhammer
Okay, I
world.
know we have
mostly
this guy in the game. The poison rat?
Yeah.
We have him in the game, right?
Yeah, the Globadier.
Whatever his name is.
Yeah, he's in the game.
Okay.
with poison. Funny thing is, he sat down with some Imperial scholar and casually told him all about his knowledge. I don't think he even killed the guy afterwards. He just really loved talking about his craft, and his craft happened to be poisoning people. That's oddly sweet, isn't it? At least by Skaven standards.
Poison. Leave my guy alone.
This is the other Skaven clan that provokes a sense of fear in Skaven outside of it. However, where Clan Eshin does it by having the potential to jump scare you at any given moment, the fear of Clan Pestilence comes from two distinct sources. One is their defining feature, that being their diseases, but the other is something I bet you didn't expect to hear shouted outside of 40k or maybe by witch hunters. Heresy. The most obvious trait about Clan Pestilence is their disease-ridden everything. The origins of the clan come during a period of expansion and migration. Their forebearers, whose original clan name is lost to time, ventured under the oceans themselves for generations. This was generations in Skaven terms granted, so like a couple of decades, but that's still a pretty decent amount of time. When they finally arrived at their destination, they realized across the ocean lay the land of Lustria. Lustria, the home of the lizardmen, is not exactly receptive to outside guests. The land itself is a murderous jungle like Catacan and 40k if the whole thing was also magical. Plus, the lizardmen are space marine-sized lizard people that can and will rip you apart for showing up. They lucked out on avoiding the lizardmen, but when they arrived at the ruined city of Ketsa, the local disease ravaged the clan. At a certain point, barely 100 of them remained, and from here the lore diverges into what I personally call the fun Skaven route and the GW hard-on for chaos route.
Hi,
In the
Bubba
fun
boy, how
Skaven
you
route,
doing?
they began
Bubba
worshipping
boy,
the
how you doing?
diseases that ravaged them. If these diseases were ravaging them so, it must be the Horned Rat's will, and so they would instead embrace this disease as the true aspect of their deity, that of a filthy, disease-ridden carrier of destruction. In the hard-on
Okay.
for chaos route, there was a great unclean one under the city they started worshipping as an aspect of the Horned Rat. Same end result, but one is more Skaven insanity and an alternative to Nurgle if you like diseases, whereas the other is more of chaos actually being the origin the whole time. Regardless, their numbers grew, they cultivated quite the knowledge of disease, and after a while they returned back to the old world and Skavendom proper. When they showed back up, they immediately demanded things like territory and breeding rights because Skaven are awful, massive amounts of warpstone as tribute because Skaven are greedy,
Hey, Luna,
and a
how
seat
you
on the
doing?
Council of 13
Hey, Luna,
because
what's
you
up?
might as well shoot for the moon. Predictably, everyone told Clan Pestilence to piss off. Rather less predictably for the Skaven, Pestilence responded with biological warfare and swarming them with plague monks. Initially, it was expected that Clan Pestilence could be swiftly dealt with via the old reliable method of rattling gun spam. Then the disease got worse. Then Clan Pestilence obliterated an entire clan in the Southlands. Then hundreds of clans switched over to Pestilence's side. Of course, this is still a Skaven civil war. Much like their engineering, things will go wrong at any possible chance, and in this case it occurred when Clan Eshin had nearly every clan warlord of those that sided with Pestilence assassinated. With this rather upsetting turn of events, Pestilence pleaded for a meeting. It was granted, and the Lord of Pestilence, Plague Lord Nurglich, even managed to actually reach the Council of 13 through the swarm of assassins they sent his way. He was allowed to challenge for a seat on the council, and when he threw the weakest council member off the top of a tower, Clan Pestilence was allowed a seat and became one of the great clans. They would go on to be responsible for the near destruction of both the Empire and Bretonnia through the Black Plague and Red Pox respectively, though both examples eventually also burned through the Skaven ranks at the height of their campaigning and eventually resulted in a second Skaven civil war. This one was resolved with the Horned Rat personally coming in to make sure everyone almost started behaving, but Pestilence kept their status and power they had gained up to this point. Yes, by the way, you heard that right. The Black Death in Warhammer Fantasy was caused by rats. Just so happened to be on purpose this time around. Clan Pestilence is perhaps the Skaven clan least concerned with personal glory. Oh, to be sure, they will take credit for themselves, but at least amongst characters like Lord Skrulk, they'll try and do things for the glory of Clan Pestilence and themselves. To them, the Horned Rat is especially worshipped, as he is their sickly master who will bring ruin to all those who deny his plagued gifts. Working somewhat together will bring the ascension of not only him, of course, but Clan Pestilence as well. This is where the second part of fear against them comes in. Most Skaven view this as a highly heretical stance to take, breaking tradition with how the Horned Rat truly is to be viewed. The problem is Clan Pestilence is, if nothing else, powerful enough to keep themselves around after two massive civil wars, so one way or another, calling them heretics in the street and trying to kill them will just result in that Skaven's death. The other more obvious thing is that they're so disgustingly filthy and disease-ridden that standing near them can cause you to melt into sludge. Non-pestilent Skaven are no safer from this than other races, so it's also for practical purpose that this clan is kept at an arm's reach. Clan Pestilence will occasionally try and cook up some super plague to infect the world with, such as
Super
with the Red
plague.
Pox or Black Death. They tried it in Nuln, but that was during a Gotrek and Felix novel, so you can guess how that panned out for them. When it's time to come out in force, however, they rush down their enemy with countless infected rats that are actually bolstered by their diseases, and the rabid fervor of Clan Pestilence means that they'll run away far later than most other Skaven would. In the end times, this is how they took down the Lizardmen. The magical defenses set up were perfectly tailored to prevent any demon from invading the continent. They were not, however, set up to prevent millions of rats fresh out of Asmongold's basement from invading the land of the
no!
lizards.
Damn.
For a final note on them, the obvious connection I brought up pretty quickly. Nurgle.
wait, is-
There's a weird relationship
is
between
Asmongold
Pestilence and
a
Nurgle,
Skaven
and indeed
then?
how much he's involved is up for debate. There is that whole thing about a great unclean one essentially creating Clan Pestilence, and for God's sakes, the leader of Clan Pestilence has, to my knowledge, always been called Nurglich, followed by whatever number of Nurglich we're on. On the other hand, the Horned Rat has repeatedly entered the mortal world, and Clan Pestilence is still allowed to exist. You might say that maybe Nurgle's too powerful for him to interfere, but Nurgle was at home and the Horned Rat was in their face. I see no reason that he couldn't interfere if that's what he truly wanted to, and get rid of the clan. So instead, here's some ideas for you to think about. Maybe Nurgle did start Pestilence, but as a disgusting asshole rat, the Great Horned Rat sort of adopted them, and now they feed him. Maybe that was never the case, and the Great Horned Rat was always their daddy. Or maybe it's a sort of team project between Nurgle and the Horned Rat. Skaven have worked with others before, and
That
they joined up
sounded
with Chaos
funny.
in the end times to save their own skins. Of course, betrayal is inevitable if that's the case, but that's just more Skaven shenanigans to be had. And whatever the specifics,
Damn,
Clan
yeah,
Pestilence seems to
damn.
be here to stay. Keep your toilets close by, friends, because diarrhea is sure to follow these rats' footsteps. The final Skaven clan we'll talk about is Clan Moors. Now, I'm gonna describe them to you, and the thought might creep into your mind that, holy shit, these are Skaven good guys. False. Incorrect. Remove that notion from your mind. There are no Skaven good guys. Such a thing does not exist. The Skaven of Clan Moors are, however, perhaps the closest thing they've ever come to having something resembling a functioning code of ethics and morals. Best way to put it is while the Skaven as a whole are chaotic evil, Clan Moors is lawful evil. The Skaven of Clan Moors, even those from once rival clans, usually end up praising the leader of Clan Moors quickly, Lord Nodwell. As a member of the Council of 13, it's a safe if wrong assumption to make that Nodwell is using all sorts of tactics, from fear to bribery and coercion, or even magical means to keep his clan so loyal to him. In reality, Clan Moors has discovered something the rest of the Skaven have yet to conceptualize. If you treat your basic clan rats with something almost resembling decency, they will support you over the assholes who throw them into the grinder with a rusty pipe and a command to either fight and maybe die, or run and definitely die. And if you arm them almost halfway acceptably, they can fight better. In Clan Moors, if you can be in any way useful, they will find a use for you, and rewards to fit that use. Only traitorous or truly feeble Skaven will be found as Skaven slaves amongst Clan Moors. Treachery, speaking of, is actually frowned upon. If you stab your superior in the back and ruin a battle plan, you're getting sent to the slave pits. Of course, if your commander is
Right, this is like, this lore genuinely kind of reminds me of. Now, probably we'll get a lot of shit for this, but it kind of reminds me of the sisters. I don't know why.
actually incompetent, or you can make him appear incompetent, then by all means see him killed. Clan Moors aren't good guys, remember. There are still plenty of Skaven slaves to be found there. It mostly reminds me of a Skaven version of Spartan-style training in regards to how they view treachery. If you can get away with it, you're probably more cunning than the last guy and deserve the spot. But for the non-Skaven slaves, Clan Moors is downright accommodating. Even the basic clan rats are allowed to live in decent-ish barracks and are given weapons and proper training. This has resulted in several things going for them that have caused Clan Moors to have a rather triumphant rise to power. In-house, Clan Moors quickly gains the loyalty of any Skaven they capture. Those that surrender immediately are allowed to become members of Clan Moors, and when they see the benefits it offers, they're happy to join. Because unwanted treachery is met with severe punishment, most of the Skaven in Clan Moors behave themselves more often than not. Out of house, part of the allure of Clan Moors is that a Skaven can hope for a better life.
Yep.
An actual proper career path of doing your job and being promoted through the ranks is entirely possible. It's worked so well that there's worries amongst the other
Like
council
here,
of
I thought like the Skavens, they're basically ruled by just going.
No, those are the lower ones.
Oh, so wait, the ones we fight in Vermintide, they're just lower caliber, like foot soldiers? Is that heresy I hear? Probably. If I say it's probably heresy, I'm gonna lie. Hi Nino,
So-
how you doing?
Only the common foot soldiers with like the wooden shields and like butter knives, those are the lower rung. The one with the armor is a little different. They're like mid grade.
Oh, okay. Oh, what about that assassin that kept humping me?
Same thing.
Lower grade?
Different clan.
Okay. Yes. Scaven slaves. Yes, Skaven slave and foot soldiers. Okay. And Skavens are cowards, so they have very successful recruitment.
13 members that even if they have Nodwell assassinated, Clan Moors will just pop out another Skaven to replace them, and things will continue on as normal for Moors. There's also the morale drainer of other Skaven realizing who they're fighting. Because more Skaven are actually trained, they tend to fight far more effectively and for far longer without routing. This has in turn given them some good early victories that give them a reputation as fierce combatants. This in turn makes people afraid of Clan Moors because they have a reputation for being fierce combatants, which is again at least partially earned. So when Clan Moors comes knocking, many lesser clans will outright surrender. This not only bolsters Clan Moors with more Skaven that will soon be trained to Clan Moors standard, but is yet another victory for Clan Moors to wave around and cow other Skaven into submission with. Their greatest feat yet has undoubtedly been their conquest of the lower levels of Carrick 8 Peaks. Known as the City of Pillars to the Skaven, it's become a vital hub of transportation across the Under Empire. Clan Moors controls at least the lower levels and will make any Skaven attempting to cross it or set up shop pay handsomely. It also means they're constantly fighting both Night Goblins and Dwarfs, owning the skills of this clan's military even further. Speaking of, when deployed to battle, Moors can do a little bit of everything, but they're most well known for their regimented and elite soldiers. Clan Moors' storm vermin are a cut above the rest, and even their lowly clan rats can fight in something resembling the cohesion of an Empire State troop company. Were it not for the end times, Clan Moors would very likely have been either a driving force in Skaven society for change, or at the very least the catalyst of yet another Skaven civil war. And if you don't mind me saying, I would bet that Clan Moors would be the first time the powers to be of Skaven Blight didn't come out on top. Clan Moors are not good guys. At their kindest, they don't view their fellows as comrades, but as tools to be cultivated, which is still leagues above other Skaven. Such as Queek Headtaker's relationship with Nodwell, that of a prized attack dog to be thrown at his enemies. But once again, it's far better than what the rest of Skavendom has to offer. As for Age of Sigmar, all the great clans have become types of clans, so now it isn't just Clan Eshin, for instance, but the Clans Eshin. They all still act the same way, though. A Skaven is still a Skaven, even if their branding has been diluted just a bit. The only odd man out amongst these clans is Clan Moors, who seem to have vanished. That being said, the clan's verminous seem to be the replacement, and indeed have the same basic shtick of Skaven clan that has better normal troops, so maybe they just rebranded themselves to celebrate the new setting. And those are the major clans of the Skaven. Some a bit more regimented, some a bit more technological, all complete and utter assholes. And remember, even the weakest of Skaven clans can be found right underneath your house at this very moment. Thank you as always to my wonderful channel members.
I'm just really surprised how organized they are.
They're really not.
I don't know. It still sounded like they're way more organized than I thought. I thought there's like literally no organization. They're just driven by like, let me just like create chaos. That's like their only drive. So it's already a lot more than I expected. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, Skaven weapons, the worst kind of creativity.
The Skaven, a wonderful race of the worst beings possible, led by a council of somehow worse rats, and then topped off by worshipping a god that's even more the worst. Every last one of them is a monster, and out of all the ones you can say to have something resembling decent qualities, which can be counted on one hand, none of them would make the Skaven an actual good person. These quote-unquote virtuous rats might appreciate other Skaven as a tool, but not really as a being. And for most of them, the Skaven by your side isn't a comrade to appreciate and watch your back, he's a threat to be wary of, and if you can help it, shove in the line of fire. Or even better, have him killed well before you reach the front lines. There's plenty of ways to achieve this. Having him implicated in a plot to overthrow another important Skaven is a great way to get rid of your rivals, and if that or any other clever schemes fail to work, you can
Wait. So if you don't like someone, the only thing you basically need to do is just convince them to go for power? That's all you gotta do?
Yes.
Yes. Bro, that would be so easy. fuck?
Always just stab them. But that's hardly productive. Offing a rival only gets rid of things. It gets rid of the rival, but also any use you can wring out of them before they die. Why not use them as target practice for a new weapon? Or better yet, have him hold the weapon. At the experimental stage, it'll probably blow up and leave the living target unscathed. Or even better still, turn him into a weapon. You think that exposable infantry are the only way Skaven throw the lives of their lessers away? Buddy, that is the tip of the iceberg. The Skaven have all sorts of weapons, creations, and abominations, and all of them were the result of countless Skaven slaves dying to let them be made. So join me today as we look at some of the standout Skaven creations, be they technological, biological, or even both. Don't worry though, all of them are the ultimate human rights violation. But before we start the video, are you perhaps a bit hungry? If you aren't now, I'm sure you will be sooner or later, in which case may I introduce you to Factor, the sponsor of this video. Factor is a food delivery service that takes all the stress out of mealtime. Instead of having to walk around the grocery store wondering what you want to eat, you get chef-crafted and dietitian-approved food sent right to your front door. No worries to be had about wondering what to make, making it, and then cleaning it up. You just get delicious and healthy food delivered right to your front door. All you gotta do is put the meal in the microwave for 2 minutes, and just like that, you've got something delicious to chow down on. All of the stress of cooking just like that is a thing of the past. There's some great juices and smoothies you can get too, which I highly recommend. And if you'd like a touch of something extra, Factor's got you covered. You can get yourself a Gourmet Meal Plus from them as well. It's just as nutritious as the rest of what's on offer and even more delicious. It really lives up to the name gourmet. And as you can see from me eating it, I am quite a fan of these bad boys. If you too would like to make your eating experience better than ever before, I've got just the thing for you. Head to Factor75.com and use code 50pancreas to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. That's Factor75.com and code 50pancreas for half off your first box and free shipping. If you want to eat healthier and easier than ever before, you could do no better than Factor, so order some today for some quality fine dining. Now then, go gadget rattling gun. As with most things, we're going to work our way up to the more phenomenal ones. And in fact, we're going to start with an invention that's so low-key it doesn't necessarily harm anyone. That's right, there's a Skaven invention made without murder in mind. Still malice in mind, of course. That's a constant. The Far Squeaker, also known as the item that any images of are going to just have to be pictures of cell phones or some shit for almost the entirety of this section, because art does not exist. The Far Squeaker is just a phone. It can be big, it can be small, but it is just a phone, which if I remember correctly even had a FaceTime function in a Gotrek and Felix novel. Invented by Clan Scryer, like most things on this list, the Far Squeaker is used for instant long-distance communication over any distance of the Warhammer world. It is just a cell phone. It is of course still made with malice in mind, because if the Skaven are making long-distance phone calls, they are setting up for an invasion or some other dastardly scheme. They're not inviting each other out to dinner. And because it's powered by Warpstone, as all things Skaven are, it's unstable as hell. If memory serves, the one Thanquol used blew up, which was somewhat to his relief because it meant the Council of 13 was done chewing him out for being himself. It can also apparently communicate across the multiverse, because when the Skaven used one during the end times, they accidentally talked to the Eldar. Not the High Elves, the Eldar. The voices that replied were described as elves but alien-sounding, which is the Eldar. You have surely seen an Eldar by this point.
So
they are just space High Elves. Though since it just said alien-sounding, it could have been the Harlequins or Dark Eldar for all we know. Apparently, if you try hard enough in fantasy, you can FaceTime Eldrad. Pretty much everything in this category is going to be made by Clan Scryer. First off is the humble Rattling Gun. The Rattling Gun is exactly what it sounds like. Imagine a Gatling gun, but the person at GW who designed this was probably giggling the entire time they were pitching it to everyone else with a name like that. What you do is you get one rat to hold the ammo and reload the thing, one rat to hold the gun itself and the crank, and then they point vaguely in the direction of the enemy and start firing. It can fire about 100 or so rounds a minute on average,
I remember
which is
those
actually
in
a
the
decent
game,
bit
though.
slower than the original Gatling gun, which based on a glance at the first page
easy
of
to
Google, could fire about 200 to 300 rounds a minute. Given that fantasy is set in an era of pike and shot weaponry, this thing might as well be the barrel of an A10 Warthog for the amount of it's putting out. The original Gatling gun also didn't have the advantages of being able to be carried by hand, nor did it fire bullets of solidified hell energy at people, so there's also that benefit. A single Rattling gun is the sort of thing that could in theory destroy an entire platoon of another faction's standard infantry, and for once I will say this is the sort of thing that even the elves can't just deflect away from themselves. Can they deflect the first bullet? Oh yeah, sure. Swordmasters of Hoeth are cracked. Can they deflect the 99 after it is where the problem lies, to say nothing of the fact that there is never just one Rattling gun shooting at you. I mean, for a while they were sold in kits of 2, and now they're sold in kits of 3, so on the tabletop at least you were forced to contend with 2 at a minimum. And what you will notice is a running theme for everything Skaven produced, this thing is hardly the poster child for reliability. The crank might get stuck, the ammo might jam, it may just fall apart, and of course, it might blow up in the face of the rats wielding it. Warpstone is the most volatile substance in Warhammer, as is fitting for something that's solidified chaos. The rats wielding it run the risk with every shot that the thing's gonna blow up in their faces. That being said, the Skaven who use this thing are no doubt happier than just about anyone else in a Skaven army. The risk of this thing blowing up is far better than the guaranteed death of being the first clan rat to engage the enemy in melee, and at least in 4th edition AOS, each gun fires 3d6 shots at the enemy. That means you can hang tight in the back line and fire away. It is a shame that you can't overcharge them anymore, though. That was a fun mechanic that gave the Skaven more flavor, which is presumably why it got cut. Anyone who complains about the issue of that being unbalanced can go to hell. No one plays Skaven for their competitive status. We play Skaven because funny rat guys. There are 2 main other variants of the Rattling gun, which is pattern repeated for another weapon we'll be talking about. The first is the Rattling Warp Blaster. It's a Rattling gun on a little wheeled platform pushed around by other Skaven while one of them sits on a chair and shoots. This thing, thankfully, does still have the more Warpstone bullets ability that normal guns have had taken away from them, which means you can double your shots if you don't mind the possibility you'll blow up. You should be doing this at every possibility, because even if it blows up, you both doubled your firepower and had a fun time doing it. The final variant comes to us from Vermintide, where a single Storm Vermin can hold 1 rather than requiring 2 rats to carry it. It does far less damage than a normal Rattling gun, but as a trade-off, only 1 rat needs to hold it. That rat is more mobile, and it fires far faster. Using one of these well in versus mode can either pin an enemy team down while someone else moves into position, or if you line your shots up right, you can mulch through their health after enough time. Rattling guns are overall probably the Skaven weapon that puts the user at the least amount of risk, and they're probably, again, the happiest weapons team around. Out of all the ways a Rattling gun can break, I'd wager they have the least destructive potential ways to do so. A jammed gun doesn't always just explode in your hands. A jammed flamethrower is perhaps worse, given Skaven engineering. Speaking of flamethrowers, though, warp fire throwers. These are one of several weapons that came about because the Skaven really despise having to deal with dwarfs. A dwarf has thick armor at even the lowest of ranks, and certain units like Ironbreakers are wearing Gromrel armor which can deflect a clan rat's rusty sword he found in the garbage with ease. But as it turns out, warp fuel can melt dwarf beams with incredible ease, and even if it doesn't, a warp fire thrower can cook an entire line of dwarf infantry inside their armor. Warp fire throwers are often used to break up defensive positioning, similar to stories of US Marines clearing out Japanese bunkers with them during the Second World War. Unlike real-life flamethrowers, however, warp fire throwers operate on Call of Duty logic. To be clear, I am no weapons expert, but as I understand it, shooting a flamethrower is like shooting a car's gas tank. Real life isn't Hollywood, so it probably isn't going to explode. Especially with a flamethrower, there's a process that needs to happen before you can shoot fire at someone. But warp fire throwers are made by the race with very lax health and safety protocols and powered by the ever-present Warpstone. If an Imperial rifleman gets a lucky shot off, he can start a chain reaction across a unit of these things that leaves them all dead. Nevertheless, this is once again seen as a better option than being a melee clan rat, because at least you're distanced a bit away from the enemy, burning them alive. They fail all the time and kill their operators as often as the enemy they kill, but they're so effective when they work that no one's gonna care about that. Let loose with the fires of hell and pray to the horned rat he isn't gonna find you exploding funnier than the enemy being lit on fire. As with the Rattling gun, there's also a one-handed variant in Vermintide, and in another similar vein, you can't overcharge it at the risk of blowing yourself up in Age of Sigmar anymore because Skaven players are oppressed. This thing in Vermintide Versus can also be a brutal killing machine, although I have to say I much prefer the Rattling gun.
So not only they stopped working on fantasy, but at the same time they're also screwing them over. Specifically Skavens. That's kind of fucked up. I'll be pretty mad.
Yep.
Hi, Bob. How you doing?
Hey, Bob.
The warp fire thrower does more damage and can hit the entire enemy team if they're grouped up, but you have to get closer to the enemy to do that. I'm playing a Skaven, man. I don't want to do that. I want the other assholes on my team to be up close and personal. All of these weapons so far have one big problem though, and it's that they're bulky and obvious weapons that can be dealt with by taking cover. There's no disguising a rattling gun. It's pretty obviously a gun, even if the specifics of it might be beyond the infantryman looking at the thing. Get behind a big enough dirt mound when it fires and you're good. Even a warp fire thrower can conceivably be blocked with strong enough materials. If you're behind a metal wall and some asshole fires a flamethrower at you, you're probably fine as long as you aren't in some small metal cube that'll cook you alive. Don't take cover inside the brass bowl and you're good. But you know what everyone needs to do no matter who they are or where they are? Breathe. Enter the second weapon great for murdering dwarfs in particular, the poison globe. It's honestly the least complicated invention on this list. It's just a glass ball filled with poison gas. The Skaven who throw it at the enemy wear gas masks and protective clothing, but the poison can still kill them. And yes, this thing is normally thrown. Isn't that the best kind of chemical weapon? The kind where you just huck it and hope the wind isn't blowing in your direction? Because as you could expect, aside from the glass ball this thing is contained in being as fragile as, well, glass, this weapon can be defeated by a strong gust of wind. That being said, and while the clothing of a globadier is very obvious and recognizable, there's only so much that can be done if conditions favor the rat. You need to breathe. The poison globe turns the air to poison. Maybe you think you can hold your breath, but if you're in active combat, you're probably going to be huffing and puffing from the exertion. And if you think being in close quarters combat with the other Skaven means they aren't going to throw the globes at you anyway, you're a damn fool. And if you're in an enclosed building, just forget about it. In one of the Gotrek and Felix books, a dwarf is in an outpost and hesitates to call the alarm because he knows it'll be certain death from the Skaven all around him. He does so anyway because he's a true Dowie, and then his little cutscene ends with poison filling the room, if I remember correctly. It's warpstone-based poison too, because of course it is, so even if you somehow survive, get ready to mutate a little bit, buddy. Since the crucial flaw of this weapon is that the range is however far some malnourished rat can throw it, the Skaven decided to come up with a way to improve upon the design. Their solution was the Poison Wind Mortar. While this is another weapons team, and therefore requires two Skaven to wield effectively, this is made up for with a far greater range and payload. A mortar can fire farther, and you can jam as many globes down the barrel as fit in it. Now naturally, this introduces the possibility of a whole lot more mechanical issues, as you would expect of firing a glass orb out of a rusty tube. While they do need to get reasonably close and the globes are fragile, as long as the Skaven globadier holding one of the globes has steady hands, it ain't that bad. The mortar, meanwhile, might blow up, or the glass might shatter in the tube, and now the rats loading it are gonna suffocate because Skaven protective equipment is shit. Or it'll totally miss because it's held together with hopes and dreams and instead fire directly into the massive clan rats in front of the weapon team. Admittedly, not a single Skaven other than the clan rats will actually care, but it's generally preferred if your weapons hit the enemy and your fellow rats at the same time. It's by no means the most complicated of weapons around, but as I said, it's one of those things that at least in lore is pretty difficult to survive a hit from. If the winds favor you, or if you have a celestial wizard to make the winds favor you, you're golden. If they don't favor you and there's no lore of heaven's mage around to lend a hand, you're dead. Moving on from projectile gas, we have projectile vomit. The Plague Claw catapult is the finest of Clan Pestilence engineering, which means it's a catapult made of rotten wood that fires what looks like a puddle of congealed vomit at the enemy. Supposedly it also flings warpstone, but looking at the model, this is just vomit. When it hits, it'll crush whoever the projectile lands on and infect the rest of the unit with all sorts of nasty diseases, because anything that comes from Clan Pestilence is going to weaponize the bubonic plague, like the Mongols catapulting dead bodies over the walls of cities they didn't like. There really isn't much to say about it, but I can't not mention it. It's great fun to use in Total War and tabletop, because flinging a diarrhea and vomit jungle juice bomb at your enemy is the most horrid kind of satisfying. From the same modeling kit that makes this thing, you can also make the Warp Lightning Cannon. Clan Scryer is a very advanced group of beings.
What's happening to his audio in the video,
and as such,
though?
they can make some dreadfully terrifying things when they put their mind to it. This is one such thing, because in the setting where the average tech level ranges from medieval times to slightly beyond the Renaissance, this thing is an energy beam cannon. Firing a concentrated beam of warp lightning into the foe, this thing will obliterate most everything that it touches. In spite of best being used against large creatures in Total War, on the tabletop and AOS, this thing is pretty good against everything. 2d6 auto wounding on hit attacks can ruin the day of a whole lot of things, and you get a guaranteed extra attack if you babysit it with a scryer hero. Doing so, granted, means it might blow up, but once again, we are Skaven players here. Take your sensitive ass back to the cities of Sigmar if a little
colored the wrong
tomfoolery is too
thing
much
into
for you.
flesh
If you
color.
think a laser cannon seems
Oh, no.
excessive, then
Curse.
consider that during the end times, Ikit Claw built one large enough to destroy the moon
Stupid.
Morslieb. Just shattered it like
No, you're not.
glass. God
Oh, no, that's pretty
bless
stupid
that
what I did.
insane rat scientist. And the final scryer piece of true overkill we have is the Doomsphere. It's a nuclear bomb, that's it. It's powered by warpstone, it's about as stable as a Skaven nuke sounds like it'd be, but it is just a nuclear bomb. One was planted under Altdorf, but it was disarmed, and in Total War you can drop them on people at your leisure if you choose Ikit Claw as your starting legendary lord. Remember, the Skaven exist in a fantasy setting. To round us off, here's a bit of a lightning round. A Warplock Jizail is a sniper rifle, that's all you really need to know. A Warpvolt Scourger is similar to a Warp Lightning Cannon, but leans more into the lightning than the energy blast
What the
side of
heresy
things.
did he just
and
say?
the Warp Grinder is a big drill a weapon team of rats can use. On the downside, you have to get into melee range with it. On the upside, I've seen Gurren Lagann. God only knows what
Hydrate,
can happen
okay.
if the Skaven discover how to manifest spiral energy.
Hey Miles, how you doing?
But though Clan Scryer makes all sorts of wonderful technology, they're not the only ones making weapons. They're just the ones that make weapons that aren't alive. Clan Mulder has quite the impressive display of horrific things to deploy to the battlefield as well, because they are the biological division of Skaven society. What happens when you rip a person apart piece by piece? What happens when you replace the parts you ripped off with parts you ripped off an ogre? What happens when you add warpstone to the resulting abomination? All of these questions and more Clan Mulder seek to answer, so they can find the perfect specimen to throw at people who bother them. One small thing they make
I mean,
use
if
of is
it works,
giant
it
rats.
works, right?
Small on the scale of the atrocities committed here, of course. These things are about the size of large dogs. Their purpose is therefore largely the same as war dogs. They can be used to sniff out the enemy or jump on top of them and start biting. The Skaven can also deploy rat swarms, which are a lot less impressive individually, but when 200 rats swarm you and start nibbling on your bits, the terror will strike regardless.
What kind of
These
bits,
things are
though?
absolutely kept in horrid conditions to make them
What
extra
exactly are
vicious
they
when it's time
nibbling
for
on?
battle, because even when biological augmentations aren't strictly speaking involved, these things are still horrid. There's also the wolf rat variant, which is a cross between a rat and a wolf, at least in
What?
appearance. Same general purpose as a war dog, though. From there, if you get a big
Wait,
enough rat,
wait. Skavens didn't combine stuff with like other animals, or did they? I thought Skavens would, like, when they do the mutations, they only combine like with other rats. Am I like missing
No.
something? Or did they experiment with other species? Hi Masuda.
They were kind of like all over the place.
Did you save? Oh shit, no. Apparently, I don't save in the game, and I don't save the drawings. I'm smart. Smart. They did? Oh. That's what they're nibbling on? Wait, what? They use humans as well? Oh, ew! Boulder is weird. Well, what are they? Oh! Are they nibbling on private parts?
No.
All of them are saying, what are they nibbling on? Yes. What are you?
All of it, everything.
Oh. My mind went like a dark, twisted path.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
Really?
Nobody breaks the law on my watch!
Immer help out in this goal. We need lore.
Aw, thank you so much for the support, Wyatt.
Thank you for the support, man.
Yes, it is what they're nibbling on. Oh, okay. So okay. They're nibbling on everything. Okay. Hi, Aaron. How are you doing?
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch!
Clan Mulder
you
works
doing,
with
Aaron?
many creatures. Sweet innocent human sheathing.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch!
Gimme a second. This'll take a bit.
Bruh. At least wait a little bit.
Yeah, wait a little bit.
Thank you so much for the support, Wyatt. Thank you so much for the support. Ushin, we really appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, thank you guys for the support.
Everything means everything, even the butthole, like a dirty butthole.
Huh?
They said they nibble on everything.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch!
Just hang on.
Just hang on.
Bruh. A
Bruh.
bit tired and getting over a cold. Oh, ew, yeah. Guys, all of you, like, be careful right now. It's like the season of the cold.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad right now. Okay. I need my hair color.
Hair color.
Yeah, I need to make my hair color on the model a little less dark, I think. Should I make my hair color less dark? Or is this fine?
It's good.
You get a brood horror. If a giant rat being experimented on mutates enough and eats the rest of its litter, you get one that's the size of a truck that Clan Mulder likes to use as a mount. The most famous thing they've made is easily the Rat Ogre, or as I blurt out when I'm getting jumped by one in Vermintide, the Roger. A Roger is not necessarily made by crossing an ogre with a Skaven, although that has certainly happened. Covered in stitches and bulging with muscle, they look like if Frankenstein had a theming of rats. Unrelated, but piss off, person was about to comment about how it's Frankenstein's monster. Victor Frankenstein made the monster, and you take your parents' last name. The monster only having the one parent, his name is therefore Frankenstein. With the strength of an ogre and rage instead of actual thought, these things are a bitch and a half to contain and transport, and even more of a bitch to fight. They're one of, if not the single most...
Wyatt.
Thank you so much for the support, Wyatt. We really appreciate it.
Yeah.
exported creation Clan Mulder has to offer, because everyone wants to throw these things at their enemies. Sometimes an enterprising Master Molder will graft weapons and armor to the thing, and no, I don't mean suit them up, I mean bolt metal plates to them. And if they're feeling real spicy, they can make a Bonebreaker Rat Ogre. These things are often used as mounts by warlords, at least in Total War, and they're easily able to crush through entire formations of units on their own. Moving up the Roger hierarchy, we have the mighty Storm Fiend. It's not always that the Skaven fight each other. They do sometimes cooperate, even if they're cooperating with the intent of either using the end product against one another, or trying to take the credit for the group project all to themselves. In one such case, Clan Scryer and Mulder looked at a Rat Ogre one day and thought, what if it had a gun? And that is how we got Storm Fiends. Initial testing was a bit of a swing and a miss, because while Rat Ogres certainly don't lack for strength, they aren't the most intelligent of creatures. They're somewhere between a brick being thrown through your window and a man tweaking out on meth on the IQ scale. Attempts to make the Rat Ogre itself smarter,
like 20
however,
years
failed on just about every front. It either didn't work or killed the creature, which is just a worse way of not working, because now you only have a big corpse left for your efforts. Eventually, Throt the Unclean got things to a point where the beast did become smarter, but it also became less violent, which is also a complete failure. So, going back to the drawing board, Throt decided to graft Molder Packmasters to the nervous system of the Proto-Storm Fiends. This did allow the creature to control weapons and gain intelligence, since they were in a really messed up way being puppeted by the Packmaster, but the Packmasters were about as happy as you'd expect with this arrangement and tended to make their grievances known rather violently. Frustrated but refusing to give up, Throt decided that if he couldn't make the Rat Ogre smarter, and grafting someone onto it usually resulted in an impromptu fistfight with them, he decided to just grow his own Skaven. Somehow creating his own breed of Skaven that were semi-docile with massive brains, he fused them with the Rat Ogres he had and awaited the results. And it worked perfectly. The Rat Ogre, though still intensely violent, could be briefly controlled through the mini-rat on its back. When Throt had to figure out what weapons to give it to make it noticeably more deadly, Ikit came around and proposed they work together. Initially, neither side were happy with the agreement, and Ikit only proposed it because he needed to make something good to appease his superior. But they were surprisingly great partners, as Throt and Ikit's genius in their respective fields, as well as surprising insight into each other's, saw the now completed Storm Fiends armed with the finest weaponry Clan Scryer had to offer. On the tabletop, they can be armed with poison globe launchers, warp fire throwers, and rattling guns, as well as some melee options, but in lore, anything is fair game. Grab whatever's lying around and get creative. Morality went out the window the moment we started talking about the Skaven. Who gives a shit? Storm Fiends sold so quickly that Scryer and Mulder couldn't keep up with their orders no matter how quickly they tried or overcharged their buyers. The two clans made a lot of money, and the Storm Fiend was introduced into the Skaven armies to wreak havoc on both the nations of the world and your gormless ass when you get jumped by one in Vermintide. And the final tier of Rat Ogre is a unique one. Grey Seer Thanquol is no mere rat. He is the greatest Skaven to ever live. He, of course, requires only the greatest of rat ogre to ever live for his own personal mount. Initially, these were largely Clan Molder creations, but after the introduction of the Storm Fiend, we see the Bone Ripper he now rides into battle to this day. A towering monster with 4 arms and weapons on each to match its size, there's almost nothing that can defeat this thing, in theory. In practice, a Bone Ripper's life expectancy can be measured in hours. Gotrek and Felix have a habit of butchering them whenever Thanquol brings one along, and if I'm remembering correctly, Thanquol ended up eating at least one of them. But in spite of this, a Bone Ripper is to Rat Ogres and Storm Fiends what the Ultramarines are to Space Marines, and should be respected and feared as the greatest threat of all on the battlefield. Right until the 4-foot-tall death-bound hurricane that is Gotrek Garrison rolls up. Then you can safely assume it's going to die quickly. There are a couple of other creations of Clan Molder as well. A Chimerat is a horrid fusion of a Hydra and Rat, for instance. There's also the Brood Terror from Age of Sigmar, and to be honest with you, I have no idea what I'm looking at here. It's big, it has a gun, I'm like 85% sure it's bipedal, and if I saw it lumbering at me, I'd shit myself. But nothing, perhaps not even the long and storied Bone Ripper bloodline, can hold a candle to their ultimate creation, the Hell Pit Abomination. See, Clan Molder is based out of the city of Hell Pit that borders the Chaos Wastes. Custom crafted initially from giant burrowing worms, but also quite frequently from whatever lumps of flesh a Master Molder can get his hands on, these things are a sight to behold in the worst way possible. If you watch them move in Total War, you can see them struggling to just be alive, and once they get into combat, they don't so much as fight as flail all over the place and crush whatever happens to be in the way. They've got multiple heads, they're too disgusting and big to move on their own power, so they
This is some good design though. Like, if you disregard all the nastiness, right? This is some good ass design over here.
Yeah.
Let me make sure you guys can see it like better. Let me just drop it in the bigger size so all of you can enjoy it. Oh, okay, there it is. I'm failing. Here. I'm failing. How am I failing so bad right now? Here.
You're vibing, honey.
This is really nice. Right?
Yeah.
Sick. And whoever designed it probably should get checked up on.
Actually have wheels and engines grafted onto them, and the warpstone and chemicals pumped into them make them constantly mutate even mid-fight. They also heal like trolls, and if you kill one, there's so much crap going on with them that on the tabletop there's a 1 in 6 chance that it'll just keep going. The rule is called Too Horrible to Die, which is probably the most fitting name in all of Warhammer history. There's also
Looks
the
beautiful.
Avalanche of Flesh rule, which is just horrible mental imagery. Hell Pit Abominations as models are rather tragically small nowadays compared to how the game has progressed. If there's anything in the Skaven range that still drastically needs an update, it's these bad boys. These things in Total War can fistfight dragons. They should be at least the size of an Imperial Knight in my opinion. Maybe they can make 2 versions. Keep the present one as a lesser version, and the new and improved model can be the Hell Pit Atrocity or something like that. I hope you don't think I've forgotten about the rat cars. The Skaven have 3 vehicles that I'll be mentioning today, 2 of which are tabletop options, and the third of which is just really funny. The first is the Doomflayer. This is a circular little ball of knives and hatred ridden by a single Skaven designed to crash through dwarf lines. The Skaven, if you couldn't tell, really don't like the dwarfs, and given that they both live underground, it only makes sense a large amount of their resources would be devoted to dealing with the beard things.
Oh, so it's
the
like
blades
Turf
in the middle
Wars.
constantly spin with the wheel, and they're overall fantastic at cutting through even heavier infantry. Not as much as yet another of Claw's inventions, though, the almighty Doom Wheel. Imagine a hamster wheel the size of a moving truck crossed
on my watch.
Skaven, the only faction who can war for 100 years against the undead but also almost destroy themselves multiple times.
Wait, what? Thanks so much for the support, Thomas. How are you doing today?
How you doing?
with that thing General Grievous drove in Revenge of the Sith. This thing is going to run you down, because let's be honest with what we're looking at here and admit that the basic principle of this thing is just vehicular homicide. Powered by a treadmill of either rats or Skaven slaves, this also empowers a warpstone battery that can shoot out bolts of lightning at the enemy. As is fitting for such an abomination, this thing is less piloted and more aimed roughly forward. These things can get stuck in the mud, spin in circles, or just fall apart, leaving the rat piloting it zooming forward at 60 miles an hour like a Looney Tunes character falling off a cliff. Sometimes they just stop because the rats and or slaves running to power it get tired, and once they stop, they're not starting again, so if the enemy has been thoroughly routed, that crew is getting executed. None of this matters. They do not exist for long-term engagements. They do not exist with the rider's safety in mind. They exist to go forward, rip apart an enemy line, and then if they're lucky, fire a laser into it for good measure. And the mighty Doom Wheel is unmatched in this field as a war machine. And our last creation, the pinnacle of Skaven technology, is a piloted artificial comet. The entire Vortex campaign from Total Warhammer 2, where the twin-tailed comet shone in the sky and all the factions raced to take control of the Vortex and Ulthuan because of it? Yeah, it was just a rat they flew into space to create a fake comet. They tricked everyone from the elves to the lizardmen with Sputnik from Wish.
No
God,
way.
I love these fucking rats. And those are the main highlights of the Skavens creations. And remember, folks, just because
What
it's
the
alive doesn't mean
fuck?
it isn't a weapon. Thank you as always to my wonderful channel members. You are the warpstone to my Skaven creation, the beating malicious heart of this incompetent malicious channel. If you'd like to support the channel, feel free to subscribe or become a member. Either way, thank you for watching and take care.
What the fuck? Okay. Okay, we have this one now. The Empire summoned the Elector Count, Warhammer Fantasy Lore, by Adeptus Ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Yes. The Orcs do it for Wa, the Skaven do it for the lows. Wait.
Welcome, everybody, to another episode of The Realm of Ridiculous, where DK takes up the mantle and teaches me all about Warhammer Fantasy.
Hey, Dumbbell, no, we're gonna forbid you from sticking around and watching the stream. Like, absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
What? Fun fact, the Skaven is the one race that will actually drive an orc to leave the battlefield out of sheer boredom. What the fuck?
Involving lizards, elves, rats, and trees. Before we get too started on that, go ahead and if you like the podcast, check out patreon.com/adeptusridiculous, where you can get access to the Discord server, bloopers, HD posters each month. It's great stuff. All the lovely
what color
things
are Skavens? Are Skavens gray? They're like grayish, right?
Yeah.
in the description.
Gray, skin
as well,
color, all that
check out
stuff.
orchidate.com where we get all of our wonderful merchandise, including dice, hoodies, shirt.
Should I make him gray? Or should I make him skin color?
All the posters of the year currently. Grab them while the year is still there. It's already August. Wow.
Oh, I hate that. Wow.
Yeah, it is. We blinked and it's gone. Check it all out.
2024 is over halfway over.
That is,
I mean, yeah,
whoosh.
2025.
Well
yeah.
over halfway over. That's, yeah.
Yeah,
So you ready for some fantasy stuff today, Bricky?
You're clapping.
You ready?
I think I'm pretty. I'm pretty ready. So I asked you before the episode started. I was like, for the most part, I was like, hey, the lizard thing was like kind of the.
I kind of like the other guy more. Not bad.
No.
I kind of really like the other guy's channel more. The horn rats, funniest, silliest clown thing fighting. Wait, what is this? Hold up.
Warhammer has a lot.
Walks in and turns right back out. What the fuck? Why? You left the stream? How dare? Have him be white since he looks old. Not old. Why are you saying he's old?
Old man.
A lot of characters in it. Shocking, I know. Also surely shocking to you is that people tend to like some of these characters quite a bit.
Wait, is this fantasy still? I see a rat, so I clicked on it. I want to make sure I picked the right thing. Witch Hunter. I know Witch Hunter is fantasy. Yeah, it's
I
fantasy.
myself,
It's a
of course,
rat.
am partial to the Prince and Emperor of Reichland, Karl Franz, but there's plenty of other characters that have cults of personalities around them as well.
If it's
Just
a
ask
rat,
someone
it's
who's read the Night
fantasy.
Lord's Omnibus. They'll scream at
I've
you about
decided.
Talos for so long you'll think you've ended up in Whiterun by mistake. Everyone will argue to you about why X character they like is actually the greatest fella to ever exist in Warhammer. It's just how it is. Even Iron Hands fans can somehow argue for hours about how Ferrus Manus is interesting. It doesn't matter how prominent a character actually is in these settings. They all have their rabid fans. But one stands above all of them. There can only be one character in Warhammer that is truly the greatest of them all, and in this case, that title does not go to an Ultramarine. For this character, we must delve deeper. We have to enter into the layers of Skavendom to find him, for where else can we find the greatest character if not in the greatest faction? From wizards of boundless power to warriors of unparalleled might, to even Gotchick and Felix themselves, the mightiest duo to ever grace Warhammer, all have been equally unable to rid the world of our true hero. The one, the only, Grey Seer Thanquol. In him you will find true bravery, courage, endless magical might strength, and only the finest of tactical strategic minds to ever be seen in the universe. Today, we talk about not just a silly rat man, but the silly rat man. But before we begin, allow me to take an educated guess. You either have or currently are using my videos to fall asleep. It's no worries, I do that with YouTube too.
I'm
and
not.
if you'd like some phenomenal sleep aids, you could do no better than Manta Sleep, the sponsor of this video. Manta
Oh, and just in case someone's using my stream to fall asleep. Wah!
Wow.
Sleep makes not just sleep masks, but the finest of sleep masks to ever grace this planet. When you pop one of these bad boys on, you're in for a world of comfort and easy sleep.
it's so
And I can vouch for it personally. I have a few of their sleep masks, and as of late I've been using the weighted sleep mask. It's a nice bit of pressure that helps me relax and fall asleep. The premium feel means that even though it's weighted, it's not at all an uncomfortable sensation, and I can adjust it as I need. For those of you like myself whose head more closely resembles a bowling ball than what most people have for a skull, this is a huge plus. But that's by no means the only thing they have. The silk sleep mask is
Archin,
one of the
how you
softest
doing?
things ever. There's
Hey,
two
Archon.
variations
I
of the
use his
sound
videos
mask
to
if you like to
sleep,
listen to
damn.
something as you fall asleep. Whatever your preference for sleep masks might be, Manta Sleep has one to suit your needs. If you'd like to get one of these bad boys, I've got just the thing for you. Using my link in the description and pinned comment and code Pancreas, you can get yourself 10% off your Manta Sleep order. Just click the link below and use code Pancreas for 10% off your order. Whether you're just taking a quick nap or turning in for the night, Manta Sleep can make the experience all the better, so grab yourself one of their masks today for a more restful tonight. Now then, time to pay respects not only to Thanquol, but Bone Ripper and his thousands of identically named brothers. Thanquol's origins aren't completely known, but by virtue of him being a Grey Seer, we can draw from what we know of them to make some reasonably educated guesses. Whatever clan he once came from, he was born with gray fur and horns growing out of his head, and so from birth he was already destined to become a Grey Seer. Becoming an apprentice
Just
to an
because of how
existing
he
Grey
looked?
Seer named Sleekit, he was a model apprentice to his liege, just as dutiful, studious, and loyal to Sleekit as any apprentice would be to their own Skaven master.
You're doing good.
To translate that, he was
Thank
dutiful
you
in trying to
for
get his fellow
the
apprentices
alert.
killed and framed for things, studious in all the ways he could potentially get his
American, how
master
you
killed so
doing?
he could take his place, and of course, loyal enough that when
And
his
thank you for
master
the
was
alert.
crushed to death, Thanquol stayed just long enough to watch him die and steal Sleekit's staff and amulet so he could become a Grey Seer instead. Naturally, yes, Thanquol played a part in his master's demise. He's a Grey Seer, of course he was involved in his master's death. His fellow apprentices were all done in on their own, though, or at least without Thanquol's direct help. In between his origin and Gotchick and Felix, not too much happens, but at some point in his life he was picked up by Seer Lord Kritislik, the head of the Grey Seers and a member of the Council of 13. Thanquol was specifically chosen by the head of all Grey Seers to be his top guy, so you know his life is going to be fun to read about. Now this video is going to be a bit more of me yapping about all things Thanquol has done, because I just like talking about the funny rat more than anything, so how about we get into his first appearance? At first glance, the title of the book does not bode well for him, I must admit. Skaven Slayer, a Gotrek and Felix book. Thanquol at this point was deemed to have enough importance to
Cyber,
the
how
Council
you
of
doing?
13 and Kratislik to
Hey,
be
Cyber,
given
what's
command
up?
of the Skaven invasion of the Imperial city of Nuln. The head of the Empire's engineering and gunpowder production, Nuln would be a great city to take down in any invasion of the Empire of Man. Thanquol was to lead the charge on this operation, and almost immediately he just couldn't help himself from being himself. Thanquol's initial plan to take over Nuln was, in all honesty, not a bad one. One of the heads of Nuln was, shall we say, not a fan of mutants even by Warhammer standards, but somehow in this insane man's mind, Skaven were okay to work with for a bit. They were outwardly bad, you see, whereas the insidious mutant lurks anywhere and should be dealt with first. This attitude led to him trusting Thanquol, a sentence that doesn't bode well for anyone. Thanquol's plan was to manipulate Fritz von Halstead, the
Hey,
individual
Brandon,
in
how you
question,
doing?
to eventually cause a civil war
Brandon.
in the Empire by
Hey,
way
Miles.
of getting Karl Franz's
Miles.
brother-in-law killed.
What
Fine
channel am I listening to? Pancreas No Work. Your name.
plan,
Let me
but
sleep. You can
unfortunately,
sleep tomorrow.
Gotrek and Felix tripped over it. At the time, they were working as sewer jacks and
Yeah,
patrolling
exactly.
known
You can
sewers,
sleep
not because
tomorrow.
they were specifically looking
It's
for
overrated
Thanquol, but
anyways.
because those two are in a perpetual state of having no money and needing odd jobs to get by. And eventually, they found Fritz
Food.
speaking to a Skaven, eventually found out his identity, and tracked him down and killed him. Thanquol's part in this was to fight Felix, watch as Gotrek ripped his pet rat ogre in half with a single blow, and then wisely chose to be anywhere but where those two were at. But the Nuln saga continues, friends. Thanquol, as any good Skaven leader does, had underlings, most of the important ones from the various great clans of the Skaven. Molder, Scryer, all the big hits. These underlings started coming up with plans to take over Nuln, which would be great for anyone else, but for a Skaven leader,
Yes,
that's
yes.
basically the end of the world. Those underlings will get the credit and alert the Council of 13 that Thanquol doesn't deserve to be in charge anymore.
Oh my god,
so
there's
Thanquol
still
starts
so much
mailing
work to do with this. I've been at it for 2 hours. There's still so much to do. I'm about to punch it. Little bitch it is. Can I get a slice of the brownie, please?
You can have mine.
You didn't have it?
No, I was gonna eat half of it.
Then why did I make it if you're not having it? Bruh.
Gotrek and Felix letters telling them about every single plan the Skaven are going to be working towards, because it can't be the Skaven that succeed, it has to be him, Grey Seer Thanquol, to take down Nuln. And because it's Gotrek and Felix, all of these plans are dealt with, some a bit less successfully than others, but nothing works well enough for the Skaven to take down Nuln. Clan Pestilence is going to spread some diseases with a super plague, better send a letter to the Dwarf and the Manling to go stop them. Clan Scryer is going to steal the steam tank, tell the dynamic duo to kill every rat involved. The best part of all of this is that Gotrek and Felix take a single look at these letters and go, a rat wrote this. This was clearly a Skaven that handed that to you. But they just shrug and listen anyways, because it keeps working out. From Thanquol's perspective, this is a genius act to deal with treacherous underlings and come out on top. But from theirs, it's just like, well, I guess this one rat really doesn't like the others. Might as well keep doing what he says. Eventually, he starts cluing in on the fact that these two are perhaps going to cause him some trouble down the line, and sends Clan Eshin assassins to kill him. Doesn't work. The Skaven Slayer stories are in the first omnibus, and there's 6 of those things. Of course it doesn't work. After this, there's an event where all of Nuln's nobility are together at a ball. The perfect time to strike. Nuln is invaded by the Skaven, everything is in chaos, and then Thanquol still cocks it up by not realizing he's in a Gotrek and Felix book. He also decided to ass-blast his chief assassin underling to Kingdom Come. Why did he do this? It wasn't much a fan of him, basically. Invasion foiled because Gotrek and Felix rallied the people and then kicked him out. Thanquol scurries away to plot another day. Now this was an
Okay.
embarrassing defeat for Thanquol, and it lost him quite a bit of money and power. And he knew if he returned to Skavenblight, the Council of 13 would ask him what the hell went wrong, and then probably kill him. So he gathered what money he had left and instead started investigating a dwarf outpost in the middle of nowhere, correctly figuring out that they were surely up to something over there. He did a bit of spying and almost shit himself because he saw the blonde man that had caused him so much trouble and knew his angry short redhead buddy wasn't far behind. So he throws his new forces at the outpost in a semi-panic, which fails, although there is very one sad death scene for a dwarf who was stationed as a guard only to be poisoned to death as he alerts everyone the Skaven are here now. Thanquol's army ends up
Hi,
being
Coral.
routed,
How are
but
you
not
doing?
before he learns that the dwarfs had built themselves a war zeppelin. So he has his little ratty Skaven underling, Lurk Snitchtongue, that he's been abusing and having work as a spy, hitch a ride on the damn thing. Since he can see through this poor rat's eyes, he's constantly badgering him on updates on where the Thunder Barge is going. Lurk, who's trying to Skyrim stealth his way around a dwarf Thunder Barge without getting caught, is constantly trying to hide not only his physical presence, but Thanquol's magical communications with them. At one point, he was forced to hide on the outside of the moving Zeppelin, while a chaos storm was happening
Also,
outside.
Dumbbell, hope you feel
the poor
better.
dude was basically mutated into becoming a rat ogre
Yeah, we
because
hope you
his
feel
boss wouldn't
better.
let him go home when his shift said he was supposed to be done. And when Thanquol meets back up with him, it's right before Godric and Felix are about to head to the Chaos Waste themselves. Thanquol, who had gathered another army of underlings courtesy of Clan Mulder to replace the last one that died under his command, ambushed where the Thunder Barge was briefly going to stop and resupply, as well as capturing Max Schreiber and Ulrika Magdava, two of Godric and Felix's good friends, to put it one way. When the main two fellas showed up alongside Snorri and Malachi, they all started fighting.
Snore?
Thanquol is himself, so of course
is
Max and
Snore?
Ulrika were freed, and then Max and Thanquol started magically wrestling over the airship. And while I haven't really focused much on it, I need you to understand that Thanquol is an absurdly powerful wizard when he's at the top of his game. Especially after he's chowed down on Warpstone, he can blast damn near anyone out of his way, even if he might need a bit of a breather afterward. So were it not for Lurk suddenly surprising him and Snorri and Godric approaching him to disrupt his focus, he probably would have ripped the finest piece of dwarf engineering out of the sky. Even when Max joined the fight, the human wizard noted that Thanquol was absurdly powerful and he needed all of his focus to win. Eventually, though, Thanquol was beaten, and he fled this encounter with a teleporting spell after he realized that Godric was about 10 feet from him with murder in his eyes. Thanquol reappeared back in reality alone some distance away and realized that once again every one of his underlings, and for that matter all of his money, was gone, and he had no idea how to get back to Skavenblight. Lurk showed up, which wasn't really good news for Thanquol, because he was about as happy as anyone could be towards the person who made them sit outside in a rainstorm from hell. But Thanquol threatens to blast him with magic, so instead of fighting, they wander around, discover that a massive chaos horde is invading from the north because it's Warhammer, and that just happens sometimes,
Are the neighbors
and they
burning
end up
food
in Clan
again?
Mulder territory. Lurk proceeds to go and start a revolution in Hellpit by claiming he's the Horned Rat's son or some shit, while Thanquol gets thrown in jail because one of his underlings from Nuln survived and wasn't terribly happy with him. Thanquol's trying to desperately explain that chaos is coming, everyone, and the dude he's talking to is just like, yes, how very intriguing. Have you considered we don't care and I hate you? But Thanquol is Thanquol, and every god in the universe is smiling down on him because he's the funny little rat guy, so of course he has a free ticket out of this problem too. Because Thanquol has a direct magical connection to Lurk that lets him know where he is and what he's doing, Lurk's slave revolt is completely halted, and Thanquol has once again gotten himself back into a stable-ish position. Thanquol is then given command of another army, and for once this actually goes well. While Godric and Felix were defending the city of Prague, Thanquol was just kind of randomly appearing throughout the book. Towards the end, he fights part of the same horde Godric and Felix were, and in his own words, despite not even outnumbering the enemy because there were only 4 Skaven for every 1 Chaos Warrior, victory was achieved. And props to him because, yeah, he just won the fight. There wasn't much going on with it. It was a side story in the main Godric and Felix book that amounted to a bunch of rats jumping Chaos Warriors who thought they were going to go fight someone else. But hey, a win is a win, and Thanquol is ready to enjoy some rewards for a resounding Skaven victory. Oh, and before I move on to his own books, at one point in the Godric and Felix books, Thanquol is using a far squeaker, basically Skaven Skype. It blew up in his face. This was an assassination attempt. This was also the singular time something went wrong in Thanquol's life that he didn't blame on sabotage by other people. It's peak. This rat is peak. We've reached the pinnacle of fictional characters right here. So anyways, we cut to the events of his own books, and immediately he is being kidnapped by other Skaven. And the best part of this is, the book doesn't begin with him even conscious. He is dreaming of himself achieving ultimate power, only to be thwarted by Godric and Felix. Those two are literally in his nightmares. He spent such a massive amount of time thinking about that, even this relatively early into their story and his own. When he wakes up, he's tied to a pole being carried by other rats, and immediately, and I mean immediately, he starts blaming other people for his predicament. Sabotage by his underlings, incompetence by his underlings, the hated Godric and Felix things that keep ruining his plans.
Collins, how you doing,
Nothing
man?
is ever his fault, of course. He's taken to the Council of 13, and when he meets with them, instead of congratulating him on defeating a random chaos army, they're like, hey buddy, where's the Zeppelin? Then they drop him in a hole, which he fears is the, quote, maze of inescapable death. But thankfully no, he finds out it's just the maze of merciless penance, which in theory you can survive. Also, of course the Skaven have things like that. Why wouldn't they have something called the Maze of Inescapable Death? Since he made it through the maze, Thanquol's restored to something resembling a position of power and is told to go snoop around Under Altdorf, the Skaven Undercity that's of course Under Altdorf. The council doesn't think those Skaven Under Altdorf and Under Altdorf are quite as loyal as they should be, plus there's an artifact of incredible power that's recently been uncovered there, and the Council of 13 wants it. So he goes to Under Altdorf, but not before he gets some chances to be himself for a bit, aka an asshole. For example, the Skaven have a single crop they grow called black corn. It's corn that tastes like rat shit, but by virtue of being food that isn't the corpse of another Skaven, having some is a sign of wealth. Thanquol is a picky eater, so he tosses some away to show how wealthy he is and to have other Skaven be jealous of him. On the ship that'll take him to Under Altdorf, he also kicks the Skaven boat captain in the face, who then starts beating his underlings and telling them to do better jobs, and the entire exchange ends with the crew of the ship Thanquol is on randomly whipping slaves because they feel slighted. Skaven society truly is a marvel of social engineering. As the book goes on, Thanquol finds more information about the artifact he's after, called the Wormstone because it makes weird worm things that aren't even technically alive. If a human touches it, they become violently ill until they dissolve into sludge. If a Skaven touches it, there is no ill period. They just die and make more worms. Now's a good time to mention something about Thanquol and his books. They're horror stories. For pretty much everyone that isn't a Skaven, Thanquol's books are an unrelenting march of terror as people wonder what is happening, how to stop it, realizing there's a dastardly Skaven ploy, or that the Skaven are even real in some cases. Then we cut back to our rat, and it's right back to the eternal circus that is Thanquol's life. It's hard to put into words how utterly horrifying it is to be in one of his books if you aren't Thanquol. And the main antagonist of Grey Seer, because calling anyone but Thanquol the bad guy is woefully incorrect, proves this in many ways. There exists the shadow wizard in Altdorf known as Jeremiah Scrivener. He's a secretive protector of Altdorf, with a vast range of contacts and underlings from all walks of life, be they criminal, city watchmen, and even some dwarfs. The dude's so intimidating that's like a ghost when he walks in a room. People he's near can't see him if he doesn't expressly allow them to. They only feel a dark and foreboding presence. He makes the room he enters grow chill, ice starts creeping up on the mirrors, and of course as a shadow wizard he can manipulate shadows as he likes. The dude is so powerful that he semi-regularly astral projects to talk to Slann. He knows his stuff. And aside from being terrifying to the human characters of Grey Seer, the few times he's relatively open about what threats they face, he's talking about a threat that can completely destroy Altdorf. This unending tide of vermin beneath the city, led by a mastermind rat, hatching a plot that can destroy all of it. And worst of all, he's right, because the Skaven eventually decide to use the Wormstone to poison all of Altdorf's water supply in the most horrific way possible. The entire book for the human characters is an absolute nightmare, and as the human characters find various people afflicted by the Wormstone's plague, as well as encounter the Skaven, you can see just why people are utterly terrified of the Ratmen. Then we cut back to Thanquol, and it's just a sequence of him being an asshole, or a traitor, or both. He meets the ruler of Under Altdorf, who reveals he wants to become ruler of all Skavendom, whereupon Thanquol decides this treacherous act must be stopped. It should be Thanquol who uses the Wormstone to become powerful in the eyes of the Council of 13, or even take it over himself. And then he does a line of Warpstone because the man's heavily addicted to it. He does Warp Snuff sometimes too, which I'm pretty sure is just crack. I know Warpstone is already pretty similar to Coke, but Warp Snuff is like that, but it doesn't boost your powers. Grey Seer is probably my least favorite of the 3 books, so I won't spend too much time on it, but please do not take that to mean it's any lesser of a read. That'd be like saying out of these 3 gold bars, this one's the smallest, so it's completely worthless.
Have you seen the It's Wizard Time videos?
The It's Wizard Time videos? No, I never even heard of it. Have you seen it?
No.
It's Wizard Time. Yeah, I don't think I've ever even heard of it. Me and Zen, we genuinely are kind of like one of those people who are like, there's the rock, right? Like living under the rock, but we're like also like 6 feet under that rock.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the support, Lucian.
Thank you for the support, man.
Progresses, Thanquol makes about 50 different alliances through begging, lying, promising to backstab someone else, and then actually backstabbing someone else before repeating. There is also at one point another Bone Ripper involved. This one has 3 arms and is supposedly the largest one yet. It dies, because of course it does. It does basically kill this monstrous clan pestilence diseased rat creature thing before it can get Thanquol though, which Thanquol does appreciate. In fact, the only things I think he ever has any semblance of positive, genuine emotions toward
what the matter with ya?
are his various rat ogres that he always immediately names.
What do we think? Skulls? No skulls. I think it kind of looks better with the skulls like that. We have 2 skulls on the necklace, and we have skulls on that thingy they seem to always have in the back. The thingy I'm talking about is like
Yeah, I know you're about.
this thingy, right? They seem to
Yeah.
always have. Skulls, no skulls. I think skulls is better.
Yeah.
Why are you saying yeah? You're not even seeing it.
I saw it. I have a red shirt and I got skulls in the back. Come on.
They're short videos, but I adore them. Oh, in that case, I'm not gonna be watching them today. It's gonna be too hard to go through shorts and draw at the same time.
Bone Ripper. Doesn't stop him from hitting them or berating them, of course. It just means that when they do something nice, he might actually seem appreciative. Eventually, we come to a climactic battle where Thankul is fighting his rival Skaven, who is incidentally Lord
Skulls? Okay.
Skrulk, but even this early on, anyone who isn't Thankul is completely tertiary to Thankul and Thankul's plans, respectively. All the Skaven involved are also fighting Jeremiah Scrivener and his ragtag army. Thankul had dueled with him on several
and Scouts.
occasions
Hi,
throughout the
Okyu.
book,
How you
and
doing?
the entire time it was from the Shadowmancer's perspective. He's
Okay.
watching this rat counter almost every trick he has, where even though he mostly has the upper hand, the Grey Seer is clearly a dangerous foe. Then we cut back to Thankul, and it's back to being a comedy. He's chewing on Warpstone both for the power and the comfort throughout the fight, and also whenever he's on Warpstone, as an aside, he briefly becomes even more of a megalomaniac before he reins himself in a bit. This manifests throughout the entire series, and in this case it leads to him promising to kill Scrivener, Skrulk, all of Under Altdorf, all of Altdorf. If Thankul is railing a line, he's ready to fight the entire planet. In this book, he's also the Skaven version of Batman, because he bought a bunch of good luck charms, magic scrolls, and magical amulets that maybe half of which are actually magical and he didn't just get scammed. He loses the final fight of the book, but he whips out a teleportation scroll and just dips. And the way the book ends truly, oh good lord is it funny. Thankul teleports out with barely a clue where he is, and he's surrounded by cats for some reason. Obviously, not doing great after everything that had just happened. But just then, some fat old lady comes in, sees him, and faints in terror. And I swear to you, I'm not just being mean when I say that. Thankul calls her one of the plumpest examples of humans he's ever seen. The final sentences of the book are him trying to come up with a lie for the Council of 13 as to why he couldn't retrieve the Wormstone, and him praising the Horned Rat for gifting him such a bountiful meal in the form of that soon-to-be very dead old lady. Some fantasy books end with the hero rescuing the princess and saving the day. Others end with the promise of hope on the horizon, even if much work needs to be done to reach it. Warhammer fantasy books end with a rat mad eating a fat lady after he does drugs. Best series by far.
Okay.
So Thankul's doing a bit better now after that book. Not by too much, but he is doing better. Manages to avoid being executed by the Lords of Decay too, even if Clan Eshin's lords clearly had plans for him. He decides to take himself on a walk through Skavenblight and even buys himself another Bone Ripper. All in all, he's doing pretty good. Then a bunch of garbage Skaven assassins
Lord,
try
how
to
you
kill
doing?
him. The real competent
Hey, Lord,
one
what's
tries
up,
to
man?
poison him, and then he tries to get Thankul killed via Skaven Crowd Crush. It was funny because when he saw the 3 Goober assassins walking towards him, he was in utter disbelief. He looked at them and was in complete shock at how bad they were at their job, visibly approaching him wearing what looked like assassin garb and drawing knives. Then the actual assassins started fighting, and he understood what was happening then. Him and Bone Ripper number 4, I think we're on 4 now, drive off these assailants, and Thankul scuttles away to the room he's renting. Then he gets jumped by Deathmaster Sniksh, who cuts down Bone Ripper in seconds and brings him to Nightlord Sneak, Grandmaster of Clan Eshin. Our absurd rat protagonist should by all reason and logic be dead, but for reasons I simply cannot comprehend, people keep trying to use Thankul for some reason. His track record is noticeably failure after failure by this point, but if I had to guess, it's both because he makes an easy fall guy, and when you want a wizard on the cheap, threatening Thankul is a good way to go about that. Thankul is now involved in a Clan Eshin scheme to assassinate a prophet of Sotek, whose name I'm not even going to pretend to try and say. It's a red-crested skink, it isn't the goober you probably only know for having a bad Total Warhammer campaign, and he resides in a city only relatively recently being re-inhabited by the Lizardmen after Clan Pestilence made it all icky. For a brief cut into what the non-Skaven characters will be doing in this book, it is as follows. The human characters, and briefly an elf, are going going through hell as they're marooned in Lustria and subjected to all the hells of this continent, fighting both the jungle itself and the lizardmen inside. For Aslan, the entire book was orchestrated by him as he tries to figure out if the cult of Sotek the Skinks have is actually a good thing or not, since the Slan really aren't sure on if Sotek is a good or a bad thing for the Great Plan. All the suffering of everyone involved in this book is the Slan's fault, because for some reason they can't determine if the god of their minions that despises the Skaven is a force for good or not. Anyways, back to the Rat Man. Thanquol's immediately upset to find out he's not the one in charge of the expedition, and almost immediately after learning this, begins devising ways to get the true leaders killed. Naturally, none of these methods he comes up with are how it happens, because Thanquol's an idiot. Once the Skaven themselves arrive in Lustria, they start scouting out how to find the Temple of the Serpent and Sotek's prophet. Of course, first a few dozen of them are eaten alive by sharks, but that's hardly worth mentioning. Oh no, a Skaven died. Grass is green and I need insulin. What a big reveal. What is worth mentioning is something that was brought up by the human and elf characters during one of the segments. In the southern tip of Lustria is a high elf settlement they briefly plan to escape to. In between them and that settlement lies the Vampire Coast. Now for the humans, because by the time they do anything productive, the elf has been murdered by skinks, this is not an issue. For the Skaven and Thanquol, this is an issue. Because throughout their
since when are there vampires in fantasy?
Always.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know there's vampires there.
Well, we played a bit more Vermintide. You know that we enter one vampire castle.
Oh.
Never fought him though.
Okay.
Bumbling in the swamps, they trip over a particular bit of swamp infested with zombies that start eating them. Thanquol switches rapidly back and forth between cowardice and actually fighting before he's jumped by the same first Skaven assassin from earlier. This assassin is actually one of his underlings from Skaven Slayer who wanted revenge for Thanquol getting him and his fellows killed and humiliated. And the thing is, this whole time Thanquol's putting in the work. He basically goes full red rage and brutalizes a bunch of zombies, and he manages to bash the assassin in the face and cause them to be dragged down by the zombies. Thanquol, when he locks in, is apparently an incredibly deadly melee combatant. He also has one of my favorite moments ever. When the assassin jumped him in the swamp, he has a brief moment of contemplation afterwards and goes, wait a minute, I know exactly who the assassin is and who's trying to kill me, and then proceeds to blame entirely the wrong Skaven for this. He goes insane in melee again, too. As everyone gets to the Temple of Sotek over the story's course, there's naturally both lizardmen and spawning pools to make more of them. Thanquol eventually captures the human characters to allow him entrance into the temple, because he needs a human to destroy the anti-Skaven wards around it. They get in and discover that there's a massive, sacred snake at the center of the temple. Thanquol ends up being vaguely involved in getting the other Skaven killed, because while as Skaven they can plan backstabs with the best of them, Thanquol might as well have the divine protection from the horned rat, and no one can really hurt him. Eventually it comes down to Thanquol and one of the humans who had been forced into the temple by Thanquol. He saw the human surrounded by lizardmen, realized he was going to be next if the human died, and went utterly ballistic. He slaughtered dozens of skinks in melee combat while Bone Ripper was fighting a Croxagore. There's a new Bone Ripper, by the way. It was a rat ogre one of the previous leaders owned until Thanquol decided it was his now. There was a lot of threatening and blackmail involved. I wouldn't worry about the specifics of how he acquired this one. It's not long for the world. Once that was dealt with, Thanquol and the human began searching for another human because Thanquol knew he needed the first human as insurance, and so did the human in question. They eventually find said captured human, and Thanquol immediately makes a break for it. The human he was with shoots the prophet of Sotek because the skink was about to do that Indiana Jones rip your heart out of your chest move on his kind of girlfriend, and Thanquol just booked it. The human he was traveling with and his kind of girlfriend go do their own thing. Does not end well, spoiler alert. But Thanquol and Bone Ripper, this pair isn't done, because they begin tracking the assassin who had survived the zombie mud pit back to the ship that carried them there. Surprisingly, they track him back to the ship, and not only did the assassin not sail away already, but he was already dead. On the downside, though, he was dead because those zombies from earlier boarded the ship and killed the assassin. Thanquol and Bone Ripper go ham for a bit once again before Thanquol realizes, I'm using warp fire magic, and one of those zombies he cooked had just fallen into the ammunition storage of the ship. So Thanquol dives off the ship onto a raft into the water, and it takes just long enough for him to feel stupid about doing so before the powder storage goes off and the entire ship blows up. Thanquol survives, if a bit shaken up, and Bone Ripper actually makes it out as well. The red ogre claws his way onto the raft Thanquol's on.
Vampires in Warhammer Fantasy go back almost to the beginning of human civilization, one queen and one paranoid necromancer creating vampirism.
Wait, what? Is this part of fantasy? In that case, I can justify watching the lore of it. Hold on. Thank you,
Lord time.
thank you so much for the support, Thomas.
Thank you for the support, Thomas.
Like, what would I? How would I have? What would I have to look up for that?
Warhammer Fantasy Vampire lore.
Fair enough. Warhammer Fantasy Lore: The Vampire Wars Against the Empire. No, there's no vampire accounts. No. Vampire Counts lore. Is that the one?
Yes. I'm not so sure. I won't be able to answer you.
I found another one that's called Vampire Lore for Warhammer Fantasy and the Old World, but it's like almost 5 hours long.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, it's the count. Okay. In that case, I found it, but it's like a whole playlist. Wait, I think it's someone just reading the book. I think it's literally just someone reading the book.
Oh no.
Yeah, no wonder it's like a whole playlist. Oh, no, I found one. It's called Manfred von Karstein, the absolute worst. Isn't that one of them?
Manfred von Karstein.
Hold on. Is it?
Videos about characters we all like are great. I mean, everyone likes to hear about a cool character like Vlad von Karstein.
So, is it this one? If you want the pirate version, you go to the Vampire Coast. Yeah, I saw something about like the Vampire Pirate. Oh, when I was checking right now for videos.
He's a great character, obviously villainous, but he has things about him that are good, like his genuine love for his wife Isabella. That sort of thing makes a character very compelling. But sometimes, you just want to spend time hating on someone. A completely irredeemable piece of filth who deserves every horrible thing coming to them, and learning just exactly why they should be kicked squarely in their undead jewels at every...
Yeah, is this still fantasy? Like...
Yep.
Okay. Since I need to stick to fantasy today.
No vampires in. Well, there is a vampire-like Space Marines chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot what they're called. I think Blood Angels, Blood Ravens, something like that. One of those two. I'm getting it mixed up.
Okay.
Can't really go wrong with any vampire movie, so go wild. Fair. Okay.
single opportunity. Let's talk about Manfred von Karstein. Manfred is an interesting fella. He's a fairly fun villain, to give him his due credit. He's hammy, he's devoted to his villainous schemes wholeheartedly, and because he's a vampire wizard in Warhammer, he's both great at casting magic and ripping people apart with his bare hands. But for admittedly meta reasons, he's the ultimate in-universe reason for things going as wrong as they possibly could. Doubled with the fact he was already Warhammer Starscream, and you'll notice that a lot of people in the fanbase of Warhammer Fantasy hate this man, including me. I hate you, Manfred von Karstein. I hope you explode. So in the name of a completely biased opinion that I will not be putting aside, let's take an entirely unobjective look at Manfred von Karstein, the vampire that ruined it all. Before we begin though, hear me out. Manfred von Karstein is many things. A vampire, slimy in every sense of the word, but he is in many ways quite smart. He knows how to do what he needs to do. And I bet if it existed in his world, he would be a proud user of Brilliant, the sponsor of today's video. Brilliant is the best way for anyone to learn math, data science, and computer science skills. Learning can be a boring and tedious thing, but Brilliant thankfully knows that the best way to learn is to make it interesting, and it really is fun to learn on Brilliant. It's got all sorts of visuals and mini-games while you're going through the courses that you'll never have that moment like in school where your head's on your elbow and you're trying not to fall asleep, but you just can't stop yourself from passing out for a second. You'll have the opposite, where all of a sudden you'll realize that, hey, I'm actually enjoying this lesson. To make it even better, it's completely at your own pace and customizable. Stuck on a topic? Just redo it again until you're good to go. Want to learn something a bit more advanced? No problems there either. And while you're at it, take all the breaks between lessons you need to. Brilliant isn't going anywhere because it understands everyone goes through learning in life at their own pace.
No.
I decided to check out the Predicting with Probability
Everyone has
course.
to be the same
Warhammer
pace,
Tabletop
right?
is all about comparing stats between models to see who comes out on top after all, so I figured if I could get the hang of probability, I'd be better equipped to play the game. Things like what are the odds this attack actually hits, that sort of deal. And that's the beauty of Brilliant. I'm choosing to take this lesson because I want to be better at war games, and you can choose any of Brilliant's thousands of lessons for your career, schooling, or because you too want to get better at throwing dice around. And just to give you a bit more incentive, using my link in the description, which is also on screen, you can get the first 30 days of Brilliant completely free.
This ad is absolutely brilliant. Okay.
To top it off, the first 200 of you to do so will get 20% off your annual plan. That's http://brilliant.org/pancreasnowork/ for 30 free days and 20% off the annual plan for the first 200 users. There's never a bad time to start learning, so try Brilliant out today using my link and start now. Now then, Manlet von Kumrag. Manfred von Karstein is, as you could probably guess from the name, a vampire of the von Karstein bloodline of vampires in Warhammer. While nowhere near as long as Cetra's, he does have a few titles to his name. They are Master of the Black Art.
Hey Ace, how you doing?
How you doing, Ace?
What if I'm the only one that is brilliant and I'm surrounded by dumbasses? Then let me tell you what's going on. You're the dumbass and everyone's brilliant.
Okay.
Woo!
That
Okay,
just escalated so fast.
but yeah, I'm gonna head to bed.
Oh, okay. You will say something like that and head to bed?
Yeah,
Wow, okay. I see how it is.
I am pretty tired.
Okay.
Good night, everyone.
What a guy, huh?
Hold on, let's get this.
Babe,
Yeah.
either shit or get off the pot.
Arts, which I'm sure Nagash would love to take issue with, Lord of Sylvania, which Vlad probably takes issue with, True Inheritor of the line of Vashanesh, which Vlad definitely takes issue with because that was his original name and there's no way Vlad's happy with this little shitboot, the Pale Count, which, yeah, fair, and finally, he who is destined to unite all the realms of man under his rightful sovereignty, which everyone takes issue with. Are you feeling the bias yet? Prior to him becoming a vampire, the most solid thing we have on him is that he was a prince. His vampiric origin story has two potential beginnings, one of which is a lot simpler, but the other of which is of arguable canonicity. The first is that he was just the first vampire Vlad sired, and they traveled the world for a bit before separating. The second is that his name used to be Khalid al-Muntasir, an assistant to Neferata, originally the child of a Proto-Arabian.
Wait, but this is like not the actual lore how the vampires in fantasy came to be. Does anyone have like the lore for it?
Noble, he and his younger sister Anmar were turned into vampires by Neferata in exchange for the classic evil bad guy stuff like promises of power and whatnot. Neferata got into a fight with Usharan, Khalid tried to stage a coup against her but accidentally got his sister killed in the process, and then as punishment Neferata forced him to watch his sister's body decompose. Yikes. Also take note of this, because it's one of the only times Manfred will ever feel sympathy for another being. He's then forced to serve Nagash directly for a bit, then Sigmar does that thing he does where he bashes someone head in with Galmaraz, and now Manfred is pretty much alone. In this version he's a Lamian bloodline vampire, and the Lamians aren't the biggest fans of men, so he would have been at best treated like a second-rate citizen by his own bloodline. So he shacks up with Vlad, takes the name Manfred instead, and the rest is history. This one is pretty interesting because it gives Manfred quite the secret that he's not even a true von Karstein. It could potentially explain why he hates Vlad so much and tries to get him killed, because Vlad knows his secret that could be a huge blow to Manfred's legitimacy as a von Karstein. That all being said, the canonicity of this one is in question for a couple of reasons. One is that unless I'm mistaken, this is all out-of-universe confirmation by Josh Reynolds that this Khalid fellow is actually Manfred. The other major reason is in-universe, that being that when Manfred was trying to resurrect Nagash, he was fully planning on absorbing his power for himself. If he was around when Nagash was alive and kicking the first time, that means he was present for the fall of Nehekara and all that. So Manfred should have known damn well there wasn't a chance in hell at him pulling it off. At the end of the day though, whatever interpretation you prefer works equally well since the meat of his story begins later on. More specifically, it begins during the First Vampire War, when the Empire of Man faced off against the Vampire Counts of Sylvania. Vlad at this point was fully committed to the Vampire Lord shtick, and decided that he would be a better emperor than anyone else. Being a vampire, the only way he could do that was by raising an army of hundreds of thousands of the undead and bringing ruin to the Empire so he could take the throne by force. Manfred's role during all of this was as one of Vlad's generals, and to his credit, he did fairly well. In one night, the entire ruling family of the city of Nuln was dead by his hands. But it was at this point Manfred decided that he was going to go independent. Clearly, he was too good to be subservient to Vlad von Carson.
Maybe Vampires of Warhammer by Pancreas. Aside from that, I don't know. You can try that. Vampires of Warhammer. Oh, maybe it's this one.
Ah, the vampire
Maybe it's this one.
counts. There's no one quite like them in Warhammer. There's plenty like them over in Vampire the Masquerade, but we're not worrying about that right now. The undead masters of the night, who prowl in the darkness upon unsuspecting people to do quite the large variety of nasty things to. Drink their blood, slaughter them, turn them into zombies, all three. The possibilities are as endless as the night, and they come in all
The guy I would suggest, I know you would probably not like. That is fine, by the way. What do you mean?
sorts of fun flavors, too. The vampires of Warhammer aren't just vampires. No, no, no. That's far too simple a description that leaves all sorts of nuance unsaid. And it would probably get you butchered if you told a vampire that they're all the same thing, because in terms of insulting them, that's right up there with flashing a symbol of Sigmar in their face. Worse, since at least that one has Sigmar's backing behind it. You can have mad wizards in towers doing maniacal research, noble aristocrats of the night that only occasionally go into a blood rage, and feral maniacs that are always in a blood rage. These and more make up the vampires of Warhammer. They're as varied as they are bloodthirsty, and they're bloodthirsty in more ways than one. While unfortunately the vampire counts are still relegated to legends in the old world, there's no reason not to talk about them a bit. So tonight, make sure to do the classic sprint to your room when you turn off the lights for the evening, because you never truly know when a member of the midnight aristocracy is waiting to strike. But while vampires don't need to sleep at night, you most certainly do. It's the most important part of the day. And for the best sleep experience possible, you can do no better than Helix, the sponsor of this video. Helix makes mattresses, but not just any mattresses. Helix makes premium mattresses custom made to give you the best sleep possible, and they're delivered right to your door to boot. There's over 20 unique options, including the award-winning Luxe mattresses I can personally attest to, and the premium Elite collections. There's also Helix Plus for those of us who need some extra room, and the Helix Kids mattress, because little Timmy deserves a good night's rest too. How you find one is easy as can be, and really cuts down on any choice paralysis you might be feeling looking at a massive catalog of mattresses. You just need to take the Helix Sleep Quiz, and once you're done, it matches you with one tailored to your needs. I ended up getting the Helix Midnight Luxe, and it's been phenomenal. I've had it for about 8 months now, and I've never appreciated a mattress more than with this bad boy. It's the perfect level of firmness, and I always look forward to lying down, be it to read for a bit or for the best time of the day. Bedtime. With setup as easy as taking it out of the box and unrolling it, there's not even any hassle involved in getting it through any doors like a Three Stooges bit. And if you aren't completely sold yet, Helix has a 100-day sleep trial period to really make sure you love your new mattress. Combined with the 10-year warranty and flexible payment plans mean you can rest assured that Helix is not only confident you'll enjoy your mattress, but dedicated to making sure the experience of getting one is as smooth as possible. I love my Helix mattress, and I think you would too. If you're looking for a new bed, check out Helix. Their New Year's final hour sale is running now for a limited time, and it's a great time to upgrade your mattress. Visit helixsleep.com/pancreasnoworkter. Now then, time to talk about the thirstiest people in all of Warhammer. The origins of the vampires of Warhammer are something that you could probably guess at even with minimal knowledge of the setting. The world's biggest dick weasel, known as Nagash. Nagash and his various escapades to ruin everything around him at one point created an elixir of eternal life. Contrary to what I just said, however, this was not the exact beginning of vampirism, though it was certainly the precursor. Though it bound them to his will in no small part because none of them could recreate it, this potion allowed his lieutenants to gain, of course, eternal life as well as incredible strength. It allowed them a crucial edge over their uncorrupted kin, helping them and Nagash take the fight to their enemies. It wasn't quite enough to stop them from getting defeated, but this was before Nagash was powerful enough to just become an entire Winds of Magic, and their enemies consisted of all of Nehekara. A little bit of canon conflict happens with older and newer lore, but not enough to totally destroy continuity by any means. For example, in the book series about Nagash's rise to power, Arkan was forced to recreate the elixir of life for the court of Lamia. In other places, including the end times, he had been dead for a while by the time that nonsense rolled around. Ignoring that, it was otherwise someone named Wasoran who was responsible for these actions. After Nagash's defeat, some of his followers were taken to the city of Lamia to be interrogated. In addition, some mortuary cult priests who had served him spread out across Nehekara in the guise of being banished, and were happily accepted into those places where they went. Wasoran was one such individual, and it was indeed he who helped corrupt Neferata with the knowledge of Nagash. With her already being curious for such things, Wasoran basically just had to give her a gentle nudge in the right direction for the pair to get to work attempting to recreate Nagash's elixir of life for themselves and improve it. And with the efforts of these two figures that would become the stuff of legend, they managed to create the elixir from Wish. See, the thing with the original elixir that separated its effects from vampirism was that it didn't really have too much in the way of downsides. Sure, it bound you to Nagash, which is a very big one, but that was really it. No curses, no being burned by sunlight, none of that stuff. But Neferata's version turned you into a nocturnal, blood-sucking parasite, a true vampire. Of course, the immense power and immortality also came along with it, and so when she became the first vampire, she convinced numerous others to drink it as well. Wasoran, of course, being one of the first to partake. Ironically enough, it actually created a sort of super immortality, since it apparently draws the human
A super immortal? What the fuck am I listening to? Good night, Inspired. Thanks for hanging out with us.
soul fully inside the body where gods and demons can't grab it to corrupt or take. I guess in Warhammer Fantasy, bits of your soul just hang around your outsides. They call themselves Trueborn, by the way, but they're vampires. Let's just call them what they are. With vampirism now a thing, they quickly set about taking over Lamia. Initially, this was done quietly, and to great success. Neferata made it a decree that vampires were not to fight other vampires, and at first they only ever fed on the blood of those that wouldn't be missed by society at large. Criminals, prisoners of war, and probably the occasional homeless person who chose the wrong alley to sleep in for the night. But after a while, things started breaking down. Neferata and the other vampires' curious trait of seeming to not age a day was of course a telltale sign something was afoot, but the mortuary cult was already working on such things as well, so that wasn't too much of an alarm going off. Vampire rivalries beginning to break out also didn't help matters, but again, this was mostly kept in check. The hundreds of slaves a night that were feasted upon, as well as the statues of Nagash and the seeming worship of him as a god, now that was a bit harder to ignore and play off. The final domino would come in the form of Alkadi-Zar, the last great king of Nehekara. Last king, period, for that matter. Spoiler alert. Neferata tried to make him her perfect boy toy, including giving him some of that vampiric sippy sip. He then ran off and managed to truly uncover the Lamians' doings to the rest of Nehekara. After a little bit of a holy war against the vampires of Lamia were either cast out or killed to a man. Neferata trying to forcibly turn her cousin Khalida, who then had the goddess Asaf kill her so she couldn't be turned, also probably didn't help matters much either. Although any witnesses were silenced not long after that little duel, so that was just kind of a sign of things breaking down in general rather than the straw that broke the camel's back, I guess. The vampires would then flee, spreading out across the land like the world's worst rash. Eventually they would fall under the returned Nagash's control, and with him striking out to retake Nehekara again, they would be the commanders of his legion. They were all fully aware he didn't give a single solitary ounce of shit about them, but Nagash is the kind of leader that's really hard to pull a Starscream on, so they stayed largely loyal. Plus they were magically bound to his will, further forcing them into servitude. For years the vampires would then plague Nehekara under Nagash's command, but they could never gain dominance or reclaim Lamia like they so craved. Alkadi-Zar's armies were hard-pressed initially, but would eventually turn things around somewhat. All this time, the vampires continued their plotting in the background because they're real pricks like that. The vampire Vasha Nesh, who may also very well be Vlad von Karstein, allowed himself to be killed by Alkadi-Zar to free themselves from Nagash's grip. The vampires and Nagash were driven off, but only temporarily. Round 2 comes about, Nagash casts Power Word Kill on all of Nehekara except for Alkadi-Zar, Alkadi-Zar and some rats kill Nagash, and now the vampires kind of have to figure out what the hell to do with themselves. Out of the original Trueborn vampires, only a few remain, drained, and they couldn't stay in Nehekara any longer. The now undead Tomb Kings would be all too happy to get some payback on them, and of course there was the more practical problem of there no longer being any food in Nehekara. It is very difficult to draw blood from a skeleton, as it turns out. This time period was known as the Diaspora, and the vampires spread out across the world. Some of them would do their best to blend in with the living, quietly taking blood from those whose cities they had slipped into. Others formed empires such as that of Strigos, which was co-opted by Usharan and destroyed by Neferata, who, by the way, they're related, which makes this even more of a dick move. There's also, of course, the, in my opinion, greatest vampire empire of Luthor.
So basically, vampires, they're like just boring and kind of a dicks. They're boring and dicks.
Archon of the Vampire Coast. And of course, Vlad von Karstein took Isabella as his wife, and together they ruled over the imperial province of Sylvania, although that one is jumping ahead in the timeline a bit, as there's still some stuff left to cover. When Nagash returned to the time of Sigmar, he once again tried to assert control over the vampires to force them to become his lieutenants. In essence, they told him to fuck off, and since Nagash decided to declare war on the Hammer God himself, he naturally lost. Little did the vampires know, though, that this was to bite them in the ass arguably harder than anything before then, because Nagash, despite being defeated, was powerful enough and still had enough influence over the undead to throw the mother of all hissy fits.
Does he have any Strigoi videos? I don't know. Hold on. And let's see. I don't know which one would be Strigoi, but it says Kane, so I'm assuming that's not it.
For their betrayal. Every random thing that came to his mind he cursed them with. Weakness to sunlight, weakness to Sigmar and symbols of him, being allergic to garlic. If you can think of a classic vampire weakness, chances are they have it in Warhammer because it's one of the random things that came to Nagash's unbelievably petty mind when he was cursing them. The only exceptions are of course the need to feed on blood and maybe the whole weakness to sunlight thing. That could have been the god Petra cursing them, or it could have been a weakness inherent in Neferata's elixir that carried down to the rest of the vampires after the first Trueborn. I choose to believe that Nagash still did it though, because him just deciding everyone has lost sun privileges is very on brand for the guy. Before we get to the types of vampires, there's some general stuff about vampirism as a whole that should be gone over. First,
you're turning into my mother. Expecting me to hear across the apartment with my headphones on.
off, becoming a vampire doesn't instantly lock you in as someone who's evil and wants to rule the lands of the living in eternal night.
Hi,
your
GRC,
alignment doesn't
how you
automatically
doing?
shift to evil the moment your heart stops, but what does happen is your personality gets a bit amplified. If you're an overall decent person who does their best to help their community and donate to those in need, you turn into a saint. The problem of most vampires being evil largely comes from the people who get turned into vampires, and just some things about people in general. For that second part, I mostly mean how people don't want to die, and as a vampire, you now have to drink blood. Honorably not doing so to avoid plaguing the world is certainly noble, but it's easier said than done to essentially force yourself to commit suicide by starvation. For the first part, most vampires aren't going around turning people that are saintly do-gooders. They're giving the blood kiss to people who they think would make good vampire underlings, which usually means power-hungry assholes. This isn't always the case, such as with Ulrika, but she is an example of what I first talked about. When she was turned, she debated just letting herself be killed, but survival instincts are pretty hard to put aside and she couldn't let it happen. The flip side of the personality bit is true as well. A person who's got a bit of a mean streak is now the world's greatest asshole. It also gives vampires a bit more of a propensity to use violence, although not necessarily by making them monsters. It just makes you largely immune to being shocked and terrified by blood and gore. For one final reason that vampires are often awful, the initial feeding frenzy most of them go through when they first turn also makes them more likely to cross the moral event horizon, since it tends to leave a lot of casualties behind. If you've already killed 50 people in your blood rage because you were just so hungry, you might as well make it a nice clean 100. There are nevertheless hundreds of vampires living largely peaceful lives amongst mortals, be it by doing what the initial Lamians did and only going for prisoners and criminals, or by methods such as animal blood and deals with willing people. These vampires aren't looked positively upon by either the
UK, if I send a Discord message? Yeah, sure, shoot. I had to postpone cutting my lawn to tomorrow. The grass was too wet. Oh, damn rain. Yeah. It's been kind of rainy here too.
Their kin or witch hunters, so they have to lay low more so than most vampires already do. Also worth noting is that humans aren't necessarily the only beings that can become vampires, it's just that the other races often have some form of protection against it that humans don't. The High Elf Eldyra, for example, became a vampire in the end times, although admittedly this was sort of all over the place, and she might not have actually been a vampire, but simply surrounded by death magic because she was being tutored to become the next elven goddess of the dead. Or alternatively, GW after the Nagash End Times book simply stopped caring about writing things well, and that's why it could be either. But aside from that, with the elves they're so magically inclined they can usually detect any bloodsuckers in their midst, while the dwarf's innate resistance to magic helps them avoid it as well. Again though, nothing is impossible, and if nothing else the idea could be plenty fun for a Warhammer Fantasy roleplay campaign. There is of course also the matter of chaos to consider when looking at vampires. For the most part, they are, as with the rest of the undead, highly resistant to it. Most vampires tend to be arrogant bastards and will refuse to serve the chaos gods, so on that front there's little in the way of temptation to be found. It can happen, a large group of blood dragons were turned to corn during the end times, but it rarely does. As for just being physically corrupted, it again can happen, but is far less likely than if you or I just walked into a portal to the realm of chaos and hoped for the best. Undead are inherently resistant to chaos because they spit in the face of the laws of the material world and the immaterial. They're beings of magic, like demons, but orderly and resistant to change, unlike demons. Pulling from a bit of AOS stuff for the sake of the argument, if you leave a vampire in the realm of chaos for thousands of years, then yeah, they'll probably come out a little bit funky, like what the Ossiarch Fortress and Archaon's front lawn is suffering from. But they'll still handle it a hell of a lot better than most people would. There's also some mention that they aren't big fans of Warpstone, but again, neither are normal people. If you aren't a Skaven, that stuff is horror to you, so I'm hardly gonna count that as a weakness specific to vampires. It's like saying someone is weak to being irradiated from exposure to enriched uranium. That applies to everyone ever. That isn't unique to any one person in particular. Another perk vampires get is a natural affinity for necromancy and dark magic. Most vampires will be at least passingly acceptable at raising a few dozen corpses to throw at you, and of course the greatest of vampires lead armies of the dead in the tens if not hundreds of thousands. Combine this with their incredible strength and there's very few things that can hold back a vampire army when it's properly going to war. The other side of that coin is that they're the ones holding the army together in a very literal manner. Since they're the ones supplying the magic keeping the army together, when they die there's a good chance the dead under their command will just drop with them, and they'll certainly lose any sense of cohesion. Necromancers can make up for this and take some of the strain off their overlords, but even then, if the commanding vampire is defeated, the army isn't far behind them. For the last bit of generalities to cover, there's a few traits all vampires share. I am going to in the future call certain bloodlines more frail and less suited for direct combat. Please keep in mind that this is strictly in comparison to other vampires, because even the most desiccated looking necrarch can rip a man in half with little effort. The weaknesses of the vampire are also by no means universal. Sometimes just making the sign of the hammer and praying to Sigmar will cause a vampire to combust on the spot. Sigmar doesn't even need to actually intervene himself, simply invoking him will do the trick. Other times they can waltz right into a temple of Sigmar and feel only mildly uncomfortable, such as is shown in the Matthias Thulman novels. Same deal with the sun. Sometimes vampires immediately light on fire, while others will just be sluggish and tired. Garlic might be helpful at warding them off, but there's also some heavy hints that this is a rumor propagated by vampires so that ignorant peasants are easier to feast upon. Alright, now I think it's time to actually talk about the bloodlines. There's 5 major ones, each vastly distinct from one another. Their origins come from one of the original true-born vampires in the olden days, although how pure their blood is varies from vamp to vamp. Since the founders are largely still around in some capacity, if they turn a new vampire, that one's blood is going to be purely of that bloodline. Congratulations, lady who was given special attention by Neferata, you're now a full-fledged Lamian. But over time, the various bloods were spread around a little bit. Sometimes it was through some classic forbidden love, where 2 vampires with differing bloodlines were so enthralled with each other they shared blood, and any future vampires they each made were a mix of both. Of course, usually it was through violence. A von Karstein kills and drinks from a necrarch, so now their children will mostly be von Karstein in lineage, but there's a little bit of necrarch hanging around. This partially explains why some vampires are merely annoyed by X weakness, while others are crippled or outright killed by it, even among shared bloodlines. The mixing of blood basically spins a wheel for what vampiric weaknesses are going to be prominent in a newly made one. In terms of facing one, that means knowing the most prominent bloodline of a vampire will only tell you what they'll most likely be like. They can have all sorts of nasty, unexpected tricks up their sleeve due to some convoluted lineages on their part. These bloodlines rarely work with each other. Vampires are already incredibly vain and arrogant, so getting two vamps of the same bloodline to work together already takes some hard work. Getting vampires of differing bloodlines to work together is damn near impossible. Nobody likes the Strigoi, for instance. The Lamians aren't exactly popular either because they're a bunch of sneaky gits who stick their noses where it doesn't belong and manipulate mortals against other vampires. First up, we'll go over the poster boy bloodline, the von Karsteins. Feel free to capitalize or not the V in the von, but if you say von Karstein, I'm gonna throw you into a Vargeist's lair. Although funnily enough, an old roleplay supplement mentions how it really pisses Manfred off when you pronounce it Karstein, so in that singular instance, feel free to say it that way. The von Karsteins are the classical Dracula bloodline. They want to rule the night and suck your blood, and while this is an unsubstantiated rumor, there's evidence to suggest they love teaching children how to count. Their founder was Vashanesh, also known as Ankhat, also known as Vlad von Karstein, also known as the origins of the vampires, and Vlad have been through more retcons than anyone else in Warhammer. Please God, why? Make the lore changes stop. Vashanesh was once Neferata's husband after she deposed her brother once she became a vampire. Or Vashanesh never existed, and he was instead Ankhat, who was a political ally of Neferata turned vampire. Or Vashanesh did exist, but it was Arkan there. Or Arkan wasn't there, and it was with Soren, and Neferata only ever loved Arkan. Or alternatively, just decide which lore you like is canon, because who cares? Who cares? Everything goes. Theoretically, the Vashanesh story was one he just made up to look good compared to Neferata, but also in the end times, the Vashanesh story was presented in the army book, but the novel went with the Ankhat version. I'm done caring. Figure it out yourself. Vlad sure was a vampire at this time, then the living defeated Neferata, then Nagash came back and turned everyone into skeletons, then he lost, and then all the vampires went their separate ways after they yelled at each other for ruining everything. Vlad, and I am done calling him anything but Vlad, traveled all over the world for a bit. He was an advisor to the Dragon Emperor himself, apparently, helping them drive back the Chaos Raiders that attack the Great Bastion every 5 seconds. It was then revealed he was a vampire, so he decided to be a pirate for a while after that. Soren found him eventually, they fought, and then they went their separate ways. Eventually Vlad made his way to Sylvania, married his wife Isabella, turned her into a vampire, and then wife guy and husband lady would rule the province. The province was such a dump that despite being vampires, they made it noticeably better to live in. Eventually the secret that they were undead broke free, and Vlad decided that simply being the Lord of Sylvania wasn't enough. After all, who better to become emperor than a man who would never die? He failed, as did their vampiric children Conrad and Manfred later on, but the damage was already done. The blood kiss was granted to hundreds, and while they went through ups and downs in their power, the von Karstein bloodline had spread across the empire, concentrated largely in Sylvania, of course. The von Karsteins are in the fashion of Dracula, handsome, arrogant, and believing themselves to be the true rulers of the night. They have a vested interest in Sigmar's realm, believing themselves to be the true rulers of it in particular. Of course, were they to take the throne, they would absolutely look outwards, for their arrogance is unmatched amongst even their kin and other bloodlines. They believe that their noble blood makes them the rightful rulers of everything, which is curiously contrasted by how they give the blood kiss freely to damn near anyone who asks, at least compared to how other bloodlines give it out. To counteract the fact that this sometimes creates people like Conrad von Karstein, of whom all you need to know about him is that he's a Warhammer character with the name Conrad, they tend to engage in internal politicking to the point of insanity. In fact, you can
The count is a play on classic vampire lore that vampires are compelled to count. If you throw a quantity of beans of coins in front of one, they will be forced to stop and count them. That is so stupid. What?
Summarize the von Karsteins pretty easily by thinking them of a parody of nobility in every way. They don't just throw a feast, they invite every single person they know to the finest dining experience ever conceived. They don't just have a grudge with another noble family, they swear an oath to tear them down and all of their holdings until history forgets they ever existed. They live in crumbling castles tended to by zombie and skeleton servants, and when not attacking mankind, they spend their hours attacking each other in dynastic politics gone mad. The von Karsteins are, at least in my opinion, somewhat of the generalist vampire faction. You could make an excuse for pretty much any kind of army or attitude to be depicted with them. They're all handsome and charismatic, letting them sway mortals to their side without bloodshed. Their arrogance and desire for command is so powerful that you can expect plenty of tame beasts to be in their armies as well, from animals like wolves and bats to mutated vampires like Vargeist. And of course, endless legions of the dead. They were the main antagonists of the Vampire Wars after all, and what sort of proper general doesn't have an endless army of zombies? The von Karsteins overall are the ones you want if you either want the most stereotypical of vampires, the most noble and blue-blooded ones, or if you're indecisive. And as much as two of those things sound dismissive, the classics are classics for a reason, and really those damn Sigmarites could use the humbling that the grave brings. Next up are the Lamians. The Lamians descend from Neferata, the first vampire. While the von Karsteins are a grab bag of every vampire trope ever, the Lamians lean all the way into the sex appeal of vampires. Not in the weird sparkly way though. They're also the vampire Illuminati, which is what's led them to be probably the second most...
What? You don't have one just sitting in your room right now? Come on.
...despised bloodlines amongst vampires behind the poor Strigoi. After the fall of Lamia proper, Neferata and some of her remaining underlings pretended to be wise seers and prophets amongst some tribes of men. After enough time and power was gained, she took the dwarf hold of Silver Pinnacle to use as a base of operations, which was indeed one of the first time contact was established between vampires and dwarfs. It's one of the reasons the dwarfs tend not to like them very much, beyond them being abominations against the natural order, of course. There was naturally infighting amongst her bloodline too, but it was much less frequent compared to the von Karsteins going at each other every 5 minutes. Some Lamians did want immediate power over men compared to Neferata's plans that would take thousands of years to get anywhere. Those vampires shacked up in Kislev and were actually cast down, proving the Illuminati thing was the way to go, but there's of course a small number of them that still want to do things this way and refuse to work with the rest of the Lamians. Sometimes a Lamian will also go a bit too native and fall in love with the target they're supposed to just be seducing for Neferata's schemes, and they're hunted down as well as the first group. These ones aren't however done gleefully, both because the Lamians don't enjoy infighting all that much and because no one wants to break up the forbidden lovers. It's just not a fun experience. Aside from these rogues though, Lamian vampires are unique in that they have a pretty centralized command structure.
When he was talking a character in Warhammer named Conrad, he was talking about the Primarch Conrad curse of the Night Lords. He was a brutal killer of anyone who broke rules. I mean, kind of based though. Is it breeze through a bowl? Though I may have overdone but with cayenne pepper. Cayenne pepper is not even spicy, brother.
Neferata is of course at the top, and any newly born lower-ranked vampires have to act on the orders of those above them. No enterprising Lamian should go off and perform some amazing power play to impress their masters. That sort of thing goes against protocol and is going to get you punished. Also rather unique for the Lamians, any potential new vampires are for the most part invited in and willingly joining the bloodline. They then go to the Silver Pinnacle to be taught the ways of the Lamian operation, how to seduce people, magically and traditionally, the various methods they take to remain hidden, all that good stuff. From there, rather than proceeding to dwell in a castle and darkly brood over an army of zombies, they instead live amongst the cities of man. With the vast amount of wealth the Lamians have gathered, as well as them pretending to be noble in a rather more low-key way than the von Karsteins, the Lamians have by and large found the perfect cover for their actions. Nobility tends to be a bit weird across the board, so who cares if your new countess has some weird habits? And getting up early is for the common folk. Half the time nobles are already staying up till midnight before they have dinner, so who cares if one of them does it all the time? And so what if your new baroness has some awfully pale skin? Working the fields and getting tan is peasant behavior. It's perfectly understandable she'd avoid the sun. Some Lamians, however, do stay by Neferata's side, helping to educate the younger vampires in their ways, and the truly favored ones get the highest of honors in Lamian society, tending to Neferata's cats. Turns out Neferata's own brand of insanity is being a crazy cat lady. Who'da thunk it? Poor Neferata, after Khalida turned her down, she never found another fish in the sea. That and Arkan doesn't really have anything down there to work with. His boners are a tad bit too literal. The bloodline is often called the Lamian.
Oh, that's fucked up. What the hell?
Sisterhood, since it is overwhelmingly female, although some male Lamians do exist. They tend to be looked down upon by their fellow kin and are never considered true members of the Sisterhood, but there have been plenty of female officials in the various offices of the Empire and other nations, so a few men are good to have to hand. Plus, you never know when an elector count might be batting for the other team, as it were, so it's good to have some sexy men around with a sexy woman for when you need them. The overall goal of the Sisterhood is somewhat tame in comparison to the other vampires. Neferata wishes to regain control of Lamia and rule it with a new cult cult of blood like she started with, only now with her being the only focus of worship. When they have to take the battle, the first thing to try is getting an army of mortals to do their bidding instead. No small amount of wars against other vampire bloodlines have been started secretly by the Lamians, informing their mortal underlings about the other vampires present. That's also largely how Neferata wages war against the Tomb Kings that control Lamia. If there's an expedition to steal stuff from Nehekara, there's a decent chance she funded it. If there's one to Lamia specifically, she almost certainly did. Khalida, however, is a smart mummy and knows damn well what Neferata wants. A Gothic and Felix book actually revolves around one of Neferata's schemes to take the city, to which Khalida remarks in the most bored tone you've ever heard that the underling Neferata sent wasn't the first, won't be the last, and was hardly the most interesting one out of all the ones that try and kill her. This is also the book that a Tomb Queen says she would kill Felix through the hip-shattering sex they'd have if she wasn't a mummy, so the story is worth a read for that reason alone. When they do have to fight, they prefer to have skeletons as their main force, for no other reason than those undead don't stink like hell. As for how they fight, it's pure dex build. They weave gracefully and quickly through combat, taking out their enemies quickly and efficiently with a single thrust of their dagger. This works against all sorts of enemies, both because of their intense training at the Silver Pinnacle, and because they're still vampires that can punch through steel like it's paper mache. If they need to, they'll dip into the less aesthetic of the Vampire Counts rosters, but they prefer not to. Appearances must be upheld, after all. In their day-to-day lives, though, they're arguably the most benevolent bloodline to mortals. To remain hidden, they only really feed upon willing victims. There is absolutely a ton of mind control going on here, since with a glance a Lamian can put you under their spell, but they rarely outright kill the person, so there's at least that. And while it is for selfish reasons, they do still help get rid of the other vampire bloodlines in the area that are rather less polite than they are. Regardless of the reasoning, a Lamian getting another vampire killed is still one less vampire for mortals to worry about, and they help keep chaos out of a given area. Ruling mankind is meaningless if it then immediately falls to chaos, so they secretly help witch hunters find their quarry, which is something that's hard to fault no matter the motive. The influence of the Lamian Sisterhood is unmatched in its scale in the Warhammer world. Though their thralls may not be vampiric in nature, Neferata has plenty of influence in the lands of the elves and dwarfs. She knew of Aliathar being Tyrion's daughter and thus afflicted with the curse of Anarion before Manfred or Arcan ever suspected. The going-ons of the Asur and Druki are of no secret to her, and for the most part of little consequence. And though this paranoia is certainly helpful to their schemes, you really can never truly know who is and isn't a Lamian in the noble societies of mankind, not without testing it. And if you're wrong in your testing, you've just killed a nobleman, which tends to be frowned upon by the local authorities. Everyone from your friendly local innkeeper and the tavern maids to the new noblewoman who just moved in may secretly be a Lamian and their entourage in disguise. But there's no need to fear. As long as you do what they say and just play nice, they'll make sure everything's okay. You don't need to worry your little head about a single thing. Feel free to imagine a dominant Lamian vampire before you go to bed tonight. That mental image is on the house. Our next bloodline is the Necrarch. Their founder was Wasoran, that cunning bastard who probably maybe helped Neferata concoct your vampire potion. Their whole thing is being all...
I think it was.
About knowledge at all costs. When a great library they had burned down, their lust for knowledge was so great that many of them let themselves burn with it, either unwilling or so compelled by the contents within, unable to leave. They're also one of two bloodlines that have figured out how to avoid having to drink blood to survive. This was discovered after Wasoran wrote a cool magical book that in addition to the knowledge of Nagash had a prophecy of a silent world covered in nothing but bones, ruled by the dead. Problem was, of course, that no living people meant no blood, and so Wasoran substituted it with so much dark magic that the need to feed just went away. This does have a downside, however, in that their bodies become so desiccated that there is absolutely no hiding what you're looking at. Amongst vampires, they're the frailest of the bunch, and there's no hiding amongst mortals for these people. There's also the side effect that much concentrated dark magic surrounding a person tends to drive them mad, vampire or not, and so Wasoran's apprentice Melchior actually ate Wasoran in his madness, causing the rest of the bloodline to scatter. Nowadays, they're a largely solitary bunch, finding remote areas to build an evil wizard tower and study their dark arts in, away from the prying eyes of everyone else. The Necrarchs, in their attempt to bring about Wasoran's vision, are a slow and steady bunch. They also take decades and centuries to bring their plots to fruition, like the Lamians, but that's more so a pacing thing rather than the Illuminati thing. When Morsliab is high in the sky, when Geheimnisnacht comes around, the Necrarchs blight the land surrounding them with dark magic, rendering it a lifeless wasteland. 1 acre at a time do they intend to bring about the land of the dead, and while they have an entire planet to go through, vampires are immortal. If anything's on their side, it's time. end times notwithstanding. They do so in isolation due to their deep-seated paranoia, rarely making new necrarchs and only finding company in still-living necromancers, madmen, and the occasional mutant. When they do go to war, the necrarchs have an abundance of the lower and higher ends of the vampire roster. Since they're so good with magic, they can easily raise thousands of corpses at a moment's notice. For the same reason, they'll also have a lot of zombie dragons and terrorgeists to call upon. What would be an incredibly taxing endeavor for another vampire is just a few moments of moderate strain for a necrarch, and so the armies of them contain both the hammer and the anvil whenever they march to claim some magic tome or other nerd crap like that. In their off time, aside from slowly corrupting the land, they like to do general research into the dark arts, discovering new spells, new ways to use existing ones, that sort of evil wizard deal. This makes them the second most likely group of wizards behind Tzeentch sorcerers to know some of the real creative spells for anyone who really wants to mess with their roleplay players. You can always use that spell that makes people laugh to death, but you can also hit them with the old 1-2 buckle their shoe and
Do you
have a
like
neck.
playing ranger class in games? I do. I don't like melee classes at all in games. I avoid them as much as I can. Like, I hate them. I absolutely hate melee classes.
Necrarch has to obliterate
The
prostate
more distance I can have from other people, the better.
on some overeager Averlander player. They'll sell their research to other bloodlines as well, the price of which can be anything from gold for underhanded deals with mortals to special artifacts. Or sacrifices.
I'm sorry, zombie dragons, I would say kill it with fire. I mean, can you really kill a zombie dragon with fire? I don't think so.
There's probably a lot of unwilling participants in these transactions, to be honest. Overall, take the 1,000 Suns. Now remove all the pathetic and make them vampires. Now you have a necrarch, and I have to say I much prefer this version. No necrarch has ever hit me with a turn 1 soul ring, Magnus. The second to last bloodline are the blood dragons. They come from Abharash, who was a real cool dude and one of the 2 original Trueborn who wasn't a raging asshole most of the time. When the rest of them got together for a bit of a pissing match, he just didn't bother to show up. He was only tempted by Neferata into taking the potion to allow him to become the perfect warrior, and when shit hit the fan, he wasn't having any of the other vampire shenanigans. He wandered the world, refusing to feed upon those who were weak, instead only feasting upon worthy opponents. Now in his quest to find those opponents, he did kill plenty of those who were weak, such as entire dwarf mining operations, but he also raged through chaos warbands and orc tribes, so I guess that balances out a little bit. Eventually he would find the ultimate opponent he so craved in a dragon at the World's Edge Mountains. Because he's a badass, he managed to kill it and drink its blood, and with that he ascended past his need to feed. The dragon's blood was so potent that the thirst was gone. In fact, aside from not casting a shadow, all of his vampiric weaknesses were gone. Since then he's wandered the world, always seeking mighty opponents and refusing to serve anyone, much like another cool undead guy. It's a shame he and Gotrek never fought, because that would have been a hell of a battle. But despite being the progenitor of the bloodline, he was not the one to give it the name. That instead came from his own vampiric spawn, and indeed the second most famous blood dragon, Wallach Harkon. There was once a knightly order of the Empire known as the Order of the Blood Dragon. Wallach Harkon one night descended upon their keep and demanded entrance into it. When they for some reason let him in, he proceeded to challenge all of them to single combat. This went as well for the Order as you'd expect, fighting a vampire sired and trained by one of the single deadliest combatants in fantasy's history. But after he had butchered his way through the entire keep, he granted the blood kiss to those who had fought with bravery and honor. To those that didn't, or those that just didn't meet the cut, they were the feast to mark the rebirth of the blood dragons not as a knightly order, but as a vampire bloodline. Their name was slightly changed after they became vampires, both in honor of Aberash's mighty deed and because their former name was basically the same thing. A bit late into the video, but on future rewatches, take a shot every time I say the word blood or bloodline. Don't actually do that, you're gonna die. For some time the blood dragons would remain in this keep, but decades later witch hunters would discover it and lay siege with the armies of Reichland, Wiesenland, and several knightly orders.
The art is looking hella good. Yeah, but I made this one a little too convoluted. I'm not even gonna be close to being done with this today. But it's okay. Good practice.
No doubt seeking to cleanse the filth that had taken one of their fellow orders. They were successful despite heavy casualties in reclaiming the keep, but enough blood dragons had escaped that the bloodline would forever plague the world. Nowadays the blood dragons roam the land, seeking greater challenges to bring them to greater heights. Sometimes they lead armies, but oftentimes they group together in a unit as part of a greater vampiric force. As the honorable warrior archetype, they seek out worthy fights and tend to leave the weak alone for not being worth the trouble. The lore will oftentimes say that their honor is just disguising the fact that they aren't any better than the rest of their undead kin, which is something that varies from
Zen
vampire
looks
to
very
vampire.
badass.
You can get blood dragons that pretend to be honorable and chivalrous, and then when no one's
As long as
looking,
I'm
they chow
enjoying
down
myself,
on a
I
Nordland
am.
orphanage. But you also get ones that do genuinely try to avoid feasting on the weak and actually are honorable combatants. Your mileage may vary, but just about all of them will revere Abharash and try to follow in his footsteps. Not being Abharash, most of them die before they get to the dragon, and the rest die at that point, but God bless them for trying. They tend to look down on the rest of the bloodlines for a variety of reasons. The Lamians are sneaky and dishonorable, the Strigoi are mindless beasts only worthy as prey to hunt, the Von Karsteins are arrogant pricks, and the Necrarchs are lame nerds. But given their status as a proper unit in the Vampire Count's army, I feel fairly confident in saying that they're the most willing to work with other bloodlines, even if only for the opportunity to fight worthy opponents. The Blood Dragons actually managed to sneak their way into Age of Sigmar as the Blood Knights kit, whose own history is kinda funny. Blood Knights aren't necessarily all blood dragons, but who cares, they're blood dragons. Back in Fantasy, they were some of the single deadliest models in the game, and in Age of Sigmar, they can still wreak some havoc. As for their kit, the funny part comes from how much of a joke the pricing was. GW thought it would be real goofy to stick a $100 price tag on a kit of 5 models. You could get 8 Bretonnian Knights at this point in time for around $40, mind you. Thankfully, they not only updated the kit, but brought it down to $70, which is far closer to normal GW overpriced standards. Still though, what the hell was that for a bit? I mean, I know what it was them charging a lot for a good unit, but still, that much overpricing is insane. And finally, we come to the Strigoi. Every group of something has to have the runt of the litter, and in this case, it's these guys. Their progenitor is Usharan, a man who you can't help but feel bad for the entirety of his history. Depending on the lore, he was either withheld the Trueborn elixir for no other reason than Neferata wanted to look down on him, and his recreation of it turned him into a monster, or she did give it to him, but he was cursed after the fact. Either way, it was a rough early start for Usharan. After Lamia was destroyed, he wandered into the kingdom of Strigos. It was a vampire kingdom run by a fella named Kadan, who was leaning a bit too hard on the rampant overfeeding and Nagash worship that doomed Lamia. He overthrew Kadan and halted these policies, removing worship of Nagash and only feeding on criminals. It went so well that even the non-vampiric subjects of the realm respected Usharan for his work. He was so generous that he went as far as to invite the other Trueborn vampires to the kingdom, saying they could live in the luxury they once did, only now totally free of Nagash's influence. Naturally, Neferata got jealous and tried to burn everything down. Her vampiric forces and minions were stopped, but the kingdom was weakened, and since this all happened in the Badlands, the greenest and meanest fellas took advantage while Usharan was busy fighting Neferata. Orcs ransacked the weakened kingdom, and the survivors fled. Every time they approached another kind of vampire, they were cast aside or killed outright. They were forced to hide in dark and horrible places, the only company willing to accept them that of the ghouls of the world. The surviving mortal followers of them became the Strigani, and they varied between doing theStrigoi's bidding in the shadows and just trying to make a living on the road. They're also persecuted by everyone else too, no rest for the wicked and all that. Perhaps most tragic of this whole mess is the relations they have with the blood dragons. They view the Strigoi as at best prey to hunt, like I said, but Abharash himself defended Strigos when it was besieged on all sides. It was one last chance for the vampires to be more than the pathetic, parasitic creatures they are, and Neferata and the rest of her ilk ruined it. The Strigoi are all a little bit stir-crazy from the fate that befell them, both out of a sort of PTSD and the more active issue of them being hunted by their vampiric brethren and mortals alike. A lot of them remember the good thing they had going and spend a lot of time wallowing in sorrow over it. Some of them basically slip into depression, doing nothing but relive old battles and glories all their lives. Others are more actively insane, speaking with friends long dead and acting like they're feral animals. But don't mistake them for being actually feral, at least not.
I feel like instead of like commenting on what I'm watching, I'm just going quiet and just like listening to the lore instead of entertaining you guys. So I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Not like the degenerate vampires that are Vargeists. Strigoi are cunning and intelligent, and I mean truly cunning, not orc cunning. Magic is not a forgotten art to them, and from Usharan they've inherited their incredible strength. Furthering it is that they don't pretend to still be some kind of human. The honor of the Blood Dragons, the Lamian's scheming, the nobility of the von Karsteins or the Necrarch's research, none of that matters to them. They're intelligent beasts that rule the night as is their birthright. And for all that the other vampires look down on them, they know damn well that in the 1v1 they need to be extraordinarily careful.
Fine with it.
The
It's
Strigoi
fine.
can take a remarkable amount of punishment before they go down. Meanwhile, if another vampire makes the slightest mistake, the
Watching
hulking
you art
Strigoi
and
will give them the
listening to
true
this
death
is
they so
entertaining?
deserve.
Okay.
They're not slow hulking tanks either. Their massive bulk hides a speed as deadly as any Lamian. Any army a Strigoi can muster up will be similarly brutal. While of course there can be zombies and skeletons, hordes of ghouls and crypt horrors will descend alongside their Strigoi overlords. Those monsters may be completely unintelligent, they may be looked down upon by other vampires, and hell, they may not even be actual undead. But when led by a Strigoi, they can wreak havoc, and everyone longs for the day they can not only reclaim their lost kingdom, but pay the rest of the vampires of Warhammer back for thousands of years of suffering that they caused Usharan's children. Insane, depressed, and with bitter memories as long as any dwarfs, the Strigoi are a
good?
force to be
Okay.
reckoned with.
For me, at least, it's hard to talk to other while drawing or writing, so I get it. Yeah, but I'm not writing, I'm just drawing. You're good, Lifu, but vampires aren't Skavens, so yeah, I think they're boring. Okay.
And by and large, those are the vampires of Warhammer. There are actually a few other ones, but they're not really worth getting into. The Jade-Blooded, for instance, come from Neferata potentially sending some of the vampire potion over to Cathay, but because the origins of the vampires went through the goddamn ringer
Too many names are being thrown around. Yes, I was thinking about the same thing, but I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to come across stupid. But I thought the same thing. It's too many names.
of retcons, they're only debatably real. Also, they to my knowledge haven't been mentioned too much with Cathay's new lore aside from a minor vampire faction there in Total Warhammer 3, which itself is likely to stay at being a small nod to old canon rather than a basis for a whole new DLC. It'd be cool for me to be wrong, but I imagine other things are taking priority. Or the Madmasi, who are even less worth getting into. They were another bloodline, they might have lived in Ind and Koresh, and they might have had an insect theme going on about them. All of this is might, because if my reading is correct, they didn't even make it into a source book or anything like that. Cool ideas in both cases, but not to me something worth going into at this moment. Thank you as always to my wonderful channel members. You are the blood dragons to my vampire counts, the noblest of souls charging headfirst with me into this mess we call YouTube. If you'd like to support the channel, feel free to subscribe or become a member. Either way, thank you for watching and take care out there.
Okay. That was way too many names. Like way too. Just sorted by this. Ah, it's only 40K. The Skavens Warhammer best faction. Okay, let's see.
Warhammer. It's got a lot of factions. 3 entire game systems worth of factions. Some of them are absolutely iconic. If you take a Space Marine and show it to someone who doesn't know anything about Warhammer, there's decent odds they'll be able to recognize it as that 40K thing. Some, of course, are flops. You work on a franchise for 40 plus years, you're bound to end up with something atrocious like Bretonnia eventually. Not everything's a hit after all, sometimes you end up with a mistake. Most factions are unique and have their own draws that weigh out any potential cons though. Even the Leagues of Votann have plenty to bring someone towards collecting them, even with their model count currently being pretty minimal and their lore being entirely propped up by the old squats and Deep Rock Galactic existing. But out of all the armies you can collect in Warhammer, none of them reach the peak that the Skaven have managed to climb. They are, in my eyes, the ultimate Warhammer faction. In lore and tabletop, everything. As far as designing an army goes, they're peak Warhammer. Sure, they've got downsides, but from the standpoint of not only players of Warhammer and fans of its lore, but also from GW's point of view, they have pretty much everything you could possibly want out of a faction. And you know, looking back on my Skaven Do or Don't, that video was only 12 minutes long. For a faction that I love as much as the Skaven, I feel like I didn't nearly do them enough justice. So if you don't believe me, please, let me try to convince you all on the subject of Skaven supremacy. And on the topic of things that are great, posters are pretty cool, don't you think? A nice decoration to hang on your wall, something to start a conversation, or if we're being honest, turn your hobby room into the nerdiest thing on the planet. No shame in all, I am no different. And if you want the best posters in the business, you can do no better than Displate, the sponsor of this video. Displate gives you the best posters you could possibly want. Because they're metal, they're not gonna rip if you so much as glance at them with an unhappy look on your face. But even better, you don't gotta drill a hole in the wall or put a pin in to keep them held up. You just wipe your wall down, put down the protective sheet, put the magnet on, and then slap your poster wherever you want. Could not be easier. Every design is not only high quality, but signed by their master of production. That sounds like some Space Marine armor ritual, and you have that sort of quality for one of a million different designs of your choosing, including Warhammer. It has worldwide shipping and 4 to 5 business days, so if you're as impatient as me, then you won't be kept waiting long. And as the cherry on top, they're carbon neutral. You're not only getting cool posters, you can rest easy knowing you did your part in keeping the earth healthy. I was sent 5 of their lovely posters, so why don't I show you what you could be getting for yourself? We've got a nice Doom Eternal poster, because Doom is cool and that's as far as my thought process went. A nice Halo Armory poster, because Halo is my jam. A beautiful Eldar poster, because I saw they had an Iandon poster available and I think my brain just autopiloted into the order. A Ronnie poster, because I would commit heinous crimes if Ronnie asked me to, and I'm not going to pass on the chance for a poster of her. And of course, a Dark Souls 2 poster, because I physically cannot go more than a day straight without reminding people which Dark Souls is the best Dark Souls. If you too would like to get yourself some fantastic display posters, use my link in the description to head on over. The discount will be automatically applied in the description, or you can use code PANKERS to get 22% off 1 to 2 displays or 33% off 3 or more displays. Turn your hobby room into a hobby dungeon and get yourself some displays today. Now then, let me tell you why the rats are just the best. Let's start off slow. They're one of the few things that are almost wholly original to GW. I'll be honest, as much as Warhammer Fantasy is my favorite Warhammer setting, there's like 3 original bones in its body. What isn't taken from Tolkien or Michael Moorcock is just taken from real-life history. A land of fractured nation-states who elect an emperor and constantly squabble amongst each other? Man, I wonder where that comes from. Or how about a dying race who's highly proficient in magic and tends towards extreme arrogance? Congratulations, you have the High Elves, and every elf ever. I don't think there's anything truly wrong with that, but still, Warhammer Fantasy isn't the most original thing out there. But the Skaven, oh the Skaven, their inspirations are just that.
He likes Ronnie. Base. What the fuck is Ronnie?
Inspirations. They didn't copy and paste something.
No, Lifu, he's a Dark Souls 2 fan, which is worse. I feel like one of these days I'll feel like so worn down. I'll finally play Dark Souls. Hi, Wellington. How you doing? Also, Ronnie. Yes, yes. Who the fuck is Ronnie?
Before filing the serial numbers off. As far as I understand it, there's 2 main inspirations, the general idea of rats being bastards, and roughly World War I era tech. The first thing you can't possibly call a ripoff, because rats being evil isn't exactly a new idea, and it's not unique to one corporation or the other. I doubt the first medieval peasant dying of the Black Plague is gonna call GW out on copying his suffering for their wargame or some shit. As for World War I, they're a race of mad scientist evil rats who use poison gas, machine guns, and wave tactics to overwhelm their enemies no matter the cost. Well, yeah, most of those things were in World War I don't remember the rats at Verdun being quite as vicious as the Skaven. They take the idea of World War I warfare and turned it into a unique and distinct faction, not just grabbing France or Germany from that time period and making them all mice. They're a race that makes GW's work truly stand out, because there's not really anything you can point at and go, yeah, they're basically just this, but with vermin. Also, unrelated fun fact, did you know that rats are actually quite the social butterflies? There's actually some pretty significant amount of findings that show rats are supportive and reasonably kind animals, only really
Yeah, I just feel like at some point I would just break to peer pressure and finally play it.
Turning into something resembling the Skaven under the most extremely cramped and horrid conditions. Why don't you think on that the next time you say the phrase rat bastard? But while it's quite rude to normal rats, the phrase is perfectly suited to these ones. They are pure evil to the core on a species-wide level. The kindest a Skaven is ever going to get is when they consider certain other Skaven as tools worth preserving, rather than just throwing them into the firing line for fun. They are so tremendously awful that even the worst demon or follower of chaos across any Warhammer setting is going to look like a shoplifter at worst by comparison. And you know what? That's amazing. Quite frankly, the only true downside I think they have is them being pure evil, which means if you want even the most tenuous argument for your faction being in some way good, then you're totally out of luck here. But there's so many upsides that come with it that I just don't think it matters. For one, this is a war game setting. Warhammer thrives on conflict. Sure, a lot of factions within it want peace eventually, but then we run into the issue of not having a war game anymore because no one's fighting. other than Blood Bowl, I guess, but it's just not the same. The Skaven, meanwhile, can single-handedly ensure there will always be war in Warhammer. Besides, villains with complex motivations and moral shades of grey are all well and good, but pure evil ones are some of the most iconic for a reason. Emperor Palpatine would be a lot less fun to watch if he just sat Luke down and calmly explained how the Jedi and Republic were corrupt and had to go, instead of electrocuting him. It's also sometimes just fun to be the bad guy. It's why games like Overlord exist. It's fun to be a piece of shit every now and again, and you cannot get lower on the morality totem pole than the Skaven. They're selfish, they're cruel, they want to enslave or kill every other being in existence, including other Skaven, and it's amazing.
Wait, is that why you guys enjoy watching me play games like Skyrim and like where I have to keep companions alive and not kill people? Is that why you enjoy watching me like how evil she go?
And yet, even with all that being said and done, you can still root for Skaven characters because they're just so fun to watch do their thing.
It's probably the most silent I have ever been on stream so far. How come?
Even amongst Warhammer fans who don't really know much about fantasy, I have not met a single person who genuinely dislikes Thanquol or the idea of his character. He's the most Skaven to ever Skaven. He will routinely torture underlings for no reason other than he can, he's so self-centered he makes other Skaven look like paragons of humility, and overall, he's just the worst. But every time he makes an appearance in a book I'm reading, I get the goofiest grin on my face, and I can't help rooting for the guy. He's just so silly and fun to watch do his thing. His evil is so over the top that he utters the phrase, "There's more than one way to skin an infant." I mean, what the hell am I supposed to do with that kind of character other than just laugh and hopes he sticks around, if only to see how awful he can get? His incompetence mixed with how abhorrent of a being he is, mixed with his actual skills, are great, and I can't get enough of it. To say nothing of Claw, aka the rat who broke the moon, or
We just like making people suffer. Yes, Lifu. Okay. This seems like a rehash of what we already heard. What? Aren't you picky?
any of the other Skaven characters. They're so bombastic and ridiculous that it loops around from being reprehensible to just being funny, and you root for them because you want to see what BS they get up to next. Speaking of their evil though, they're perfect because it can be played either completely straight or for laughs. Let's look at it played straight first. You're an Imperial citizen in some backwater town or other. Not too big, you're not in Nuln or Altdorf or something like that, but also not too small. You got yourself a reasonable garrison to keep any stray beastmen or goblins out, and the walls are of decent quality. Maybe thousands of years ago some elves or dwarfs made them and your town keeps them in good enough condition to use. Things are good. Then one day, things start getting bad. Not all at once, and early on it may not even be anything particularly exceptional. The Skaven can be subtle after all. Maybe you have a bit of a crop shortage one harvest season. That sucks, and you and some others are definitely going to be hungry for a bit, but that happens all the time. There's no reason to suspect foul play, especially foul play by devious ratmen. Then some cattle get slaughtered, but again, no biggie. A beastman probably got hungry before he could be driven off. Some people start going missing, which is certainly more worrying, but again, it happens all the time. In the world of Warhammer Fantasy or Age of Sigmar, there's a million different reasons someone can get lost. Then things start getting bad in a way that you can't rationalize away, that can't be written off as unrelated occurrences. Out of the corner of your eye, you see hunched figures darting in and out of the shadows. You never quite catch a glimpse, but you can swear they're watching the moment you turn away. Shards of warpstone begin appearing, tainting the land, water, and more, and turning your fellow townsfolk into vile mutants. More people begin disappearing, now many of them influential figures in the town. Reports of caravans being attacked by rat-like beastmen constantly come in, until one day no one ever makes the trip to your town again. And one day, if you listen closely, you can swear you hear the tolling of a bell 13 times, and then it comes to a head. As if out of nowhere, thousands upon thousands of Skavens surge into the town. Maybe they burst out of the ground through a massive network of tunnels they've been building all this time, slaughtering the guard and anyone in their path before you can react. Maybe they approach from outside the wall, but while you cut down 10 for every 1 man you lose, you can never kill enough to stop them. All the while, the most horrific creatures you could imagine lumber towards the gates, smashing them in and letting the horde into the town.
And now I'm getting tired of drawing. Now my hand is getting tired. I hate it. I hate it. I hate how tired my hand is getting. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Did you guys enjoy my sleeping toggle? Off topic. Reason Dark Souls left odd was some added mechanics like soul memory and the slow pace. Then gang squads and despawning enemies felt really odd. I don't really have a lot to add on it because I don't really play it. So like I don't really have a lot to say. I'm more wondering if I want to take a break from art for today. I think I busted my hand playing too much Ninja Gaiden. My hand is like cramping holding the pen. Or maybe I just need to give myself a little bit of a break from like drawing too much. It's cute. Thank you. The nice sleeping toggle with the constant yawning. So now I'm trying to decide what to do. Because there's no way I'm gonna finish this. I'm playing Ninja Gaiden right now. I'm having a blast. I believe it. It's a good game. Are you playing with controller or keyboard? Just out of curiosity. Also, I'm like hating how Zen's face came out. So it's kind of bothering me right now. Yeah, you've been going hard on Ninja Gaiden. Yeah. For tomorrow, I think I'm not gonna play Ninja Gaiden tomorrow. Which sucks, but if wants a digital rest, Lifu. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. I'm not gonna play Ninja Gaiden tomorrow, and after tomorrow, I'm showcasing indie games anyways. Controller in my hands are fine. Yeah, Zen said the same thing that it's actually a lot more comfortable with the controller. Like even his after a whole day of working, even his hands aren't cramping up from Ninja Gaiden. I think it's also how like the keyboard thing feels. Good night, Kyrian. It's funny, the art is nice, but if the archery leaders see it, they'll fucking go nuts. What? Because of the string is too thick and it's not held properly, that's why? I cannot wait to see the finished art. Yeah, same. Maybe play something that doesn't require reflexes. That would be Marvel Rivals. I think Marvel Rivals, you can basically play it on autopilot. Or maybe it's just like everyone has like their own comfort zone, you know? Maybe that's what it is. Okay, I'm gonna save this though. I don't want to lose the progress. Because if I finish like all the drawings I've been working on, if I finish them, me and Zen could probably like use it later on. Have you guys noticed even though I draw, I don't really post any artwork? No, just the arrow placement. They get angry when arrow is on the other side of the bow. Outer side? No, it's the inner side. Here. It's the inner side. Or do you mean it needs to be on the outer side? Because this is the inner side. Because it's inside, you know? I'm missing something. I think my brain basically shut down right now. I think my brain just went, I'm done. Why am I showing you guys foreheads? Stop looking at our foreheads, weirdos. Ugh, censorship. I didn't look at our foreheads. So weird. I need to stop rage baiting you guys. Although, it's kind of fun. Oh, Leafer, have you tried putting glasses on him? What do you mean? Zen's model has glasses. What do you mean? 1 second. I just need to move the graphic tablet. I need some kind of like freaking jumbo desk. Fit everything comfortably here. Make sure it doesn't fall off. Okay. I need to work on my blending. It looks kind of empty. Need to switch everything I don't need. I need to switch the title, I think. At least for YouTube. Oh no, I need to. Okay, yeah, I need to switch the title. Wait, did we switch to a Squirrel Girl stream? Not a Squirrel Girl. I'm in higher ranks now, so I do need to make sure I don't throw. I ranked up again, so I don't want to be a jackass there. Okay, now I can open. Switch the title. Oh, I forgot to switch the category. My bad. Okay. That is where your skill as Squirrel Girl main shines. Throwing the games. Okay. I had some moments today, Marvel Rivals, for people that like, knew the channel and stuff. So I better not throw. I don't want to get comments on my channel like, "Oh, I had you in my games. Why you throwing games?" I don't want those comments. Would Jeff Kingley give Game of the Year to Expedition 33? No. He's not gonna do it. What are you even saying? Are you crazy? That's like the dumbest thing I heard. Sorry. Actually, that's like the dumbest thing I heard. What do you think? Why is it being weird? Go. Yeah, game time. I was loading shaders. Are the new skins up? No. So only Mantis made now? No. I'll have to cope. I'll have to cope.
Stop right there, criminal
Say it was
scum.
for a $2
Nobody
super.
breaks the
I'm
law
not
on
gonna
my
do
watch.
that.
Say it was for a $2 super.
I'm not gonna do that. Fuck. Shut up. And thank you so much for the support, Jason. Expedition 33 won Game of the Year at the Thailand game show. I thought it was the Japan game show, but I was wrong. That's on me. It's loading shaders right now. We're just waiting. See? Whoop. Loading shaders. I'm gonna boop it with my sleeve. It's taking a while. Oh, we're at 75%. Taking way too long. 88, 89, 90, 91, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9. There we go. Back into my corner I go. Let's see if I lose. I swear I'm not gonna throw intentionally. So let's see if I lose. I'm gonna play the song on the loop. Bro, why is the queue so long? Oh my god, the higher you go, the slower the queue is. I'm still in queue. That's a first. Is it because I'm getting higher in ranked? I can't be. I'm not that high yet. The music is loud enough though.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope.
I can't say get freaking Daredevils on my team.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Let's see. Not a bad lineup, except for like, you know, not having two tanks. That's pretty bad. Did I just I'm making for you? I'm a little concerned that we have one tank, but let's see what our lineup is gonna be later on. Who knows?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
The moon is full and the night's alive. I feel the fire. I feel it thrive. I've tasted poison. I've seen the fall. I'll take your soul. I'll take it all. I hear the whispers. They know my name.
Like it dispel darkness. It helps me 30 seconds before you attack.
Okay. I'm ready. I'm locking in. I'm locking in. Thank you so much for the Twitch follow. Dogs and how you doing?
can swing a blade. What I do takes skill and finesse.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Okay, alright, yeah, we have like one tank right now. I just logged in an MMO 85 players online. Ooh, just 85, that's really bad.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. You own one. My time to shine.
Why is he jumping me? I cannot be the only interesting target here. Is life overrated? No. The fuck? No, it's not. What is that? Life is swell. You're doing alright there, Kareem? Why is he jumping me like that? Like he's literally throwing by jumping me like that.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
That's a pretty good team.
Pull back and regroup. Let's take a step back.
I didn't want to risk. Everyone was falling so low. I was liking that. Okay, we still have raccoons out. Okay, I finally died. Yikes. Just need to recapture it once and that's it. Damn. I get it.
My time to shine. Virtue's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Next time already.
keyboard almost stopped working. Oh, that was weird. That was trippy. That was trippy. My keyboard dying?
This is real firepower!
I wasn't sure we'd get this chance again.
Damn. Couldn't secure it.
I'm TPing in. I'm TPing in.
Okay, yes.
I just died.
Try and touch. Touch.
Down the healer.
Oh, I'm so fucked. I am so fucked. Oh! I was trying to hide behind stream. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh! Fuck! Good night, Davy. Come on, team, you got this. Or not.
I'm back to shed some light.
I'm rushing. Got this, team. I'm almost there. Oh my god.
Yeah, we got it.
They actually did it.
Nigga.
They actually did it.
Light doesn't dispel darkness. It helps me see the darkness and chase it.
Oh my god. Was Kick Chat not loading up until right
30
now?
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Am I tripping? Bot just flashbanged me. Oh, rival time, huh?
Get the stars out of your eyes and let us fight.
Whoa, all business.
The fate of many worlds is at stake.
If we reached the goal, I just noticed. Oh, we did? Oh shit, I didn't notice it either. That's my bad.
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh shit.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Well, the way I got my name was, my name in game used to be actually Life, not Lifu. But since I played on Asian servers competitively since I was in Asia, they had a difficulty pronouncing the word Life. So in comms, they kept on constantly screaming Lifu instead of Life. So there was like one particular funny moment. See? But yeah, that's the lore of my names. Sorry, I'm giving like a watered down version of it. Since I'm trying to make sure I don't die like an idiot. Shit. Oh shit. No, I'm dead. I'm cooked. Lifu, did you hear that the Star Wars Alpha devs were fired? You know what I'm gonna say about it? Hell yeah, stay fired. But the sad reality is that they'll be hired somewhere else. That's the reality.
Two squids.
it's funny just without a little context. Video somewhere of it happening.
This is real firepower!
Bro, leave me alone.
Keep the squids.
Did I owe the Hulk lunch money or something? Like what?
Past the halfway point.
I'm confused.
Devil's reign! Behold the god of thunder!
Ah.
We have visitors from the deep.
I'm fucked, okay. Yeah, sad, yeah. I'll be retired easily. Sad reality. Good night, John.
Without Kai, I wouldn't know the real power of the light force.
What do I owe you by yourself?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Here, pay up! If you step out of line, Mr. Bonds, I will not hesitate to rip that metallic limb from your body.
Then I guess it's a good thing I only need one arm to
I
take you out.
thought they were talking about me. Yeah, that juggling tech is more crazy than what I have.
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
My path may be pretty
Yeah, we need to
cloudy.
win this
If
round.
we don't win this, the future is pretty clear.
I'll be very sad. Don't. Oh, fuck, I missed. Damn. Look like a champ. Oh, rip. Oh no, that was way too late.
This is real firepower!
Oh, bruh. Leave me alone. You weirdo. He's doing a good job, actually.
The light always comes back.
Get over here! Hurry up!
Past the halfway point.
I'm hulking out! Behold the god of thunder!
Hulk crushing there? Is it Hulk on Hulk try? Do we have 4 ults? Yeah, crime if we lost.
They're on the right, on the right, on the right. Get back on point.
This is real firepower!
Dead. Not. I'm dead. Yeah, now I'm dead. That's a lot of shit being thrown. Holy. Oh, he was that free. Oh shit! Bro! We can talk about it. Oh, fuck. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Oh. Oh, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Fuck, I'm dead. No, I'm not dead. Fuck, again.
My kind of shine.
Oh,
This is real!
that's so close to my out too. Ugh. I died right before 1% of my ult. Oh, this was painful. I wish we could like skip the MVP thing. My dialect has a term for the condition when someone has difficulty pronouncing certain consonant sounds. It's usually R sounds. Really? Interesting. Never heard of that. Back to the salt mine.
Which hero do you think you will be today?
Okay, he wants to play cloak.
Is a powerful weapon
Or
against
even cloak.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Let's see how this goes. Oh, I almost flipped off my own chair. Right. Good night, Chris. For hanging out with us. We're just trying to think.
The right hero could make all the difference.
Man just looks hot. It's the summer outfit he has. It's a summer outfit. The summer skin plus the recolor for the summer skin. It looks pretty good.
Of my powers. We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh shit. Oh shit, we're defending. Hold on.
I'm done pulling punches. We've got
Matt, this is Matt. Oh. Freaking Gooner. Time for you to go to horny jail. Holy shit.
Let me tell you something good.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Target rich. Look, I'm no Snickers. Back in the game.
Oh, that's bad.
Against the world.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh, I feel touched.
It pleases me to be heard. Take it up.
High caliber. That's what I call justice.
I felt touched. I did not like that.
It's life energy. It takes time to grow. Listen to my soul sonata.
I don't like that tick.
I am ready to put on a show.
Ah, fuck, I missed. Damn, that's unfortunate.
Really the way to follow that.
Well, I don't like the tick. Bruh! Bruh! Big jump! Before I go, Amazon service, I kind of whacked out. No idea if that has anything to do with the delays for chat or not. I have no idea. And really, I didn't hear anything about Amazon services fucking up today. I'm gonna need to check it out.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, that's not good. Nice. What is it?
0
The hell?
to 0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Light energy is a powerful weapon against evil.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Round 2, go!
There's no turning back. No turning. I've opened the door. Let the devil in.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
They're being kind of mean towards the enemy Daredevil.
Just as powerful as a weapon yours. But I don't care. I'm drowning in the fire. In despair. The devil's laughing.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
That's awkward.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Slow your heart rate. The battle's barely started.
No way. No way.
Oh, it surrendered. Never mind, it surrendered. Okay, now we're still, I guess. Oh, I'll get confused. I'm gonna stay the hell out of this. I'm saying the fuck out of this discussion. Holy. They are so mad at each other. Yikes.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
The shadows whisper. Can you
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
with smoke and sin? I hear it calling. Let the devil in.
Hello, our rep. Yeah, they FF'd pretty early on. Like the second they were able to, they FF'd. What do I have? We have Winter Soldier, Squirrel Girl, okay, Invis and Cloak. That's pretty good. I wonder if we'll have 2 tanks or 3 DPS.
I feel it crawling. It's in my veins. I hear it laughing, driving me insane. Come to me.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Wait, I just realized no matter how you move them, their eyes kind of follow you. Oh, that's creepy. I just realized that. Oh, ew, I hate it. Now that I know that, I hate it. Oh, ew. I don't like that.
Round one, I create equilibrium. When it gets disturbed.
Okay, we have one tank. Oh no, we have two tanks. That's pretty good.
My time to shine. Rocket. You know Spider is in Brazil.
How about just one off? You're killing the kid.
Not yet, but I'd be careful if I were you. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Okay. A lot of damage. I feel like a Hubot 3000. My only purpose is to heal. Good there? Oh, whoa, that's awkward.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Did I use my ult prematurely? I have. Why is the enemy Daredevil doing? I fucked up my ult. Fuck.
I'm ready to put on a show.
That was not good.
I'm back to shed some light. There's still a chance to stop them. Keep an eye on. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. The light force is building.
Something get that area.
What's the point of pushing up where the backline is in trouble? When the backline is in trouble, what's the logic of that? No, that's not good.
I am ready to put on a show.
I'm not letting them die.
Judge, jury, executioner!
We have ults. We don't have shit. We use everything we have.
I think somebody's flanking, I don't know. Yep, I got him. Sorry, so tanky, I couldn't get him in time.
Only 60 seconds left.
Bold move overextending when there's only one healer here.
Judge, jury, executioner!
That's what I was worried about.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Push it all.
Yep. Rip. Yikes.
Let's get into some better stop that vehicle. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
I hope they're not overextending for too long.
You stop them in their tracks.
What does my keyboard do? My keyboard keeps disconnecting randomly. Why? My keyboard broke.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Us against the world! Against the world! My time to shine.
Let the devil
The current score
Yikes.
is 0.
I think my keyboard is dying. Keeps disconnecting mid-game.
Switch things up.
Happened like twice in a row now.
and dagger. We are hoping.
That's not good.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Someone just in the game came out of the closet. Interesting, interesting.
Same with me.
You cannot see people so all can you see yourselves?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. Now let's kick some butt, shall we? You're pretty cool yourself. Being able to understand animals. I wish I could do that. Yeah, all you have to do is listen. They really hate you.
Does anybody like Doom? He's such a hero, man.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I fucked up. What? The fucking goat ate my healing orb. Ah. I hate those goats. Hated them in the movies, still hate them. AFK? Good. That's a weird fence. Okay. My orbs are so fucked today. I mean, right now. I keep throwing them in the wrong place. Okay, died. What are you doing? My ass. I hurt. Just throw. Are you? Bro, I'm stuck. Oh, okay. I hate these goats so much. I hate them with a burning passion. Fanta, how are you doing?
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
I've been saying the same word for 20 hours. 8 hours while watching you. Sometimes I'm getting self-torture, but it's for a mission. But what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, okay, come out. Oh shit. That's a yikes. Bad. Now I know how I died.
Yo, spinning his switch.
No, it's come on.
Bro, meet me halfway when I'm healing you. I'm dead. I think that was kind of a throw happening. Really a throw happening there. Bro, let me out.
My time to shine.
Leave me alone, weirdo. Okay, GG. That's a GG. I got kidnapped. I got kidnapped. That feels bad. You weirdo.
You're the one that's fucking on switch, bro.
Bro, shut the fuck up. That's what from you like this.
Bro, players not gonna do shit against their team.
They're flyers. What do you mean?
Final score 1-2-2.
Ah!
No turning back. No turning.
I should have placed bets. Who's gonna get triggered first? I need to change this. There we go. Change. Wait, hold on.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
We are cloak and dagger.
It's the god of thunder. Hide your dogs. Oh no! Oh my god!
Vanish from this match.
Even the Marvel rivals, I cannot escape Hassan jokes. Listening to your music, it reminds me I should see if I can get in Voices of the Void so I can listen to it while in-game radio. Wait, is it that good? Is the in-game radio that good? That's funny though. Do I have another song that you guys never heard of? I probably have. I'm not gonna show them.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Tomorrow, the 23rd, get ready for some PvE rivals. I'm just thinking. What happened to Power? I thought you guys were saying Power. Good night, Ivan. Am I stupid? Did I miss something?
Get ready.
Like, I know I'm not the smartest cookie, but did I miss something?
I always thought so.
I think I missed something.
You're pretty cool yourself. Being able to understand animals. I wish I could do that.
Yeah, all you have to do is listen. They really hate you.
Does anybody like doing? He's such an ego.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Time has claimed a lot of great soldiers. I won't let it take it.
Yeah, the radio does pretty good job from footage I have seen. I just need some music to put in the assets folder. Oh, wait, hold on. You can put your own music there? That's pretty cool. Trying to keep him alive. Come on, old man, live! Live, old man. We have 3 supports, of course.
Fall back and regroup.
Maximum pulse!
Might be bad. No, I'm good. Good. Oh. Did you know heals? Shut the fuck up, Dragon. How you doing? Live, old man! Live! No old people left behind. Nice. One round.
Light can heal and light can harm. Same with me.
Okay. people are saying weird shit. As well as a video for the in-game TV and images for framed pictures and for posters. Okay, in that case, I want to see you watch the stream from inside of the game. Do it. Make it happen. Make it happen.
We have beaten death before on our own. It came at a cost.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
What horrors has Hydra dabbled in this time?
Damn. What? He fucked up. He fucked up. Man, old man. Don't die on me.
I am ready to put on a show.
Gotcha, old man. Gotcha. What? Oh, I'm ulting here, right? Come on there. Gotcha, old man. I left for the old man. Leave the bitch alone. So, is this like Shark Wars happening here? Bro, the Shark Wars are still happening. What? I'm stubborn. I'm not letting go of this point. Us against the world. Oh my god, I almost killed myself. Almost killed myself. That worked. The devil's would have been amazing if you did so. Would it be? Or would it be just depressing? But it only takes MP4s and link directly to video files on the internet. Well, do it. Get to it. Figure it out. Do it. You got this. You have time.
Let the devil
I don't even know who they're trash talking at this point. Amazing for us because we can laugh at you about it. You just want to feel like you're better at this game than me. I know what's going on. You just want to feel better. But it ain't happening. Does the music improve your gaming skills? A little bit, a little bit. A little more concentration. How you doing, Matic? How's the day treating you? Or you're like a sight for sore eyes these days.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
But it is the same song every single time. So I can change it.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Okay, just super busy lately. Well, I hope it's like the good kind of busy, not the bad kind of busy. Music sets mood sometimes helps negate crash outs a bit. Just a tiny bit. Not like a lot, just a tiny bit. See. I can play another one that isn't public yet.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I've got a few other streams that haven't been chatting much. Well, as long as like the good kind of busy, not the bad kind of busy, like a shit going down or something. Time to pick.
Ty and I create equilibrium.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
There's no turning.
You lead a legion of yokai? We call them demons where I come from, but yes. How do you ensure they remain loyal to your cause? Some respect me, but
I think you guys heard this one.
I'm fine either way.
The battle
Yeah, you guys
starts in
heard this
5,
one.
4, 3,
Pick
2,
no one.
1. All you need to do is
Dragon, why
capture
are you a little bitch today? If you woke up, chose violence. Bad kitty. Bad kitty. Hi Rob, how are you doing?
Looks like the mission
Bad
area
kitty.
is yours to capture now.
You're rubbing off on me. What do you mean? I'm a joy. Are you just lying?
Armed
Awkward. Rock, what are you doing there? I don't like it. What are you doing there? Oh, I'm so dead. I saw him there. Just sitting, waiting.
My time to shine.
Again!
It's okay if the team fails you. You can blame the widow. No, I'm not gonna blame the widow. I'm chilling. Just got off work for a few minutes ago. Getting that overtime. Put in almost 15 hours today. So, is there some issues with the network going on? Are they failing us again?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. I've read all the reports about what you've been doing in Tokyo, Widow.
Don't believe anything the public eye says, kid.
Then you aren't one of the most dangerous and elusive spies they've ever faced?
Apparently, even those idiots can get...
Okay, did you go next? Better than dealing with this. Yes, we had big internet issues. I see. Which areas were affected? Not like areas, but like the vicinity. I just put it this way. Was it just the Texas state? Or specific patches in Texas? I mean, we had a whole internet outage yesterday. Ooh. For how long? We've been super busy, but my boss approved overtime for a whole week. Oh, that's good. My neighbor, like the same neighbor, is still blasting music in the middle of the night. It's like what? Past midnight? Yeah, it's past midnight. Like the floors are vibrating. That is actually crazy. It's the same one I mentioned like earlier today on stream. Last 8 hours, I have heard that outages was around the world, but not sure if its info was valid. I don't know. That's fine for me. I had actually 0 issues yesterday. So, I guess it's not valid. Whoever told you that lied.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
The issue was Amazon? Oh, okay. So Amazon servers.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Like that neighbor is genuinely asking for like the cops being called on him. I think one of these days, like our neighbor is definitely will be calling them. Just curse them out in a language they don't understand. Enjoy the laugh hack, Lifu. Oh, Matic, you missed the whole drama with the neighbors. it's basically it's a couple there with a little toddler and 2 chihuahuas. One of the adults keeps blasting music like at night and mornings and days and evenings while smoking up, getting like literally fucked up while blasting music to a point where like the floors are vibrating, with a toddler and 2 chihuahuas there.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Pretty sure it's gonna end up badly.
Light can heal and light can harm. Same with me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Sounds like annoying neighbors. I'm more concerned about them like fucking up like an actual toddler. That's concerning.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Because the toddler is like stroller
2,
age.
1.
Probably like 2 years old, 3 years old.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
There isn't much music in a place like this.
Has anyone confronted them yet? I don't think so.
Bogies incoming.
Everyone here is pretty much like, I'm on mind my own business. I don't see anything. I don't know anything. That's sad. Oh yeah, very sad. Yeah, both babies and small-filled dogs don't handle that well. Yeah. Not both babies. It's one toddler and 2 tiny chihuahuas. One of them is a puppy. Tanking so much damage.
By the eye of the mortal.
Behold, that child!
That's bad. Oh, that's bad. What's on there? Oh, he's fucking them up, huh?
Light consumes you.
Oh, I'm dead. It would have been wise to confront them, so you have no drama. Maybe put in like a place that people are crazy these days. Yup. Especially like those neighbors. I don't know about them. If a person already does all that stuff, right? There's no saying what the fuck they'll do.
When it gets disturbed. Seconds before you attack. Get ready. Wow, you look tough.
You look like you belong in high school. What are you?
A famous singer.
I don't listen to music. I punish criminals.
Well, we are in the right place for that.
He supports?
Let's go.
Okay.
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
If the timelines are merged again, I wonder which version of me will survive.
Heavy weapons.
Aw, thank you for the band, Squirrel. Oh, that was a lot of damage. Deleted like half of my like half of my health.
I'm hit pretty bad.
It was a lady stabbed recently by another lady for holding a door open for her. What the fuck? And this is why I avoid people. Nino, oh wait, you were already here. So, yeah, Nino.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Oh, okay. Being alive in this economy? Crazy. I've been here cleaning up room. Oh, I saw you here already. You messaged when I was drawing already.
They're portaling, they're portaling.
People, they added the Presso and Zoe cosmetic to Power World. Should I start building the ultimate Depresso in Power World? What do you guys think? Ultimate Depresso? Anyone?
By the eye of Agamotto!
I'm dead. Well, if he is getting high on meth, then it's a child who's infecting them as a neighbor, given the nature of drugs. Well, I don't know what drug he's using. How would I know? I have the lady at Home Depot get concrete. She was mad. No smaller bags, but if you use less than half, you can just return it to.
Their team's capture
Oh,
progress is past the halfway
really?
point.
What stores is that? You know, if talking with the neighbor goes south. I'm joking. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm fucked. It's a quest change for Halloween. Halloween? Oh, okay. I need to catch up on shit for Halloween. Oh, it's gonna be a pain.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Find a way to bring you back. Feeling fantastic.
Yeah. The presso is my spirit animal or a spirit cow. Understandable. I need to download some optimization mods for our world. That's a lot of damage. Oh, pretty bad. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, I don't want to lose. I don't want to end on a loss. Fuck. It's good you helped her. Oh yeah. It's a good thing you helped her. Both of you. I still think that's the best strange skin. Spirit vibing for cows. Oh, do I risk going another rank? Thank you so much for the Twitch follow, Leo Dragon. I hope you're having a good day. I'm a sucker. I'm gonna go again. Gamer mindset cannot end on a loss. So basically I'm gonna be here a whole night, huh? I should just go Mantis. It's like daytime it's Cloak and Dagger, nighttime it's Mantis. Okay. I got the game. Hopefully it's not like Heart of Hate. I don't like it. Lock in. Do I have to?
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Life energy is a
Mantis it is.
against evil.
The power of Goon is gonna help. Good luck, garbage.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Trying to move so I don't get so sleepy. What's happening? Better win. I lose it. See.
The right heroes could make all the
Will anyone
difference.
else go support with me? I guess it's a no. Just want support. I should have went to bed. Let's see. He's still thinking. He's still thinking. Would be great, but the way games have been going, who knows what he'll pick.
Round one, go! My eternal guide and the source of my powers. They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Don't take this the wrong way, Mark, but if you need my
The battle starts in 5,
fuck.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
That was awkward.
I have
I'm here.
This should be easy.
Don't you die on us. Oh shit. Bro. Put the cat down. Oh shit. Just put the cat down. Oh, they have a cat. I know that. Oh, I'm choking. I'm choking. I'm choking. I mean, I'm being choked. Stupid cat. Did he just... Did he just jump Iron Man? That's funny.
us against the world.
We are undefeatable.
I don't like this. Oh shit, I'm stunned. Nice, the next fight will have a closeout. That's awesome. You made creepy on you.
Low on power. Need healing.
Let me help.
Enemies on approach.
Enemy tag. Follow them. Please need to be helpful. Enemy.
You order the calamari.
I'm choking is a new anthem.
Battlefield medicine. Strong again.
Oh, I don't like that. That's not good. Oh shit! Oh shit! He pummeled him.
Strong again.
Good news. It's better.
I don't like that.
My armor's got a lock on a blade.
I have my own.
We are undefeatable. Final 10 seconds.
We're actually really good with Mantis. Great movement, skills for real, not really.
Switch things up, including which side you're on.
Not really.
Life energy is a powerful weapon.
I'm like half asleep.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
It's like the whole mindset of just one more game, just one more game. Then pointed out, I never say thank you to people for compliments. I always try to start a fight.
Round 2, go! Thus I am a guardian against evil. Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hulk, is there something on your mind? Can I help?
Wicked lady.
Gladly. There is something else in you. Something unnatural.
Audio died, did it?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Am I having Twitch issues again?
1. All you need to do is
Basically, from now on, assume if there's audio or video issues, that's not me.
I don't think that's welcome to me.
Oh shit, I missed. Awkward. Oh shit.
I see you, sniper.
Oh, what? Get carried away from my star. Hey, I can still hear.
Final score 1, 2, 0.
Yeah, I think there are some issues again with the servers. From now on, whenever there's issues, I'm gonna just blame you, Rob. That's a new plan. So you can Twitch only for audio issues? I have no idea. I have no idea what's happening. I should probably call it, huh? Probably a good idea. Otherwise, I would just continue. Oh, I should just call it. Plus, with how the servers are acting up today. Gora, if you hear that, could you, oh wait, hold on, I have Twitch open. Twitch uses Amazon, so I imagine they still have issues. Bro, they've been having issues every goddamn day. So, I'm gonna call it a night instead of dealing with this bullshit. That's the best thing I can do. Because fuck this bullshit. But yeah, let me do the thank yous. Alright. Jason, thank you so much for the support. Insanity, thank you so much for the support. Lucian, thank you so much for the support. Wyatt, thank you so much for the support. Thomas, thank you so much for the support. We really appreciate all the support you guys give us. It really helps the channel. Thank you. And we'll be back tomorrow with some yapping and then some Halloween game updates. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. You don't want to miss it. Night.
In circles like a crooked thread, dance with the chaos inside my head. I'm bouncing off walls, can't find my feet, stumbling round in a world so sweet. The world's a carnival, a funny parade. I'm laughing through tears in a bright masquerade. Strange colors blur, but I'm still in the game, juggling dreams, but none feel the same. Bouncing on clouds, caught in the whim, I slip through the cracks with a twisted grin. I'm a puzzle, a mess, but that's just my style. I wear my madness and I wear it with pride. Spin me round, let the music play. I'm dancing in circles and I'm here to stay. I'm the king of the odd, the queen of the strange. I've learned to love every little change. Tangled in my threads, but I'm feeling fine. Chasing the lightning as it zigzags the line. Bouncing off ceilings, I don't care where I go. Life's a funny show and I'm stealing the glow. I'm wrapped up in ribbons, but they're mine to keep. I'm laughing at shadows while they're sound asleep. Every step's a skip, every move's a surprise. I'm just a jester with stars in my eyes. Wrap me in tinfoil, call me a comet. I'm spinning in circles, can't ever stop it. I'm the storm in the teacup, the fire in the rain. I'm just out here playing my own